The aesthetic coloring of the teachers' and intellectuals' cultural practices stands out clearly when they are replaced in the system to which they belong, and when it becomes necessary to raise the question of the very meaning of culture and symbolic appropriation, the sublimated substitutes for all material appropriations and all the fruits of the earth which the division of the labor of domination leaves for the poor relation. The antagonism between the lifestyles corresponding to the opposing poles of the field of the dominant class is clear-cut, total, and the opposition between the teachers and the employers, particularly between the lower and middle ranks of the two categories, is comparable to the gap between two cultures in the anthropological sense. On one side, reading and reading poetry, philosophical and political works, Le Monde, and the generally leftish literary or artistic magazines on the other, hunting or betting, and when there is reading, reading François or Elor or auto journal or lectures pour tous. 18 on one side, classic or avant-garde theater, with, for example, Roger Planchan's productions of Tartuffe or La Remise, Lorca's Blood Wedding or Turgenev's A Month in the Country, museums, classical music, France Musique. The flea market, camping, mountaineering, or walking on the other, business trips and expense account lunches, boulevard theater, Robert Lamoureux, Marcel Achard, Francis Doran, and music hall, variety shows on TV, commercial exhibition, the auction room and boutiques, luxury cars and a boat, three-star hotels and spas, CSV, and the style itself of the different cultural practices, the social philosophies and world views they imply, are seen much more clearly if one bears in mind the universes of practices to which they belong. If one knows, for example, that avant-garde theater, or reading poetry or philosophy, is opposed to bourgeois theater or the music hall, to the reading of historical or adventure novels or glossy magazines, as the teachers walking, camping, mountain or country holidays are opposed both to the set of luxury activities and goods which characterize the old bourgeoisie, Mercedes or Volvo, yachts, hotel holidays in spa towns, and to the constellation of the most expensive and prestigious cultural and material possessions and practices, art books, movie cameras, tape recorders, motorboats, skiing, golf, riding, or water skiing, which distinguish the liberal profession. The clearest indication that aesthetic choices belong to the set of ethical choices which constitutes a lifestyle is the opposition which emerges, in the aesthetic area itself, between two categories as close to each other with respect to cultural capital, as the members of the professions and the teachers 19, based on the opposition between ethical dispositions corresponding to different trajectories. It is reinforced and brought to fruition by very different economic conditions. Once one considers, in addition to the differences in respect to capital composition, those deriving from trajectory, and in particular the fact that the proportion of individuals who owe their place in the dominant class to the accumulation of educational capital rises, as one moves from the dominant fractions to the dominated fractions, it is clear why teachers and, secondarily, engineers and executives are those most inclined to direct the ascetic disposition developed by and for previous cultural accumulation towards further such accumulation, all the more readily since their low economic capital does not lead them to expect many alternative pleasures and profits. By contrast, the members of the professions have the means to realize the dispositions towards indulgence in luxury, which are associated with a bourgeois origin, and which are encouraged by the requirements of occupations presupposing a large accumulation of symbolic capital. The ascetic aristocratism of the teachers and public sector executives, who are systematically oriented towards the least expensive and most austere leisure activities, and towards serious and even somewhat severe cultural practices, visiting museums, for example, especially in the provinces, rather than major exhibitions, galleries and foreign museums like the members of the professions, is opposed to the luxury tastes of the members of the profession, who amass the culturally or economically most expensive and most prestigious activities, reading expensive glossy magazines, visiting antique dealers, galleries and concert halls, holidaying in spa towns, owning pianos, illustrated art books, antique furniture, works of art, movie cameras, tape recorders, foreign cars, skiing, playing tennis and golf, riding, hunting and water skiing. As in our survey, The third factor brought out by analysis of the correspondences in the SOFRES survey separates all other fractions from the members of the profession. The latter are particularly inclined to luxury goods and activities, as is shown by simply listing, in order of importance, the characteristics which make the highest absolute contributions to this factor: subscriptions to glossy monthly magazines, possession of a movie camera, water skiing, possession of a tape recorder, art books, playing tennis, spa holidays, bridge, hunting, skiing, riding, business cocktails, etc. Since one knows that magazines like Connaissance des Arts or La Maison Française have a high proportion of professionals among their readers, 15.5% and 18.5%, one may, in addition, on the basis of the 1970 CESB survey, attribute to this fraction properties particularly frequent among the readers of these journals, such as possession of antique furniture and works of art, visits to auction rooms and galleries. One also knows from the INSEE Leisure survey that the members of the professions give a particularly large number of receptions. The members of the professions, possessing neither the competence nor the dispositions needed to reinvest effectively in the economy, the high economic profits they derive from their cultural capital, and being attached to intellectual values by education and lifestyle, they provide a high proportion of the amateur writers, 20 find in smart sports and games, in reception, cocktails and other society gatherings, not only intrinsic satisfactions and edification, but also the select society in which they can make and keep up their connections, and accumulate the capital of honorability they need in order to carry on their profession. This is only one of the cases in which luxury, a conventional degree of prodigality, becomes, as Marx observed, a business necessity and enters into capital's expenses of representation, as an exhibition of wealth and consequently as a source of credit. 21. These generic tendencies take different forms depending on the profession, the speciality, and the place of residence. Thus, doctors who have a savings rate much higher than the national average, 30% of disposable income, as against 15%, but with an incomparably higher income, spend a very high percentage of their very high income, particularly on holidays, 10% of disposable income, cars and consumer durables. Very often owning their own homes, 2/3 of them do. They often own second homes, investment property, agricultural property, woods and land, hardly ever industrial companies and also shares. Property purchases are most frequent among rural general practitioners, whereas financial investments, which generally increase with age, are more frequent among surgeons and specialists. 22. One may assume that surgeons and other specialists, especially in Paris, devote a particularly high proportion of their income to luxury expenditure, particularly the purchase of works of art. By contrast, each of the teacher's choices, their preference for a harmonious, sober, discreet interior, for example, or for simple but well-presented meals, can be understood as a way of making a virtue of necessity by maximizing the profit they can draw from their cultural capital and their spare time, while minimizing their financial outlay. If the professionals do not always have the taste to match their means, the teachers hardly ever have the means to match their tastes, and this disparity between cultural and economic capital condemns them to an ascetic aestheticism, a more austere variant of the artist lifestyle which makes the most of what it has, substituting rustic for antique Romanian carpets for Persian carpets, a converted barn for an ancestral manor house, lithographs or reproductions for painting. Unavowed substitutes which, like really poor people's leatherette or sparkling white wine, are the tributes deprivation pays to possession. 23. The disparity between economic capital and cultural capital, or more precisely, the educational capital which is its certified form, is undoubtedly one of the foundations of their propensity to contest a social order which does not fully recognize their merits, because it recognizes other principles of classification than those of the educational system which has classified them. This meritocratic and therefore, in a sense, aristocratic revolt is intensified when it is combined with the loyalties, refusals and impossibilities or refusals of the impossible, which are linked to a petty bourgeois or working-class origin, and which, together with purely economic constraints, prevent full membership in the bourgeoisie. One of the subjectively acceptable ways of escaping from the contradictions resulting from the fact that cultural capital is a dominated principle of domination lies in participation as a cadre in the organizations claiming to express and defend the interests of the dominated classes. Thus, the distribution of the members of the different dominant class fractions who aspire, with unequal chances of success, to positions as political representatives, which can be gauged by analyzing the social characteristics of parliamentary candidates, corresponds fairly strictly to the distribution of their respective fractions in the field of the dominant class. It follows from this that political struggles are one of the arenas of the struggle to impose the legitimate, i.e., dominant, principle of domination. By contrast, for those who, like the professionals, live on the sale of cultural services to a clientele, the accumulation of economic capital merges with the accumulation of symbolic capital, that is, with the acquisition of a reputation for competence and an image of respectability and honorability that are easily converted into political positions as a local or national notable. It is therefore understandable that they should identify with the established moral order to which they make daily contributions, of which their political positions and actions, or the declarations of the National Medical Association, are only the most visible form. According to a SOFRES survey of a national sample of 200 doctors made before the first round of the 1974 presidential election, 59% said they would vote for Giscard, 16% for Mitterrand, 9% for Chaban-Delmas, the Gaullist candidate, and 11% for another candidate, and 5% were undecided. Asked who they thought was most likely to win, 71% said Giscard, 16% Mitterrand, 9% Chaban-Delmas, and 1% another candidate, and 13% would not predict. 24. One can get an idea of what the doctors were voting for in Giscard by reading the interview with him in the same issue of Le Quotidien du Médecin that reports the survey, in which he declares himself in favor of highly selective recruitment. The maintenance of the liberal profession, the family practitioner, and the coexistence of public and private hospital treatment promises to eliminate wastage in the social security system and sees no need for any reform of the Ordre des Médecins. So the contrast that is usually drawn between intellectual or left-bank taste and bourgeois or right-bank taste is not only an opposition between the preference for contemporary works here, within the limits of the lists offered, Picasso, Kandinsky, Boulez, and the taste for older, more consecrated works, the Impressionists, and especially Renoir, Watteau, the Hungarian Rhapsody, the Four Seasons, Ein klein Nachtmusik, between the taste for solid values in painting and music, as in cinema and theater, and the commitment to novelty. It is also an opposition between two worldviews, two philosophies of life, symbolized, for example, by Renoir and Goya, or Maurois and Kafka, the centers of two constellations of choices, La Vie en Rose and La Vie en Noir, rose-colored spectacles and dark thoughts, boulevard theater and avant-garde theater, the social optimism of people without problems and the anti-bourgeois pessimism of people with problems, the opposition between material and mental comfort, with intimate, discreet interiors and traditional French cooking, and aesthetic and intellectual invention, with the taste for exotic dishes or, by inversion, potluck, studied interiors or, by inversion, those that are easy to maintain. Furniture from the flea market and avant-garde shows 25. The oppositions between systems of purely aesthetic preferences that are symbolized by the antithesis Kandinsky/Renoir can be replaced in the sets of choices constituting lifestyles simply by considering the characteristics of an audience such as that of Connaissance des Arts. This relatively expensive, luxury cultural journal, which is at the same time an advertising medium for the luxury goods trade, especially in objets d'art, no doubt gives a fairly accurate picture of the groups who are united by bourgeois taste, and who are brought together by the most select and also most expensive cultural events, smart exhibitions, gala performances at the Paris Opera, premieres, major concerts, etc. The common features of the private sector executives and professionals, and the many fewer, and therefore strongly overselected, teachers and industrial employers who make up this readership are liking for expensive, prestigious activities, golf, riding, and for cultural practices oriented at least as much towards material appropriation as towards merely symbolic appropriation, frequenting theaters and galleries, predominantly right bank, auction rooms, antique shops, and luxury boutiques. The bourgeois taste, which characterizes them, is opposed not only to intellectual taste, but also, essentially by possession of works of art, gallery and theater going, to the middling taste of the great majority of the industrial and especially the commercial employers, great readers of auto-journal, who appropriate only those rare goods to which money gives direct access, such as luxury cars, cs. vi. To measure the distance between the bourgeois public and the intellectual public, one only has to observe that the proportion of students, teachers, and artists is 53% at the Saints Ancient Music Festival, 60% at the La Rochelle Contemporary Arts Festival, 66% at the Nancy International Avant-Garde Theatre Festival, 83% at the Royan Contemporary Music Festival, and that rate of attendance varies in the same way, rising from an average of 3.5 shows per person at Saints to 5 at La Rochelle, and 7 at Nancy and Royan, cs. XXIXXXX. Whereas the intellectual fractions expect rather from the artist a symbolic challenging of social reality and of the orthodox representation of it in bourgeois art, the bourgeois fractions expect their artists, their writers, their critics, like their couturiers, jewelers, or interior designers, to provide emblems of distinction which are at the same time means of denying social reality. Luxury goods and works of art are only the most visible aspect of this Daker enveloping bourgeois existence, or at least the private, domestic part of a fundamentally dual life, spuriously unified in and through a spurious division against itself, disinterestedness against interest, art against money, the spiritual against the temporal. Polite political newspapers, discreetly politicized or ostentatiously depoliticized, decorative journals and coffee table art books, blue guides and travel stories, regional novels and biographies of great men are so many screens to hide social reality. Bourgeois theater, a scarcely derealized representation of one of the forms of bourgeois existence, with its beautiful stage sets, pretty women, facile adventures, frivolous conversation, and reassuring philosophy, any other combination of the nouns and adjectives is equally valid, is no doubt the form par excellence of the art the bourgeois recognizes because he recognizes himself in it. The bourgeoisie expects from art, not to mention what it calls literature or philosophy, a reinforcement of its self-assurance, and as much out of sufficiency as insufficiency, it can never really recognize the audacities of the avant-garde, even in the most highly neutralized arts, such as music. And for every enlightened amateur who has understood that it costs nothing to be, like Proust's MME. De Cambremer, in art always on the left, there are many present-day admirers of Flaubert or Mahler who have the same impatience with disorder, even symbolic, and the same horror of movement, even artistically sublimated as their counterparts in the past. In fact, a class or class fraction is defined not so much by its overall judgment of intellectuals or artists in general, although anti-intellectualism is a determinant characteristic of some fractions of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie, as by the artists and intellectuals it chooses from the range offered by the field of production. Thus, the anti-intellectualism of the dominant fraction of the dominant class may be expressed in the choice of intellectuals, who are inclined to anti-intellectualism by their own position in the intellectual field. The further one moves from the purest genres, i.e., those most completely purified of all reference to the social world and politics, first music, then poetry, philosophy, and painting, the wider the gap between the producers recognized by the dominant fractions, playwrights and theater critics or philosophers and political essayists, and those recognized by the producers themselves. Furthermore, as one is reminded by the reaction it arouses among the declining petty bourgeois, the artist's lifestyle, in particular everything in it which challenges the ordinary relationships between age or social status, and symbolic attributes, such as clothing or behavior, such as sexual or political conduct, contains a denunciation of the practical postulates which are the basis of the bourgeois lifestyle. Like the old women in Australian myths, who overthrow the structure of relations between the generations by magically conserving a smooth, youthful skin, artists and intellectuals, like Sartre refusing a Nobel Prize or frequenting young revolutionaries at an age when others pursue honors and cultivate the powerful, can sometimes call into question one of the most deeply buried foundations of the social order, Spinoza's obsequium, the disposition of those who have self-respect and feel entitled to command respect. One has to take into account the whole logic of the field of artistic production and its relationship to the field of the dominant class to understand why avant-garde artistic production is bound to disappoint bourgeois expectations unequally. And always in the short term 26, it is no accident that the taste for the artistic avant-garde appears in the analysis only at the end of a series of opposition. In fact, everything takes place as if, although it embodies artistic legitimacy, the artistic producer's taste for the avant-garde defined itself in a quasi-negative way, as the sum of the refusals of all socially recognized tastes, refusal of the middle-of-the-road taste of the big shopkeepers and parvenu industrialists, the grocers pilloried by Flaubert and others as one incarnation of the bourgeois, and especially, perhaps at present, the petite bourgeoisie, led by their cultural pretension to the products of middlebrow culture or the most accessible products of legitimate culture, such as light opera or the easiest boulevard theater, which are immediately devalued by their new audience, refusal of bourgeois taste, i.e., the typically right-bank luxury taste, which has some accomplices among the artists, and finally, refusal of the teachers, pedantic taste 27, which though opposed to bourgeois taste is, in the eyes of the artists, merely a variant of disdain for its heavy, pettifogging, passive, sterile didacticism, its spirit of seriousness, and most of all for its prudence and backwardness. And so the logic of double negation can lead the artists back, as if in defiance, to some of the preferences characteristic of popular taste. For example, they concur with the working classes and the lower fractions of the middle classes, from which they differ in every other way, in choosing an interior that is practical and functional, easy to maintain, the antithesis of bourgeois comfort, just as they may rehabilitate, but at the second degree, the most derided forms of popular taste, kitsch, pop art. The artist, lifestyle which is defined by this distance from all other lifestyles, and their temporal attachments presupposes a particular type of asset structure in which time functions as an independent factor, partly interchangeable with economic capital, but spare time and the disposition to defend it, by renouncing what it could be used to earn, presuppose both the inherited capital needed to make renunciation materially possible and the highly aristocratic disposition to renounce. Artists, by an almost complete inversion of the ordinary world view, frequently consider money, often earned through activities external to their craft, as a means of buying time to work and to lead the artist's life, which is an integral part of their specific activity. 28 Thus artists and intellectuals exchange money, which they could otherwise earn, for time, the time which has to be spent without counting to produce objects which often, in the short term, have no markets, and to discover objects and places whose rarity and value they help to produce, antiques, backstreet restaurants, new shows, etc., and they quasi-exclusively appropriate collective goods or services, museums, galleries, cultural broadcasts. Variations in spare time and in the relation to time are, together with unequal propensity to consume, among the factors which make patterns of expenditure very unequal guides to the resources of each class. In no other class is the opposition between the young and old, the challengers and the possessors, and also the opposition between the senior members of the class and the newcomers, which cannot always be superimposed upon it, since, in some sectors at least, the most senior are also the most precocious, more determinate than in the dominant class, which can ensure its own perpetuation only if it is capable of overcoming the crises that are liable to arise from the competition between the fractions to impose the dominant principle of domination, and from the succession struggles within each fraction. The differences between the generations and the potential for generation conflicts increase with the magnitude of the changes that have occurred in the definitions of occupational positions or in the institutionalized means of access to them, i.e., the modes of generation of the individuals appointed to them. 29. Consequently, the differences due to the diversity of routes into a given job at a given moment, particularly visible in populations which are highly dispersed in this respect, like the executives and engineers, are coupled with the differences resulting from the variations over time in the job description and in the conditions of access to the job, in particular the variations in the relative importance of the different routes which are linked to changes in the educational system and its relation to industry. The opposition between the oldest, who valorize the most ascetic ethical dispositions, and the youngest, who identify with the values most typical of the modern executive, is particularly marked among the executives and engineers, and secondarily among the teachers and professionals. For example, in the dominant class as a whole, 51.5% of the over 45s choose a conscientious friend, as against 24.5% of the under 45s, 39% of whom choose dynamic, as against 19.5% of the over 45s. Among the executives and engineers, 42.5% of the under 45s and 8% of the over 45s choose dynamic, while 15% of the under 45s and 54% of the over 45s choose conscientious. Similar variations, always more marked among executives and engineers, are observed for determined, which varies like dynamic, or well-bred, which varies like conscientious. A similar evolution, no doubt linked to a general increase in cultural capital, is found in tastes in legitimate culture. Thus, the younger executives and engineers more often choose Rhapsody in Blue, 32% as against 17.5%, or The Four Seasons, 47% and 24%. Less often L'Arlésienne, 14.5% and 28%. Hungarian Rhapsody, 32% and 58.5%. Blue Danube, 13% and 30.5%. These historical variations are particularly significant in the case of the fractions most directly linked to the economy, the engineers and executives, but they have, in a more insidious way, affected the whole of the dominant class. They are likely to pass unnoticed because they always manifest themselves in combination with age, so that they can easily be taken for an effect of biological or even social age rather than generation, and because they are translated into trajectories, i.e., individual histories which are so many responses to a given state of the chances objectively offered to a whole generation by collective history. The liberal professions, doctors at least, have succeeded in maintaining the traditional definition of their job and the competence it requires by defending, among other things, the most Malthusian conditions of access, thus in a sense escaping from history and the divisions between the generations. By contrast, categories such as those of the executives and engineers bring together individuals separated both in trajectory and in generation, in the sense of the set of products of a single mode of generation associated with a similar pattern of objective chances. In fact, because of the duality of the modes of access, by qualification and by promotion, and the corresponding divisions which prevented an organized defense of the modes of access and of the corresponding privileges, these categories have been much more directly affected by educational expansion, which, by increasing the number of formally qualified candidates entitled to jobs, has transformed the de facto relationship between titles and jobs, and the form of the competition for jobs between formally qualified and non-qualified candidates. 30. Furthermore, changes in the economy have been reflected in new numerical and hierarchical relationships between the different managerial and executive functions, thereby transforming the system of opportunities open to the products of the different types of training, autodidact candidates for promotion. Engineers from the minor engineering schools engineers from the scientific grandes écoles, Polytechnique, l'École des Mines, etc., graduates of the various instituts des sciences politiques, or HEC, etc. It must, of course, always be remembered that the different responses of the various groups to the new situations arising from economic changes can be traced back to the differences in social and educational origin, which have always determined important differences between individuals occupying formally identical positions at a given moment. For example, the strengthening of finance and marketing departments relative to technical departments, resulting from the increased power of banks over industry and the growing internationalization of industrial groups, their capital, their management, and their patents, has caused a revaluation of the qualifications and institutions leading to these positions. Sciences Po, ENA, or HEC on the one hand, Polytechnique and the other engineering schools on the other hand, and simultaneously redistributed the chances available to the fractions of the bourgeoisie who use these institutions. Thus, as a result of changes in the economic structures, and chiefly through its use of the Paris Instituts des Sciences Politiques, situated at the bottom of the specifically academic hierarchy of the schools of power, the Parisian grand bourgeoisie has reappropriated, perhaps more completely than ever, the commanding positions in the economy and the civil service, provoking collective and individual ripostes by Polytechnique graduates, more and more of whom are taking a detour through Harvard, Columbia, or MIT. In addition, the emergence of a large number of new positions, which promise profits at least equivalent to those of the established positions and strictly predictable career targets, but without offering the same guarantees of security, is tending to subvert the system of differential chances of profit. At least in the phase when both their risks and their profits are greatest, these new positions situated at critical points in the social structure are most attractive to those whose social origin has provided them with an inclination towards risky investments, the social connections needed in order to make them, and the information needed in order to succeed in them. Thus, within a category such as that of the engineers, it is possible to distinguish families of taste corresponding to subsets of individuals separated both with respect to cultural and educational capital, and to seniority within the bourgeoisie. At one extreme is found the petty bourgeois taste of the older engineers, originating from the middle or working classes and promoted from the ranks or trained in second-rank schools. At the other extreme, the bourgeois taste of the young engineers who have recently graduated from the grandes écoles and are at least second-generation members of the bourgeoisie. The same divisions reappear a forgery in the catch-all category of the cadres executives, a sort of junction where one encounters former engineers, endowed with a traditional cultural capital, usually scientific, who exercise a delegated managerial authority, administrative executives who have achieved promotion in the public sector, by internal examination, by dint of a great effort to catch up scholastically, evening classes, etc. That is rarely sanctioned by diplomas, except purely internal titles. Young graduates of the grandes écoles Polytechnique and ENA, trained for the public sector but destined, in many cases, to move to high positions in the private sector. And finally, executives of a new type, generally in marketing or management, deriving their educational capital, when they have any, from the business schools or political science institutes, and inclined to a lifestyle which differs from that of the old bourgeoisie, from which many of them originate. Everything seems to indicate that the different modes of access, from the ranks or by qualification, lead to very different careers. The possessors of qualifications move much further and faster, especially in the second half of their careers. All observers agree that autodidacts have their best chance in the period from entry to mid-career, i.e., to about age 35-40. But occupational life cycles also depend on firms. The possessors of qualifications have affinities with the largest firms, the only ones which can provide career structures of the bureaucratic type. And it is among the executives of large companies in the private sector that all the features of the new bourgeois lifestyle are most strongly developed. A young executive who knows how to live, Mitchell R., an advertising executive working in a Paris agency, the son of the managing director of the French subsidiary of a leading multinational corporation, studied in a private Catholic secondary school in the 17th arrondissement, and then at the Paris Political Science Institute. His wife, Isabelle, the daughter of a provincial industrialist, also went to Sciences Po and works for a weekly news magazine. He is 30, she is 28, they have 2 children. They live in Paris, in a modern 5-roomed apartment in the 15th arrondissement. They like things to be snug and cozy. They have no interest in home improvement and have kept their apartment as they found it. The decoration is all the work of our predecessor. I didn't much like the green in the dining room. It was rather gloomy, but we got used to it, and I get bored working on the place I live in. I hate that beating on the doors. I'd like to get rid of it. The pseudo-16th or 18th century veneering, or whatever it is all over this modern apartment is ghastly. I put up with it, but it gets on my nerves, says Mitchell, who has removed some of it but couldn't face the rest. The world of my grandparents, their flat, is partly the world of my grandparents, my great-grandparents, who were grands bourgeois, pictures by Mitchell's grandfather, who spent his whole life painting and never did a day's work. Other pictures which they have been given, a Boudin, a Bessières, and a Fallon. But Mitchell, who adores the Impressionists in general and especially Bonnard, and Monet or Manet, the one who does a lot of landscapes, and Pissarro, does not like them. Nor does he like still lifes or problem pictures. Fernand Léger and stuff like that is horrible, it's thick and heavy. 2 or 3 Braques can be interesting to look at, but when you see 200 of them all done the same way, it gets a bit repetitive, a bit nightmarish. I tend to go for landscapes. My grandmother's got a Bonnard in her apartment, the one really valuable picture she owns. We won't inherit it because there are lots of relatives. But it would be wonderful to own it. I go for things that are outside fashion, sort of timeless. Isabelle doesn't entirely agree with her husband. There are some things I like a lot in modern art, but that's because I like the colors. For example, Vieira da Silva, she hesitates over the name. Boudin, who is behind you, I like a lot. They both occasionally visit galleries and exhibitions 2 or 3 times a year. They went to the Braque exhibition and expect to see the Impressionists at Durand-Ruel. We'd seen a lot of mediocre stuff. The dining room tables and chairs, mahogany, 18th century English style, were bought in London as soon as they were married. I don't know if we'd do the same thing today. I can't remember why we bought them, but from a bourgeois point of view, they must be a good investment. After visiting many antique shops, they finally chose something very expensive. It would have cost twice as much in Paris. We'd seen a lot of mediocre stuff and decided we didn't like it. Importing the furniture was no problem. It's exempt from customs duty. You just have to pay VAT, value-added tax. In the living room they have some modern and some old furniture, a bookcase from Roche-Beaubois, a sofa from a shop in the village Suisse. Mitchell's car is only an old Peugeot 404, whereas his bosses have got Jaguars. The director of the agency has an Alfa Romeo, a Lancia. From time to time they say, "So you aren't trading it in?" They'd be relieved if I got a new car. They're afraid I'll visit clients in my car. The right sort of clothes for people in advertising, though at weekends at home, he wears a filthy pair of trousers. For work he dresses with great care and elegance. He buys his suits at Barnes, the advertising man's tailor, in the Rue Victor Hugo in Paris. They're the right sort of clothes for people who make it in advertising, English cloth, Prince of Wales checks with a touch of luxury. Not the sort of thing civil servants could wear, and bank managers couldn't get away with it either. In banking you need a plain shirt, banking isn't showy, whereas in advertising, people put every penny they earn into clothes. In my business, we're constantly classifying people. There are social classes, castes, and it's a matter of fitting a product to the right caste. When someone new comes to the agency, we size them up at a glance. A guy with a velvet suit and big lapels is compensating for something. He's not very sure of himself. He wants to make an impression. For a while, the agency had a finance manager from a very modest background. When he arrived, he was so badly dressed that it was bad for business. He was dressed like a junior clerk, wearing a suit with narrow lapels, narrow bottoms, a bit short, in a loud color with a shirt that doesn't match and a narrow tie. For example, by our standards, that's grotty. Not the way some secretaries do it. On the other hand, being too fashionable is not much better, adds Isabel, who dresses their children in fairly classic style, paying particular attention to the colors. I like a pretty smock dress from time to time, and English overcoats. Of course it's done with an eye to fashion, but not in the silly way some secretaries at El Express do it, dressing their children in the new kitty boutiques, mini this and mini that, with things that cost a fortune and are a miniature copy of the parents' clothes. These secretaries are all well dressed by my standards. They have perfect color sense. There were some girls who arrived who dressed with terrible taste. It was vulgar, cheap, tacky, just awful. And then after 4 years, they finally got it right. Isabel has a friend who is always exquisitely dressed. The effect is always stunning. I mean, it's chic, it's got real class. She pays attention to every little detail. Mitchell's father is also very well dressed. Nothing is ever overdone. His colors are always perfect. Refinement without the slightest ostentation. He has a tailor in London. Mitchell's mother is equally restrained. Always a beautifully cut fur coat. She, too, often buys her clothes in London. Provincial clerks who fill their gardens with gnomes. The petits bourgeois have no taste. It's a phrase we often use, though we're well aware it's racist. Mitchell and Isabel constantly indicate in this way their distance from the ways of the older generation of the grand bourgeoisie, perhaps especially when speaking to a sociologist, albeit a friend's sister. Isabel's parents, provincial industrialists, are more severe or less tolerant. About the petty bourgeois phenomenon, provincial clerks who fill their gardens with gnomes, windmills, and similar rubbish. Mummy used to say, "It's outrageous, making things like that ought to be banned." It was terribly authoritarian, really fascist, whereas we spoke up for everyone's right to have their own tastes. A very light meal, a vegetable dish and some cheese in cooking, as in clothing and furnishing, they manifest the same refusal of pretension, of excess, the same sense of distinction. Without being a wine buff who can tell one year from another, Mitchell is something of an expert. His father-in-law, who has a huge cellar, has slowly initiated them. When they visit him, they drink Margaux 1926, amazing things that they don't stock in restaurants anymore. With colleagues, for example, I'm the one who chooses the wine. They can see I know what I'm doing. I don't go for some miserable Cahers, for example. I know it doesn't taste the same as a Saint-Estèphe or a Saint-Emilion. Hardly anyone knows how to choose wine, so as soon as you know a little bit about it, you look like someone who knows how to live. At home, they have a few magnums of Veuve Clicquot 1926 which they bought. Good quality things. We drink some 2 or 3 times a month, and then there are the Christmas presents. If it's whiskey, we drink Chivas. We're rather demanding. They buy their claret direct from the producer, at 15 or 18 francs a bottle, 40 francs in the shops, a very good wine. In the evening when they are alone, they eat a very light meal, a vegetable dish and some cheese. They like to invite friends for escallops à la crème, sauté de veau, curry, salmon that we buy occasionally. Mitchell is particularly partial to foie de canard fries, aux raisins cooked in the coals, and confit d'oie. He has eaten in 30 of the 100 best restaurants in Paris listed in the Gault et Millau guide, often business lunches. I only paid for 10 of them. He also likes traditional French food, plain home cooking in other words, but is not keen on little local restaurants or foreign dishes, Italian or Chinese cooking. Healthy exercise. Mitchell and Isabel are members of a golf club. It's marvelous, but the people aren't. They're mostly gaga. In France, it's always a certain type of people, whereas in Japan 30% of the population belong to a golf club. Their initial subscription cost them 10,000 francs. They no longer go because of the children, but they have kept up their membership. Mitchell no longer plays tennis. It's very stressful. You have to keep moving all the time, running up to the net. It gives me backache. Golf is less hard on the muscle. Victims of fashion, everyone's talking about it this year. They are going to go cross-country skiing. They have also bought second-hand racing bicycles, and last summer they went for long rides. It's healthy exercise. When he was a student, Mitchell used to go to the TNP, Theater National Populaire in Aubervilliers, to see Gombrowicz or Brecht. But he no longer goes. They have recently been to the Cartoucherie de Vincennes and the Paris Opera. They go to the cinema fairly often. They have a hi-fi system and a tape recorder. They listen to the classical record reviews on France Musique. Mitchell particularly likes Mozart, The Marriage of Figaro, Schubert quartets, Bach, and the Beethoven quartets. I haven't learnt to appreciate purely modern stuff, Webern and so on. Mitchell does not read many novels but intends to read Tony Duvert. He likes books that are a bit stimulating. He read Rob Grillett's Les Goms but couldn't get into it. He mainly reads anything in social study, psychology, economics. Although executives and engineers have the monopoly of the means of symbolic appropriation of the cultural capital, objectified in the form of instruments, machines and so forth which are essential to the exercise of the power of economic capital over this equipment, and derive from their monopoly a real managerial power and relative privileges within the firm, the profits accruing from their cultural capital are at least partially appropriated by those who have power over this capital, i.e., those who possess the economic capital needed to ensure the concentration and utilization of cultural capital. It follows from this that their position in the dominant class is an ambiguous one, which leads them to a highly ambivalent adherence both to the firm and to the social order. When making demands or rising in protest, they are actuated as much by their concern to maintain the legitimate distance, established by academic verdicts, between themselves and ordinary workers, or by meritocratic indignation at being treated like them, as by the sense of a real solidarity of condition, and conversely, their anxious search for integration into the dominant class, either for themselves or for their children, always includes to a greater or lesser extent, depending on the current state of their interests, an element of ambivalent resentment towards prizes they can neither completely possess nor completely ignore and refuse. Model executives. A rapid analysis of the executive opportunities advertised in Le Monde in the course of a single week, in July 1973, is sufficient to identify the set of characteristic features of the new breed of marketing-oriented managers required by the new forms of business organization, whether product manager, sales engineer. These two terms are in English in the original text, deputy sales director, assistant financial manager or general sales manager. He must above all be a negotiator and a communicator, and be skilled in top-level contacts, able to act with diplomacy, adaptable to contacts at all levels, accustomed to contacts with senior civil servants, excellent negotiator, capacity for high-level contacts, top-level contacts and negotiation, negotiation with banks, take charge of relations with government departments, represent the firm on national negotiating bodies, taste for contacts and motivation, taste for problem-solving and human relations, highly articulate, and in internal negotiations, which means for a head of sales management, an ongoing coordination function between sales division and general management. For a chief buyer, this position entails full control of liaison between a marketing English and original department and a production unit. For a sales engineer, negotiations he will have to conduct will require an understanding attitude and the creativity which his competence justifies. Coordinator between clients, sales personnel, senior management, after-sales service and manufacturing. A graduate of one of the new business schools, HEC, INSEAD, École Supérieure de Commerce, or Institut Supérieur des Affaires, ISA, generally listed together, perhaps rounded off by a period of study in an American university. Endowed with the aptitudes and attitudes implied in working for multinational or strongly export-oriented firms, English absolutely indispensable, English vocabulary, marketing, merchandising last two terms in English, etc., and Anglicisms, opportunité, etc. Having a taste for teamwork and a capacity for animating others, the substitute for authority, dynamic and adaptable. He must be prepared to join a team, to direct and motivate a staff of 20, creative and dynamic like the firm itself, which is rapidly expanding into the export field. Lead, animate, form a team, dynamism, drive, capacity for synthesis and teamwork. Young executive, mobile. He must expect to travel frequently, particularly to the USA. A similar profile emerges from a typical report in L'Expansion No. 64, June 1973, p. 139, entitled The New Rare Birds on New Executive Positions That Are Well Paid for Lack of Applicants. A director of forward planning will always start at 70,00080, francs a year, a management controller at between 60,000 and 90,000. There's a strong demand for internal auditors, recruited if possible from Pete Marwick, Arthur Anderson, or Price Waterhouse. A junior will pick up 70,000 to 80,000, a senior 110,000 to 120,000. The financial analyst still gets at least 60,000. The director of staff development has come up strongly, 45,000 to 70,000 last year, 50,000 to 80,000 this year. In the major banks there are even some at 110,000, 130,000. Hypermarket shopping center managers have been moving up in the same way. This year 5 challengers have broken away: the servicing manager, the hotel director, the merchandising and English manager. Within the marketing English plan, he endeavors to improve his product's position in the new distribution circuits. The basic merchandiser English goes round the hypermarket shelves trying to get the maximum display footage for his company's products. The business methods analyst, he analyzes the company's system and standards, like auditor. His starting salary depends to a large extent on the practices he has been trained in. And the plant manager, the Anglo-American origin of this position, means that the ideal candidate is one who has experience in a charter accounting firm. And what of the future? 2 new rare birds are on the horizon: the marketing auditor and the public relations auditor. The portrait of the modern manager, as drawn in 1973, seems to have changed recently, no doubt because the recession is creating conditions more favorable to the old style of management. There is again a demand for the leader of men, someone who, as an informant put it, can say no without explaining. And an increased demand for production specialists and sales managers trained on the ground. And also because the engineering schools have reacted to the rise of the management schools. For example, the creation of the Institute for the Sciences of Action at Polytechnique in 1977. According to a survey published in Le Nouvel Économiste, November 8, 1976, which questioned the personnel directors of 5,000 companies, firms still look for open-mindedness, dynamism, capacity to adapt and relate, ability to synthesize and self-motivation, but they also insist on loyalty at Saint-Gobain and team spirit, BSN and Oriel. Some 49% said they attached importance to candidates' views on politics and trade unions. 33% said they did not. 18% did not reply. All these dispositions, characteristic of the cadre category as a whole, are perhaps most intensely developed among those who, for lack of educational capital, or of the educational capital most valuable at a given moment, or of the social capital needed to invest it profitably, are relegated to the position of technicians, i.e., executants without economic, political, or cultural power. Bringing into the lower positions of the dominant class the petty bourgeois dispositions which have brought them to those positions, they are opposed in almost all respects to the young executives from the grandes écoles and often from bourgeois families, who occupy a large proportion of the new positions created in the private sector. 31. The dispersion of this fraction. A simple category of bureaucratic statistics. but also a movement of corporate defense which is affirmed in the representation it has and gives of itself, expresses the objective ambiguity of the position of the cadres, who are condemned to oscillate between collaboration and distance, and therefore to be the object of annexation strategies, which enable them to use their solidarity as a bargaining counter. It also stems from the fact that the term cadre is one of the titles which, as rewards attached to the occupation of a position, are important weapons and prizes in the games which are played in and on the gap between the nominal and the real. Although the opposition between the new positions, with the corresponding lifestyle, and the established positions does not exactly coincide with the opposition between the private sector and the public sector, it is mainly among the private sector executives that one finds the lifestyle characteristic of the new bourgeoisie 32. Although our survey only imperfectly captures the distinctive features of the new bourgeoisie 33, it does register a set of slight but systematic oppositions between the public sector executives, more often originating from the working and lower classes, and closer to the engineers, and the private sector executives, younger, generally of higher social origin, often graduates of HEC or Sciences Po, and closer to the profession. Private sector executives buy slightly more often from antique dealers, choose Dali and Kandinsky rather than Vlaminck, Renoir and Van Gogh, who are preferred by the private sector executives, choose the art of fugue and the concerto for the left hand rather than Arlésienne La Traviata, the Twilight of the Gods, Ein klein Nachtmusik and Scheherazade Aznavour, Francis Hardy and Brassens rather than Bécaude, Piaf and Jacques Brel, philosophical essays and poetry rather than travel, history and the classics. They describe the ideal friend as artistic and stylish rather than conscientious, bon vivant and level-headed, the ideal interior as studied, imaginative and warm, rather than sober, harmonious and discreet. In short, differing little with respect to strict cultural competence, knowledge of composers, private and public sector executives are clearly opposed in all the areas which depend on ethos. These differences would be even more marked, did not each of the two categories contain a proportion of individuals whose characteristics are those dominant in the opposing category, graduates of the grandes écoles, of bourgeois origin, passing through high positions in the public sector, and very close to polytechnician engineers and the professions, private sector executives from the working or middle classes, with low qualification, who are very close to the public sector executives and ordinary engineers. But the new bourgeoisie is mainly characterized by its opposition to the old business bourgeoisie. Having achieved positions of power at an earlier age, more often being graduates, more often belonging to bigger, more modern firms, the private sector executives are distinguished from the industrial and commercial employers, a traditional bourgeoisie with its spa holidays, its receptions and its society obligations by a more modernist, younger lifestyle. Certainly one that is more consistent with the new dominant definition of the dynamic manager, although the same opposition is found among the owner-employers. Thus, they much more often read the Financial Daily Les Echos Penetration Index 126, Industrial Employers 91, and Economic Weeklies 224, Industrial Employers 190. They seem less inclined to invest their capital in property. They much more often indulge in the sports that are at once smart, active, and often cybernetic, such as sailing, skiing, water skiing, and tennis, followed by riding and golf. They more often play parlor games that are both intellectual and smart, such as bridge and especially chess. Above all, they identify more fully with the role of the modern executive who is oriented towards the outside world. Along with the public sector executives and the engineers, they have the highest rate of foreign travel and is open to modern ideas, as shown by their very frequent attendance at professional conferences or seminars. A final, apparently minor but very significant index of this opposition may be seen in the fact that private sector executives far more often keep whiskey in the house, whereas the industrial and commercial employers remain most attached to champagne, the drink of tradition par excellence 30 for this combination of luxurious and intellectual properties, which seem incompatible because they are ordinarily associated with diametrically opposed positions in the dominant class. Opposes the new business bourgeoisie both to the teachers and to the traditional industrialists, whose comfortable cars, hotel holidays, yachts, and golf evoke ethical dispositions now regarded as rather vieux jeu, old hat. But it is also opposed to the professions, and their somewhat different combination of luxury and culture, by a strong integration into economic life, seen in the reading of economic and financial publications, Les Echos, L'Expansion Entreprise, and by an occupational activity which implies a modernistic cosmopolitan lifestyle, with its frequent foreign business trips, by air, its business lunches and cocktails, its conferences and seminars. In view of the decisive role of the reading of economic daily and weekly papers in defining the new bourgeoisie, it is important to recall that, according to a 1973 IFOP survey, 20% of the readers of Entreprise belong to firms employing more than 1,000 people, that 20% of them work in the chemical, aeronautical, automobile, engineering, or electronics industries. Although the corresponding firms numerically represent only 2.6% of French firms, and that only 6% of them work in construction or public works firms, whereas 13.5% of French firms are in this category, that there is a relatively high proportion of subscribers in financial establishments, services, and distribution, in contrast to commercial firms, hotels, cafes, and restaurants, which represent a very high proportion of French firms, that within their firms, 4.6% of the readers are company heads or directors, that 15% of them are sales executives, 12% administrators, and only 10% involved in production. 35 It is also clear, CS. VI, that the readers of Entreprise of L'Expansion, who would present similar, but no doubt still more accentuated, characteristics, and of Les Echos differ from the readers of other publications in that they enjoy talking about economics and business. They make frequent business trips within France and abroad. They use credit cards. They read foreign language journals, and they have contemporary furniture, a very equivocal indicator. Although one does observe elsewhere a systematic link between the new bourgeoisie and new urban areas, modern buildings, and modern furniture. Further features of this new bourgeoisie are indicated by the characteristics of the alumni of INSEAD, drawn to a large extent from the traditional patronat, owner-employer class. They have acquired in this Atlantic-oriented institution. The teaching is largely given in English by an international teaching staff, often trained in the USA. The capacities needed to achieve a successful reconversion towards executive positions, especially in sales and administration, in multinational companies, many of them US-based. These dynamic young executives read L'Expansion, 63.5%, L'Express, 53%, and Entreprise, 33%, followed by Le Nouvel Observateur, 22.5%. They ski, 71.5%, play tennis, 58%, go sailing, 37%, and riding, 23.5%. Their wives often work in the new occupations. 10% of those who work are journalists, 6% interpreters, 12% doctors or psychologists. They share the same cosmopolitan dispositions, 84% speak at least one foreign language, but remain more attached to the traditional forms of culture. 28% go to a museum or exhibition at least once a month. 36 The classification struggle which is waged initially within firm. A struggle for supremacy between production and publicity, between engineering and marketing, in which each category of managers seeks to advance its occupational interests by imposing a scale of values which sets at the top of the hierarchy the functions for which it feels itself best equipped, and all the similar struggles which are fought out within the dominant fraction of the dominant class are inseparable from conflicts of values which involve the participants' whole world views and arts of living. 37 Because they oppose not only different sectional interests, but different scholastic and occupational careers, and through them, different social recruitment areas, and therefore ultimate differences in habitus. Thus, for example, the financial managers of the largest firms, 38, who are almost all sciences Po or HEC graduates, who possess a large social capital, family connections, their respective old boy networks, often belong to clubs, are almost all in who's who and very often in the bottom mondaine, the who's who of the French aristocracy, are no doubt opposed in every aspect of lifestyle to the research and development managers, who are generally engineering school graduates, are more often of working or middle-class origin, and have pastimes very similar to those of the teachers, mountaineering, walking, etc. This means that changes in posts and their occupants are inevitably accompanied by a whole effort at symbolic restructuring aimed at winning recognition in representations, and therefore by a permanent struggle between those who seek to impose the new system of classification and those who defend the old system. Taste is at the heart of these symbolic struggles, which go on at all times between the fractions of the dominant class, and which would be less absolute, less total, if they were not based on the primary belief which binds each agent to his lifestyle. A materialist reduction of preferences to their economic and social conditions of production, and to the social functions of the seemingly most disinterested practices, must not obscure the fact that, in matters of culture, investments are not only economic but also psychological. Conflicts over art or the art of living, in which what is really at stake is the imposition of the dominant principle of domination within the dominant class, or, to put it another way, the securing of the best conversion rate for the type of capital with which each group is best provided, would not be so dramatic, as they are, for example, in debates over the school curriculum, if they did not involve the ultimate values of the person, a highly sublimated form of interests. The new bourgeoisie is the initiator of the ethical retooling required by the new economy from which it draws its power and profits, whose functioning depends as much on the production of needs and consumers as on the production of goods. The new logic of the economy rejects the ascetic ethic of production and accumulation, based on abstinence, sobriety, saving, and calculation, in favor of a hedonistic morality of consumption, based on credit, spending, and enjoyment. This economy demands a social world which judges people by their capacity for consumption, their standard of living, their lifestyle, as much as by their capacity for production. It finds ardent spokesmen in the new bourgeoisie of the vendors of symbolic goods and services, the directors and executives of firms in tourism and journalism, publishing and the cinema, fashion and advertising, decoration and property development. Through their slyly imperative advice and the example of their consciously model lifestyle, the new tastemakers propose a morality which boils down to an art of consuming, spending, and enjoying. Through injunctions masquerading as advice or warnings, they maintain, especially among women, the privileged consumer subjects and objects, the fear of not living up to the innumerable duties entailed by the liberated lifestyle, and the awareness of not possessing the dispositions needed to fulfill them, a new form of the sense of moral unworthiness. Composed of members of the dominant fractions who have reconverted to adapt to the new mode of profit appropriation, the new bourgeoisie is in the vanguard of the transformation of ethical dispositions and world views occurring within the bourgeoisie as a whole, which, as Table 22 shows, is itself in the vanguard of a general transformation of lifestyle, which is particularly manifest in the division of labor between the sexes and the method of imposing domination. This is the fraction which imports from the USA the new mode of domination, based on velvet glove methods at school, in church, or in industry, and on the relaxed lifestyle which starts by euphemizing all the manifestations of social distance, especially sartorial ones, and by studiously rejecting the aristocratic stiffness that tends to create distance. After so much historical work on the symbolism of power, it would be naive not to see that fashions in clothing and cosmetics are a basic element in the mode of domination. And the whole opposition between the Vieux Jew and the Nouveau Jew, between the old-style authoritarian industrialist and the modern manager, tuned in to the latest techniques of business administration, public relations, and group dynamics, can be read in the opposition between the pot-bellied, pompous patron and the slim, sun-tanned cadre, who is as casual in his dress as in his manner, as relaxed at cocktail parties as in his relations with those he calls his social partners. Bourgeois distinction is still defined, both in speech and bearing, by relaxation in tension, ease within restraint, a rare and highly improbable combination of antagonistic properties. Everything takes place as if what was at stake in the struggle between the old bourgeoisie and the new was the primacy given to one or the other of the contraries, which distinction has to reconcile. Whereas the juniors of the dominant class and the new bourgeoisie denounce the uptight, stuffed-shirt rigor of the old bourgeoisie and preach relaxation and a laid-back lifestyle, the old bourgeoisie condemns the sloppy lifestyle of the new bourgeoisie and calls for more restraint in language and morals. A sort of composite picture of the bodily hexis of the new bourgeoisie could be drawn from the portraits of the property development men, presented by the magazine Enterprise No. 894, 27 October 1972. Here are two exemplary specimens. Tall, slim, tan W.S., age 32, with gray suit and horn-rimmed spectacles, law degree, a graduate of the Paris École Supérieure de Commerce, son of an industrialist, tells us he loves his work but makes time to play golf and tennis and read the occasional modern novel. Tall, slim, receding hairline, smiling JCA, 55, law degree, son of a Paris stock market financier, is as much at ease with his peers as when negotiating with ministers. He has not played poker for several years, but in his moments of leisure he liked to breathe on a golf course or play the organ. Thus, the ideal or ideal-typical property developer originates from the big business bourgeoisie, has attended a major Paris lycée followed by higher education, loves art or classical music and goes in for at least one of the smart sports, often skiing, golf, or tennis, but also riding, underwater fishing, sailing, hunting, or flying, as indicated by his athletic looks, his sun-tanned face, and negatively by his slimness. As for his use of clothing, which, as I have shown in another study 39, is bound up with this relation to the body and the ethical dispositions it expresses, I need only quote an article in Le Figaro, 1 December 1975, which, after telling us that Anton Riboud, managing director of BSN, likes relaxed, sporty clothes and that Gilbert Trigano, Club Méditerranée, rarely wears a tie, confirms that clothing, like language or any other property, enters the quasi-conscious strategies of manipulation. A young French businessman told us, "I have three styles. When I go to regional development council meetings, where I meet bankers and civil servants, I have to dress very correctly. For normal business, my clothes are fairly way out, because I work in furnishings, which is close to decoration. To visit factories, I clock in a leather jacket and a polo neck, italics mine. The objects are not there to fulfill a technical or even aesthetic function, but quite simply to symbolize that function and to solemnize it by their age, to which their patina bears witness. Being defined as the instruments of a ritual, they are never questioned as to their function or convenience. They are part of the taken-for-granted necessity to which their users must adapt themselves. In a bourgeois block, a resolutely modern but not revolutionary apartment, the home of Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber, as described by the magazine Maison et Jardin, everything is subordinated to comfort and efficiency, the Servan-Schreiber bedroom. The silver-papered walls are lit by a battery of 3 spotlights. On either side of the bed, aeronautical-style hatches lead to the bathroom. As an ultimate refinement, a bedside switch operates the bathroom lights. Maison et Jardin, April 1970. The lifestyle of the new ethical avant-garde very directly expresses the asset structure, which is the basis of its power and its conditions of existence. Executives in major national firms, public or private, a somewhat artificial distinction at this level, or heads of large, modern, often multinational companies, they are not attached to a place like the proprietors of small local firms, local notables whose prestige is inseparable from a world of real interactions and personal representation. The new executives look to a center, their headquarters, for directives and promotion. A large part of their prestige and power derives from academic qualifications which are themselves national or international. They are much less dependent on local privilege and prestige, which are increasingly devalued as the economic and symbolic markets are unified, setting them in the national or international hierarchy. Convinced that they owe their position solely to their qualifications and to the technical and human competence, dynamism, competitive spirit, which they are believed to guarantee, imbued with the economic political culture taught in the political science institutes or business schools, and with the modernistic economic and social worldview which is bound up with it, and which they help to produce in their conferences, commissions, and seminars. These cadres dynamiques have abandoned the champagne of the Ville France industrialists, and the whole view of the world and of France in the world, which went with it, for the whiskey of American-style managers, the cult of literature, delegated to their wives and economic news which they read in English. Being both the negation and the future of the old-style patrons, of whom they are often the heirs, and from whom they are only separated in the end, by time and therefore often by age, which can make it seem like a question of generation in the ordinary sense, they are the ones who transcend, the better to conserve, not only the internal structure of the dominant fractions, but also the structure of the relations between the dominant and the dominated fractions tend to be profoundly changed when a growing proportion of the ruling fraction derives, if not its power, at least the legitimacy of its power from educational capital, acquired in formally pure and perfect academic competition, rather than directly from economic capital. The new culture of the new masters of the economy, a rationalization of their world view which tends to be ever more widely accepted as management science, is developed within the discipline of economics, provides them with the sense of possessing an authority of intellectual right over the conduct of society 40, thus the opposition between the disinterested culture of the intellectual and the philistinism of the bourgeois, preoccupied with the mundane interests of his practice, gives way. And not only among the new bourgeoisie, to the opposition between the gratuitous, unrealistic culture of the intellectual and the economic or polytechnical culture of modern managers, which sees itself as action-oriented but irreducible to the triviality of mere practice. If old-style intellectuals continue to preserve an apparent monopoly over legitimate cultural practices, or at least over the definition of these practices, this is perhaps due to the inertia of the institutions of cultural production and diffusion, in particular, the educational system, and the hysteresis of habitus, which are continuously reinforced by the fact that literary and artistic culture remains the form par excellence of disinterested culture, and consequently the most legitimate of the marks of distinction from other classes, and also, no doubt, to the division of labor between the sexes, which confines women to the privilege of judging taste and the tasks of maintaining cultural capital in its traditional form, reserving the new culture, turned towards action, business, and power, for men. This only confirms the tendency of the ruling fractions to conceive the opposition between the man of action and the intellectual as a variant of the opposition between male and female. The different forms of capital, the possession of which defines class membership and the distribution of which determines position in the power relations constituting the field of power, and also determines the strategies available for use in these struggles, birth, fortune, and talent. In a past age, now economic capital and educational capital are simultaneously instruments of power and stakes in the struggle for power. They are unequally powerful in real terms and unequally recognized as legitimate principles of authority or signs of distinction, at different moments, and of course, by the different fractions. The definition of the hierarchy between the fractions, or, which amounts to the same thing, the definition of the legitimate hierarchizing principles, i.e., the legitimate instruments and stakes of struggle, is itself a stake in struggles between the fractions 41 because those who take part in a game agree on the stakes, at least sufficiently to fight for them. One may choose to emphasize either the complicities which unite them in hostility or the hostilities which separate them in complicity. One only needs to consider, for example, the highly ambivalent relations between artists and the patrons of art, who, at least in the 19th century, are often also patrons of business. The latter respond with a sort of paternalistic patronage to the symbolic provocations of the artists, in the name of a not-so-unrealistic image of what the producers of cultural goods really are, that is, deviant children of the bourgeoisie or poor relations forced into alternative trajectory. The patrons may even find a pretext for their exploitation of the artists in their conspicuous concern to protect them from the consequence of their idealism, and their lack of practical sense 42 for their part. Intellectuals and especially artists may find in the structural homology between the relationship of the dominated classes to the dominant class, and the relationship of the dominated fractions to the dominant fractions the basis of a felt, and sometimes real solidarity with the dominated classes. At the same time, they are able to play on the symbolic license which the bourgeois are in a sense obliged to grant them, if only because they are obliged to recognize the supreme affirmation of their spiritual point of honor in the negation of popular materialism, implied in the artistic negation of bourgeois materialism. Those who occupy the temporally dominant position within the dominant class are in fact placed in a contradictory situation, which inclines them to maintain an ambivalent relationship with cultural goods and those who produce them. Castigated by the intellectuals and artists for Philistine materialism and anti-intellectual machismo, when they define themselves in relation to the dominated classes, they have to invoke the very terms used against them by the intellectuals and artists, and they cannot be entirely satisfied with the solution offered by their intellectuals and their artists, i.e., the intellectuals and artists who occupy within the field of cultural production a temporally and temporarily dominant position, homologous to their own position in the dominant class. The very relationship to temporal power and to the associated profits which defines the bourgeois intellectual or artist compromises the disinterestedness, which, even in the eyes of the dominant fraction, specifically defines intellectuals and artists. Intellectuals and artists are so situated in social space that they have a particular interest in disinterestedness, and in all the values that are universal and universally recognized as highest, the more so the closer they are to the dominated pole of the field of cultural production. The ideological strategies they use to discredit the activities of the opposing fraction in the space of the dominant class, of which the left-bank critics' remarks about right-bank theater give a fair idea, owe their quasi-automatic perfection to the fact that, given the chiastic structure of the distribution of the different sorts of capital, whereby the first in one order are likely to be the last in another, they only have to make a virtue of necessity in order to discredit as arbitrary the virtues corresponding to other necessity. The hope of an apocalyptic reversal of the temporal hierarchies, which arises from the lived experience of the scandalous disparity between the hierarchy of temporal greatness and the hierarchy of spiritual greatness, impresses itself as a practical self-evidence on cultural producers, especially those whose position in the field of cultural production is homologous to the position of cultural producers as a whole in the field of the dominant class. Because they are opposed to those producers who offer products directly adjusted to the dominant taste, and who are therefore temporally most recognized, just as the whole group of cultural producers is opposed to the dominant fractions, those writers and artists who are temporally and temporarily dominated because their products must produce their own markets, are the predestined bearers of the eschatological hopes which, insofar as they support their inner-worldly asceticism and their sense of mission, are the true opium of the intellectual. The analogy with religion is not artificial. In each case, the most indubitable transcendence with respect to strictly temporal interest springs from the imminence of struggles of interest. The members of the different social classes differ not so much in the extent to which they acknowledge culture as in the extent to which they know it. Declarations of indifference are exceptional, and hostile rejection even rarer, at least in the legitimacy-imposing situation set up by a cultural questionnaire reminiscent of an examination. One of the surest indications of the recognition of legitimacy is the tendency of the most deprived respondents to disguise their ignorance or indifference, and to pay homage to the cultural legitimacy which the interviewer possesses in their eyes, by selecting from their cultural baggage the items which seem to them closest to the legitimate definition. For example, works of so-called light music, Viennese waltzes, Ravel's bolero, or some great name. More or less timidly pronounced, one recognition of legitimate works or practices always asserts itself in the end, at least in the relationship with the interviewer, who, because of the dissymmetry of the survey situation and his social position, is invested with an authority which encourages the imposition of legitimacy. It may take the form of a simple profession of faith. I like it, a declaration of good intentions. I wish I knew it, or a confession of indifference. I'm not interested in that, which in fact attributes the lack of interest to the speaker rather than the object. Picasso, or even the Picasso, a generic term covering all forms of modern art, especially what is actually known of it, i.e., a certain style of decoration, incurs the only explicit denunciations, as if the impossible refusal of the dominant culture could only be confessed in the guise of an objection limited to what is seen as its weakest point. The imposition of legitimacy in the course of the survey is such that, if one is not careful, one may, as many cultural surveys have done, produce declarations of principle which correspond to no real practice. Thus, in one survey on theater-going, 74% of the respondents with only primary schooling endorse ready-made judgments such as theater elevates the mind, and speak enthusiastically of the positive, educational and intellectual virtues of the theater, as opposed to the cinema, a mere pastime, facile, factitious, and even vulgar. However artificial, these declarations have a kernel of reality, and it is no accident that it is the culturally most deprived, the oldest, those furthest from Paris, in short those least likely really to go to the theater, who most often acknowledge that the theater elevates the mind. It would be equally mistaken either to take these extorted credos at face value, as so many well-meaning cultural evangelists have done, or to ignore them. They give an idea of the power to impose which cultural capital and cultural institutions can exert, far beyond the specifically cultural sphere. One finds, for example, that literary institutions are most recognized by those furthest from them, those who are therefore least likely really to conform to the standards they impose and guarantee. See Table 23. While the propensity and capacity to form opinions on book prizes vary with reading and with knowledge of the prizes, a good number of those who do not read books, especially not prize-winning books, and who have no knowledge of literary prizes, nonetheless state an opinion about them, and on the whole a favorable one, e.g., for question 5, 54% of those questioned and 67% of those answering. This acknowledgement without knowledge is increasingly frequent as one moves down the social hierarchy, as is shown by the widening gap between the proportion who buy neither prize books nor any books and the proportion who express no opinion on prizes or juries. Similarly, the proportion of opinions explicitly affirming the legitimacy of the prizes increases as one moves down the hierarchy by occupation and education, columns 4b and 5b. Variations which cannot be attributed to a direct imposition of legitimacy by the question itself, since question 4, which offers a negative view, varies in the same way and only receives fewer answers than question 5. No doubt because it more clearly appears as appealing to competence and presupposing specific knowledge of the literary world. The whole relationship of the petite bourgeoisie to culture can in a sense be deduced from the considerable gap between knowledge and recognition, the source of the cultural goodwill which takes different forms depending on the degree of familiarity with legitimate culture, that is, on social origin and the associated mode of cultural acquisition. The rising petite bourgeoisie invests its good intentions in the minor forms of the legitimate cultural goods and practices, monuments and shaytalks, as opposed to museums and art collections, journals of popularized science or history, photography, film or jazz culture, just as it deploys prodigious energy and ingenuity in living beyond its means. In the home this is done by devising nooks and corners, the kitchen corners, dining areas, bedroom corners, etc. Recommended by the women's magazines intended to multiply the rooms, or the space-saving ideas designed to enlarge them, storage areas, movable partitions, bedsettees, etc., not to mention all the forms of imitation and all the things that can be made to look like something they are not, so many ways in which the petty bourgeois makes his home and himself look bigger than they are. Cultural goodwill is expressed, inter alia, in a particularly frequent choice of the most unconditional testimonies of cultural docility, the choice of well-bred friends, a taste for educational or instructive entertainments, often combined with a sense of unworthiness. Paintings are nice but difficult, commensurate with the respect that is accorded. The petty bourgeois is filled with reverence for culture. One thinks of Juna Barnes' character, Felix too, who, as Joseph Frank points out, shares with Leopold Bloom, that other wandering Jew of modern literature, a vain striving for integration into a culture to which he is essentially alien, three Jewish and petty bourgeois, and therefore doubly excluded, doubly anxious to be included. He bows, just in case, to everything which looks as if it might be culture, and uncritically venerates the aristocratic traditions of the past. This pure but empty goodwill which, for lack of the guidelines or principles needed to apply it, does not know which way to turn, exposes the petty bourgeois to cultural allodoxia, that is, all the mistaken identifications and false recognitions which betray the gap between acknowledgement and knowledge. Allodoxia, the heterodoxy experienced as if it were orthodoxy that is engendered by this undifferentiated reverence, in which avidity combines with anxiety, leads the petty bourgeois to take light opera for serious music, popularization for science, and imitation for the genuine article, and to find in this at once worried and overssured false recognition the source of a satisfaction which still owes something to the sense of distinction. For this middlebrow culture moyenne, owes some of its charm, in the eyes of the middle classes who are its main consumers, to the references to legitimate culture it contains, and which encourage and justify confusion of the two accessible versions of avant-garde experiments or accessible works which pass for avant-garde experiment. Film adaptations of classic drama and literature, popular arrangements of classical music or orchestral versions of popular tunes, vocal interpretations of classics in a style evocative of scout choruses or angelic choirs. In short, everything that goes to make up quality weeklies and quality shows, which are entirely organized to give the impression of bringing legitimate culture within the reach of all, by combining two normally exclusive characteristics: immediate accessibility and the outward signs of cultural legitimacy. Unlike legitimate, i.e., scholastic, popularization, which overtly proclaims its pedagogic objectives and can therefore unashamedly reveal the means it uses to lower the transmission level, ordinary popularization cannot, by definition, admit to being what it is, and the imposture it presupposes would necessarily fail if it could not rely on the complicity of the consumers. This complicity is guaranteed in advance since, in culture as elsewhere, the consumption of imitations is a kind of unconscious bluff which chiefly deceives the bluffer, who has most interest in taking the copy for the original, like the purchasers of seconds, rejects, cut price or second-hand goods, who need to convince themselves that it's cheaper and creates the same effect. 5. For today's career woman, entertaining means planning because, for her, entertaining means getting home just in time to arrange the flowers, check the table setting, or slip into some new clothes before the first ring of the doorbell. Setting aside all thoughts of her working life, the busy career woman turns back into a smiling, attentive hostess. To bring it off, a welcoming apartment full of flowers, service appropriate to the style of the occasion, good cheer with nothing left out. From the first cigarette to the farewell glass, the woman who spends her life away from home must make up for her absence by possessing the talents of a domestic science consultant. Above all, her home must not give the impression of being a place she just passes through, but look like a comfortable, refined retreat, as lively as her own personality. She considers herself the first guest in her home, and as she hasn't much time to give to it, She wants it always to be ready to receive people, even when she's out all day long or goes off on long journey. Result, a cozy, warm, congenial apartment which testifies to her presence and her preferences. If she has a favorite color, the Dacre makes it no secret. If she travels a lot, every homecoming brings some improvement. If she loves painting or reading, the walls and shelves proclaim her tastes. Through her home, a woman whose job often requires her to adapt to other people's opinions rediscovers the very feminine pleasure of saying, "What I like is," how does she entertain? That, of course, depends on the layout of her home, whether she has a dining room or a fixed or fold-away dining bar. That plus her domestic potential will decide whether she'll give dinner parties in the traditional style or offer an elegant, humorous, ready-to-serve or self-service buffet. As for the cooking, the work is often remote-controlled, notebook in hand, with everything planned in advance. She knows all the time-saving advantages of modern techniques. She has a well-rehearsed repertoire of dishes that can be prepared the night before. She's expert at using the services of a caterer without depersonalizing her menu. That's how today's career woman, a strategist of hospitality, combines charm with efficiency to give the illusion of being 100% devoted to her home. An up-to-the-minute welcome here. The working woman has worked for herself. The creator of the Dacre is none other than Francoise Say, designer and interior decorator. She lives in a 3-room apartment overlooking the Seine and entertains in a big living room, divided into 2 parts, the salon and the salon dining room. A simple arrangement but without severity, and it shows that peculiarly feminine gift of drawing attention to a detail without insisting. A lacquer partition can be drawn across to separate the reception area from the dining area. On either side, the walls are upholstered with light mustard yellow fabric. The carpet is olive green, the curtains white natural silk, and the ceiling white. In the part-time dining room, in front of a white sofa, she pulls out a white lacquer table with a matte chrome support, and folding white leather chairs by Maguire. When folded back, the table becomes a console, the perfect dining room piece with its white side chairs. In the main living room, the comfort is more emphatic, dominated by the big corner sofa in velvet calfskin. In front of it stands a simple green lacquer coffee table with steel trimming. Hostess in Paris Susan Train, a journalist with Vogue and a great traveler, has made her home on the left bank, in a quiet 3-room apartment in a modern block. Her experience of beauty gives her decoration a virtuosity in the play of colors and materials, in successful contrasts of style. It's all done with subtlety and a classically elegant taste. Although Susan entertains in a relaxed way, she has set aside a little dining room to avoid the discomfort of buffets or coffee table picnics. So, even with no one to help with the serving, she can shut the door on it after the meal and forget the mess. During the meal, she uses a wicker basket to stack the dirty plates and cutlery. The first course is served in advance, and the rest of the meal is ready on a trolley with dishwarmer. Simplified but refined menus. For, being American and a globe-trotter, she collects delicious recipes and exotic ideas wherever she goes. Mason et Jardin, April 1970. Although they are situated at very different points in the space of the middle classes, the producers and consumers of middlebrow culture share the same fundamental relationship to legitimate culture and to its exclusive possessors, so that their interests are attuned to each other as if by a pre-established harmony. Faced with the double competition of the producers, auctors, and the legitimate reproducers, lectors, against whom they would have no chance if they did not have the specific power given by control over the mass media. The new cultural intermediaries, the most typical of whom are the producers of cultural programs on TV and radio, or the critics of quality newspapers and magazines and all the writer-journalists and journalist-writers, have invented a whole series of genres halfway between legitimate culture and mass production: letters, essays, eyewitness accounts, assigning themselves the impossible and therefore unassailable role of divulging legitimate culture, in which they resemble the legitimate popularizers, without possessing the specific competence of the legitimate simplifiers. They have to make themselves, as Kant puts it, the apes of genius, and seek a substitute for the charismatic auctoritas of the auctor and the lofty freedom in which it asserts itself. In an arty off-handedness, seen for example in the casual facility of their style, and in a conspicuous refusal of the heavy didacticism and gray, impersonal, tedious pedantry, which are the counterpart or external sign of institutional competence. And all this must be done while living in the unease of the inherently contradictory role of a presenter, devoid of intrinsic value. The partial revolutions in the hierarchies which the intermediaries' low position in the field of intellectual production, and their ambivalent relation to the intellectual or scientific authorities, encourage them to carry out, such as canonization of not yet legitimate arts or of minor, marginal forms of legitimate art, combined with the effects of the allodoxia resulting from their distance from the center of cultural values to produce, through the mixture of genres, styles, and level, those objectified images of petty bourgeois culture, juxtaposing easy or old-fashioned, i.e., devalued, legitimate products with the most ambitious products of the field of mass production, anthologies of poetic songs, wide circulation intellectual weeklies bringing together would-be authoritative popularizers and self-popularizing authorities, television programs uniting jazz and symphonic extracts, music hall and chamber music, string quartets and gypsy orchestra, violinists and fiddlers, bel canto and cantata, prima donnas and songsters, the pas de deux from Swan Lake and Rossini's Cat Duet. Nothing could be less subversive than these controlled transgressions, which are inspired by a concern to rehabilitate and ennoble when they are not simply the expression of a misplaced recognition of the hierarchies, as anarchic as it is eager. The petty bourgeois spectators know they have no need to be alarmed. They can recognize the guarantees of quality offered by their moderately revolutionary tastemakers, who surround themselves with all the institutional signs of cultural authority, academician contributors to painless history magazines, Sorbonne professors debating on TV, Menuhins gracing quality. Variety shows 6 middlebrow culture is resolutely against vulgarity. Uncertain of their classifications, divided between the tastes they incline to and the tastes they aspire to, the petty bourgeois are condemned to disparate choices, which the new petite bourgeoisie, with its concern to rehabilitate folklore and exotic music, actively pursues. And this is seen as much in their preferences in music or painting as in their everyday choices 7 in radio programs. They combine a taste for light music with an interest in cultural programs, 2 classes of goods which, at the 2 ends of the social space, are mutually exclusive. Manual workers almost exclusively listen to culturally heterodox programs, and the dominant class fractions closest to the intellectual pole, senior executives and members of the professions, rank their preferences in accordance with the established hierarchy of legitimacy, if one takes account of the unequally devaluing effect of broadcasting. The petty bourgeois also distinguish themselves from the other categories by the importance they give to the minor forms of legitimate culture, like light opera, or to the substitutes for legitimate practices, such as radio plays, science programs, or poetry reading. This is, of course, the category which contains most of the keen photographers, jazz and cinema specialists, and its members are relatively much better informed about film directors than composers. Similarly, in the most legitimate arts, their preferences go with particular frequency to accessible, moyen or déclassé works, Buffet or Vlaminck, Scheherazade, Rhapsody in Blue, La Traviata, L'Arlésienne, or the Sabre Dance. A very modest nurse Mme. B, whose parents had a small farm in the department of the Lot, is 48. She has worked at the St. Louis Hospital in Paris for almost 20 years. She used to love school and would have liked to become a teacher, but had to leave a year after her CEP because her parents couldn't afford to keep her. Divorced at 28, with 2 children, she had to take a job in a hospital. While working, she studied to become a nurse. Her son, aged 26, is married. Her daughter, aged 20, a biology student, lives with her. Mme. B, who loves children, is horrified by large families, a lot of worry. I'm always shocked when I see a mistake. She very much regrets not having a higher level of education. I make do with what I've got, but I wish I knew more. It's very important to be educated. Education starts with knowing the rules of grammar and spelling. The girls who work with me don't speak properly. They make words feminine when they're masculine and vice versa, which proves they've no notion of grammar. It just shows you how primitive they are. I'm always shocked when I see a mistake. Yesterday someone had written examens a minor with I'd be really ashamed if I made mistakes as obvious as that. Personally, I would have written a portes, but at a pinch. I'd say a minor a child, but a porter a test. I hate pretentious people. She likes simple, unpretentious people. I hate pretentious people. I can't stand people who don't know how to behave. People who don't say, good morning, and then just stride in without so much as a by your leave. And why? Because perhaps you're not up to their level. I don't like being trodden on by superiors. She respects the people below her. She also detests people who are dirty. I think that even if you're not rich, at least you can be poor and clean. I see patients coming in with dirty feet. It's disgusting. Why don't they go to the public baths? It's very modest. Her flat is very modest. 2 rooms plus kitchen. She lives in one room, her daughter in the other. There is no dining room. It's very modest. There's no washing machine, because I don't like washing machine. I do my washing by hand. I haven't got many clothes to wash anyway, and then I wash things in the boiler. I find that gets them very clean. Anyway, you can't get the same temperature in a washing machine. I've got my fridge, my cooking stove with oven. I paid cash for them. I'm not keen on hire purchase installment buying. For big things, yes, a dining room suite or a bedroom, then I might get them on credit, but for a little cook stove or a washing machine or a fridge, I don't think it's necessary. I like things to be tidy in her room. A wardrobe bought from the Samaritain department store for 700 francs, a table from a small local shop, a small bench. I'm very comfortable here. It suits me fine. It's very modest. On the walls are a few family photos. The trinkets and souvenirs she has been given are put away in a box. They take up a lot of room, clutter the place up. I like things to be tidy. Of course, if you've got a glass case, you can put knickknacks inside it. They're out of the way and don't get dusty. Classic clothes, little suits, little cotton dresses in her choice of clothes, the same sobriety, the same concern for propriety. There isn't a vast amount of money to throw around. You just have to be able to budget properly. That's what counts. She cannot see herself strolling around in jeans, considering that more suitable for her daughter, but wears classic clothes, little suits, little cotton dresses. Right now, I have a navy blue skirt from Gerard Pasquier, a little shop in the suburbs which does some famous names, Catchell and so on. I really feel comfortable in it, more than with those flared skirts they make. She goes to the hairdressers every week. It's a relaxation, certainly. I love having my hair done. A set takes no time at all. There's a nice calm atmosphere. I read a quiet magazine, Things on Fashion. She does not buy magazines because they are full of advertisements. They're expensive and there's not much in them. The television is in her daughter's room. She does not often watch, except to pass the time or to relax, with variety shows and especially singers. In fact, she hasn't really got time. I'd rather have hours of sleep, for example, than eat a lot. Mostly she eats grilled meat, salads, fruit. I find that it's better for my constitution. I need my 8 hours sleep. She has not been to the cinema for 2 or 3 years. The last time I saw a film, I don't remember the names, it was a story about doctors. She listens to the radio, mainly France Inter for the music. She likes Frédéric Francois. I find that his songs, the words are very meaningful, some of them. Enrico Macias is quite good, he's modern. I find his songs are very nostalgic. I like Hugues Offray, his songs are terrific. He's got an amazing philosophy. What I like in songs is words that mean something. Mainly I listen to the words. For her summer holiday, she rents a small flat or villa at the seaside, Hende, Arketchen, Les Sables Dalan on the Atlantic coast. She rests, goes to the beach, a little bit, plays a bit of miniature golf, does a little bit of knitting but not a vast amount when it's hot, doesn't do much. An interview with another nurse, younger and better qualified, is presented later in this chapter. A comparison of the two will show in a very concrete way that the oppositions between age groups which divide a number of occupations, in fact, correspond to differences in scholastic generation and social trajectory, and consequently in lifestyle. It is not difficult to find in these works the properties which, at a given moment, predispose them to the treatment they receive from the new cultural intermediaries and their petty bourgeois audience, when they are not specially produced for this use. But it would be a mistake to locate in the works which enter into middle-brow culture, at a given moment, the properties conferred on them by a particular form of consumption, as is shown by the fact that the same object which is today typically middle-brow, average, moyen, may yesterday have figured in the most refined constellations of tastes, and may be put back there at any moment by one of those tastemakers' coups which are capable of rehabilitating the most discredited object. The notion of an average culture moyenne, is as fictitious as that of an average, universally acceptable language. What makes middle-brow culture is the middle-class relation to culture, mistaken identity, misplaced belief, allodoxia. Equally, one must avoid treating this objectively and subjectively unhappy relation in substantialist fashion, although it always betrays itself, in the eyes of the dominant, by the most incontestable and objective indices of a manner and mode of acquisition, such as, nowadays, the typically record shop air of certain systems of musical preferences. What makes the petty bourgeois relation to culture and its capacity to make middle-brow, whatever it touches, just as the legitimate gaze saves, whatever it lights upon, is not its nature, but the very position of the petty bourgeois in social space, the social nature of the petty bourgeois, which is constantly impressed on the petty bourgeois himself, determining his relation to legitimate culture and his avid but anxious, naive but serious way of clutching at it. It is, quite simply, the fact that legitimate culture is not made for him, and is often made against him, so that he is not made for it, and that it ceases to be what it is as soon as he appropriates it, as would happen tomorrow to the melodies of Fauré or Duparc if the development of suburban and provincial conservatoires caused them to be sung, well or badly, in petty bourgeois living rooms. The relation to culture characteristic of those fractions of the petite bourgeoisie whose position is based on possession of a small cultural capital, accumulated at least partly through autodidacticism, can only be understood in the context of the effects produced by the mere existence of an educational system offering, very unequally, the possibility of learning by institutionalized stages in accordance with standardized levels and syllabuses. The correspondence between the hierarchy of knowledge and the hierarchy of certificates means, for example, that possession of the highest educational qualifications is assumed, by implication, to guarantee possession of all the knowledge guaranteed by all the lower qualifications. Similarly, two individuals doing the same job and endowed with the same useful competences, i.e., those directly necessary for doing the job, but holding different qualifications, are likely to be separated by a difference in status, and also, of course, in pay, the justification for this being the idea that only the competence certified by the higher qualifications can guarantee possession of the basic knowledge which underlies all practical know-how. So it presents no paradox to see the autodidact's relation to culture, and the autodidact himself, as products of the educational system, the sole agency empowered to transmit the hierarchical body of aptitudes and knowledge which constitutes legitimate culture, and to consecrate a rival at a given level of initiation, by means of examinations and certificates 8, because he has not acquired his culture in the legitimate order established by the educational system. The autodidact constantly betrays, by his very anxiety about the right classification, the arbitrariness of his classifications and therefore of his knowledge, a collection of unstrung pearls, accumulated in the course of an uncharted exploration, unchecked by the institutionalized, standardized stages and obstacles, the curricula and progressions which make scholastic culture a ranked and ranking set of interdependent levels and forms of knowledge nine the absences, lacunae and arbitrary classifications of the autodidact's culture only exist in relation to a scholastic culture, which has the power to induce misrecognition of its arbitrariness and recognition of a necessity, which includes its lacunae. The apparent heterogeneity of his preferences, his confusion of genres and ranks, operata and opera, popularization and science, the unpredictability of his ignorance and knowledge, with no other connections than the sequence of biographical accidents, all stem from the particularities of a heretical mode of acquisition. For lack of that sense of cultural investment, which only needs external signs like the name of the publisher, the director, or the venue to pick out a top-quality cultural offering, just as it reads the quality of other products from the guarantees implied in certain trademarks or shops, the petty bourgeois, always liable to know too much or too little, like the heroes of TV quiz games whose misplaced erudition makes them ridiculous in cultivated eye, is condemned endlessly to amass disparate, often devalued information which is to legitimate knowledge as his stamp collection is to an art collection, a miniature culture. But above all, the autodidact, a victim by default of the effects of educational entitlement, is ignorant of the right to be ignorant that is conferred by certificates of knowledge, and it would no doubt be futile to seek elsewhere than in the manner in which it is affirmed the difference between the forced eclecticism of this culture, picked up in the course of unguided reading and accidental encounters, and the elective eclecticism of aesthetes, who use the mixing of genres and the subversion of hierarchies as an opportunity to manifest their all-powerful aesthetic disposition. One only has to think of the Camus of the Rebel, that breviary of edifying philosophy having no other unity than the egoistic melancholy which befits an intellectual adolescence, and infallibly wins a reputation for beauty of soul, or the Malrox of the Voices of Silence, which envelops a cultural patchwork with Spinglerian metaphysical bric-a-brac, imperturbably associating the most contradictory intuitions, hasty borrowings from Schlosser or Warringer, rhetorically exalted platitude, purely incanatory litanies of proper names and insights which are called brilliant because they are not even false. In fact, but who will say so, since those who could will not, if they even still know it, because so much of themselves is at stake, and those who would have an interest in saying so don't know it. Nothing truly separates that other materialized image of petty bourgeois culture, Postman Cheval's ideal palace, a ramshackle fairyland straight out of the engravings of La Vallée des Chaumières, 11 with its labyrinths and galleries, grottos and waterfalls, Inais and Veleta the Druides, the Saracen tomb and the medieval castle, the Virgin Mary's grotto and the Hindu temple, the Swiss chalet, the White House and the Algiers mosque. From the tawdry pathos of Malrox when he marshals in a single sentence the innumerable laughter of the waves, and the horsemen of the Parthenon, Rubens's Kermes and Khmer sculpture, sung painting and the dance of Siva, the Romanesque tympanum and Antigone's immortal cry, all in the name of communion with the cosmos 12-0, except the loftiness of the references and, above all, the arrogance, the complacency, the insolence, in a word, the self-assurance. The certainty of having which is grounded in the certainty of having always had, as if by an immemorial gift, and which is the exact opposite of the naivety, innocence, humility, seriousness which betray illegitimacy. If there be more stubborn than I, let him set to work. To a valiant heart, nothing is impossible. On the field of toil I await my better. These avowals of pure love of work for work's sake are of course not by Malrox. 13 here, no doubt, one touches on the principle of the opposition between all rising classes, the bourgeoisie in an earlier period, now the petite bourgeoisie, and the established classes, the aristocracy or bourgeoisie. On the one hand, thrift, acquisition, accumulation, an appetite for possession inseparable from permanent anxiety about property, especially about women, the object of a tyrannical jealousy which is the effect of insecurity. On the other, not only the ostentation, big spending and generosity, which are some of the conditions for the reproduction of social capital, but also the self-assurance which is manifested, in particular, in aristocratic gallantry and elegant liberalism. Forbidding the jealousy which treats the loved object as a possession. 14. As if the essential privilege conferred on the possessors of inherited wealth were freedom from the insecurity which haunts self-made men. Harpagon as much as Arnulf. 15. Who are perhaps too aware that property is theft, not to fear the theft of their property. The stockpiling avidity, which is the root of every great accumulation of culture, is too visible in the perversion of the jazz freak or cinema buff who carries to the extreme, i.e., to absurdity, what is implied in the legitimate definition of cultivated contemplation, and replaces consumption of the work with consumption of the circumstantial information, credits, exact composition of the band, recording dates, etc. Or, in the acquisitive intensity of all collectors of inexhaustible knowledge on socially minuscule subjects. In his symbolic class struggle with the certified holders of cultural competence, the pretentious challenger, nurse against doctor, technician against engineer, promoted executive against business school graduate, is likely to see his knowledge and techniques devalued as too narrowly subordinated to practical goals, too self-interested, too marked in their style by the haste of their acquisition, in favor of more fundamental and also more gratuitous knowledge. In a whole host of markets, from the major state examinations to editorial boards, from job interviews to garden parties, the cultural productions of the petty bourgeois habitus are subtly discredited because they recall their acquisition in matters in which, more than anywhere else, the important thing is to know without ever having learned, and because the seriousness with which they are offered reveals the ethical dispositions from which they flow, which are the antithesis of the legitimate relation to culture. The petty bourgeois do not know how to play the game of culture as a game. They take culture too seriously to go in for bluff or imposture, or even for the distance and casualness which show true familiarity, too seriously to escape permanent fear of ignorance or blunders, or to sidestep tests by responding with the indifference of those who are not competing, or the serene detachment of those who feel entitled to confess or even flaunt their lacuna. Identifying culture with knowledge, they think that the cultivated man is one who possesses an immense fund of knowledge and refuse to believe him when he professes, in one of those impious jests allowed to a cardinal, who can take liberties with the faith forbidden to the parish priest, that brought down to its simplest and most sublime expression, it amounts to a relation to culture. Culture is what remains when you've forgotten everything. 16. Making culture a matter of life and death, truth and falsehood. They cannot suspect the irresponsible self-assurance, the insolent off-handedness, and even the hidden dishonesty presupposed by the merest page of an inspired essay on philosophy, art, or literature. Self-made men, they cannot have the familiar relation to culture which authorizes the liberties and audacities of those who are linked to it by birth, that is, by nature and essence. The dispositions manifested in the relation to culture, such as the concern for conformity which induces an anxious quest for authorities and models of conduct, and leads to a choice of sure and certified products, such as classics and prize winners, or in the relation to language, with the tendency to hypercorrection, a vigilance which overshoots the mark for fear of falling short and pounces on linguistic incorrectness, in oneself and others, as it does elsewhere with moral incorrectness, are the very same ones which are manifested in relation to ethics, with an almost insatiable thirst for rules of conduct which subjects the whole of life to rigorous discipline, or in relation to politics, with the respectful conformism or prudent reformism which are the despair of aesthete revolutionary. The true nature of the cultural accumulation strategies of upwardly mobile petty bourgeois, or their educational strategies, is most clearly seen in the context of their whole set of strategies, which clearly expresses the necessity underlying the characteristic dispositions of the petty bourgeois habitus: asceticism, rigor, legalism, the propensity to accumulation in all its forms. Thus their fertility strategies are those of people who can only achieve their initial accumulation of economic and cultural capital by restricting their consumption, so as to concentrate all their resources on a small number of descendants, whose role is to continue the group's upward trajectory. It is well known that fertility is high among low-income groups, falls to its lowest point in the middle-income groups, and rises again among high-income groups. If this is so, it is because the relative cost of child-rearing, which is small for both low-income and high-income groups, since the former cannot see a future for their children that is different from their present, and therefore restrict their investments, while the latter have incomes to match their commitments, is highest for those with middle incomes, i.e., the middle classes, whose social ambitions lead them to make high educational investments relative to their resources. This relative cost is defined by the ratio between the family's resources and the monetary or non-monetary investments it has to make in order to reproduce, through its offspring, its dynamically defined position in the social structure, that is, to achieve the future it expects, by giving its children the means of fulfilling the effective ambitions it has for them. This explains the form of the relationship observed between the fertility of the different classes or fractions and the chances of upward mobility objectively available to their members. See Table 24. The working classes, whose chances of entering the dominant class within 2 generations are virtually nil, have very high fertility rates, which slightly decline as the chances of intergenerational mobility increase. As soon as the chances of access to the dominant class, or which amounts to the same thing, to the instruments which can provide it, such as the higher education system, reach a certain threshold among foremen and office workers, fertility rates fall markedly. The fertility rate of those categorized as public sector office workers, among whom there is a higher proportion of manual workers, is 2.04 as against only 1.83 for private sector office workers, who are almost all non-manual. In the middle classes, whose chances of mobility are incomparably greater and much more dispersed than their incomes, fertility rates remain at a minimum, oscillating between 1.67 and 1.71. In the dominant class, the fertility rate rises strongly again, showing that biological reproduction does not fulfill the same function in the system of reproduction strategies of these categories, who only have to maintain their position. It is a paradoxical characteristic of the petty bourgeois that their practice is adjusted to objective chances, which they would not have if they did not have the pretension of having them, and if they did not thereby add a psychological boost to the force of their economic and cultural capital. Having succeeded in escaping from the proletariat, their past, and aspiring to enter the bourgeoisie, their future, in order to achieve the accumulation necessary for this rise, they must somewhere find the resources to make up for the absence of capital. This additional force, a thrust inscribed in the slope of the past trajectory which is the precondition for achievement of the future implied in that trajectory, can only be exerted negatively as a limiting and restricting power, so that its effects can only be measured in the form of negative magnitudes, as Kant would have put it, whether savings, refused expenditure, or birth control. If rising petty bourgeois can act as if they had better chances than they have, or, at least, better than they would be if they did not believe them to be better, and so actually improve them, this is because their dispositions tend to reproduce not the position of which they are the product, but the slope of their individual or collective social trajectory, transformed into an inclination whereby this upward trajectory tends to be continued and completed. A sort of nisus perseverandi, as Leibniz put it, in which past trajectory is conserved in the form of a striving towards the future which prolongs it. It delimits reasonable ambitions, and therefore the price to be paid to realize this realistic ambition. The rising petite bourgeoisie endlessly remakes the history of the origins of capitalism, and to do so, like the Puritans, it can only count on its asceticism. In social exchanges, where other people can give real guarantees, money, culture, or connections, it can only offer moral guarantees. Relatively poor in economic, cultural, and social capital, it can only justify its pretensions and get the chance to realize them by paying in sacrifices, privations, renunciations, goodwill, recognition, in short, virtue. the fractions richest in economic capital, i.e., small and medium-sized shopkeepers, craftsmen, or small landowners, concentrate their efforts, or at least, did so until fairly recently, on saving, whereas the fractions richest in cultural capital, junior executives and clerical workers, mainly make use of the educational system. In both cases, they invest in their economic and educational strategies, the ascetic dispositions which make them the ideal clientele of the bank or the school. Cultural goodwill and financial prudence, seriousness and hard work. These are guarantees which the petty bourgeois offers to these institutions, while putting himself entirely at their mercy, as opposed to the owner of real economic or cultural capital, since they represent his only hope of deriving profits from fundamentally negative assets. Pretension could be written pretension. The thrust to continue along the upward inclination has its reverse side in the economizing mentality and in all the small-mindedness associated with the petty bourgeois virtues. If pretension forces the petty bourgeois to enter the competition of antagonistic pretensions and pushes him to live always beyond his means, at the cost of a permanent tension that is always liable to explode into aggressivity, it is also what gives him the necessary strength to extract from himself, through every form of self-exploitation, in particular, asceticism and Malthusianism, the economic and cultural means he needs in order to rise. It is in the area of sociability and the corresponding satisfactions that the petty bourgeois makes the greatest, if not the most obvious, sacrifices. He is convinced that he owes his position solely to his own merit, and that for his salvation he only has himself to rely on, every man for himself. A man's home is his castle. To concentrate his efforts and reduce his costs, he will break the ties, even the family ties, which hinder his individual ascension. The bonds of solidarity which help to chain the relatively least deprived to the most deprived can make poverty an eternal vicious circle. Taking off always presupposes a break, and the disowning of former companions in misfortune is only one aspect of this. The solitary renegade has to reverse his whole table of values, convert his whole attitude. Thus, substituting a small family or a single child for the large family, which the negative causes, such as inadequate mastery of the techniques of birth control, do not entirely explain, means renouncing the popular conception of family relations and the functions of the domestic unit, abandoning not only the satisfactions of the extended family and a whole traditional mode of sociability, with its exchanges, its festivities, its conflicts, but also the guarantees which it offers. The one almost infallible protection, especially for mothers, against the uncertainties of old age, in a world haunted by domestic instability and social and economic insecurity. For the petty bourgeois, kinship and friendship can no longer be an insurance against misfortune and disaster, a network of support and protection which will always provide a helping hand, a loan or a job, but they are not yet connections, i.e., the social capital that is needed to make the most of economic and cultural capital. They are merely hindrances, which have to be removed whatever the cost, because the gratitude, the mutual aid, the solidarity and the material and symbolic satisfactions they give, in the short or long term, are among the forbidden luxuries. A technician who tries to get on Jacques C., age 29, is a draftsman in an engineering consultancy. At secondary school, he studied in the technical stream and left school at 17 after obtaining the equivalent of the probationary industrial training diploma. It isn't an examination. He started as a junior draftsman at 450 francs a month in the firm where his father was a senior technician. He was not taken back after his military service, and he joined another firm, still as a draftsman. Another 5 years to go at the CNAM. He has changed firms several times. I would spend 2 years in a firm to learn all there was to be learnt, and then I'd move on. That's how I've worked my way up. In the last 3 years, he has specialized in building design. In 1966, he started to follow courses at the CNAM, Centre National des Arts et Métiers. A colleague gave me the idea. As he had always wanted to do interior decoration, his father had been against it when he was younger. He decided to try and get into architecture and began to take courses in architectural design. That's how I moved into the building trade. His sister, who is studying to be an architectural secretary, told him about lots of architects' offices and the atmosphere in them. So he has studied architecture, the history of architecture, construction, thanks to which I got a place in an engineering consultancy, and has another 5 years to go at the CNAM. His wife, whose father is a policeman and her mother a department store sales assistant, is 26. For the last 5 years she has been a secretary with Renault. She got the baccalaureate, technical and economic options, followed by a management secretary's diploma, BTS, and then started work as a secretary. Shall we say it's a long way from what we were promised? The bosses don't know how to make use of our qualifications and training. We've studied law. You don't stay at school until you're 21 without learning a thing or two, and then we're taken on as shorthand typists. Comfortable, cozy, homey. They live in an apartment in the western suburbs of Paris. They do not often entertain apart from the family. We haven't got many friends. He likes his home to be comfortable, that's the main thing, cozy, homey. I like a nice warm, cozy atmosphere. He would like to have a bit more room all the same, but there are limits to what we can afford. Their furniture, a big divan from Roche-Beaubois, 7,000 francs in the sales. A sideboard bought from an interior decorator who reduced the price for them, 3,000 francs, was bought on hire purchase installment plan over the course of 2 years. He likes modern things and would have liked white furniture, but does not like the English style his wife favors. She would like to own a big dresser with a collection of plates. As regards painting, he has no preconceptions. It just has to be something that pleases me. He's very fond of Modigliani, his very pure forms. I haven't seen all his paintings, but those I have, I liked a lot. They were reproductions in magazines, or maybe I've seen some of them in Paris. I've been to a good number of exhibitions at the Grand Palais. I remember one was on modern painting. I didn't like it. Another painter I really like is Van Gogh. His pictures are terrifying. You can feel something boiling up in them. His wife also likes the Impressionists. She went to the Picasso exhibition and loved the first part, the whole of the Blue Period. To try to get on, achieve something, the courses he is taking, to try to get on to achieve something, absorb much of the little spare time he had. He leaves for work at 8 in the morning and gets back at 7 in the evening. 2 or 3 evenings a week, and Saturday mornings he studies, as well as his CNAM courses. He is taking private math lessons at home. So he doesn't have much time for reading, especially reading for pleasure. What he does read tends to be technical or scientific, and so on, to learn something. He likes books with lots of action, and has read some adventure stories, Cousteau. I don't know if you can call that scientific. War stories, books about the Second World War, air battles. He used to enjoy history lessons, but hasn't got many historical books. Love stories don't interest me at all. I couldn't say why. Since he enrolled at the CNAM, he has lost the taste for reading. You read other things, you can't relax. Relax with something different, you haven't got the time. His wife, who likes books that have something to do with medicine or raise moral questions, has recently been reading Boris Vian. She found L'écume des Jours very funny, but was less keen on L'Arrêt Coeur. Her husband didn't like it at all. What with the night classes and the exams, they hardly went out at all last winter, a bit more recently. Occasionally they go to the cinema because it's easy. You can go to the pictures whenever you feel like it, and it isn't too expensive, just 10 francs. We try to choose good films all the same. We don't just turn up like that. We read up a bit before we go. He likes westerns, adventure films, films with an exciting plot, but doesn't have any real preference, so long as it's a good film, well made, well directed. He recently saw an Italian film that was totally absurd, a nun on a roof trying to fly into the air, an industrialist selling off everything he owned. Perhaps it's a psychological image, but it only means something to a certain type of person. Besides, the economic students and mathematicians, and people like that, with whom he saw the film didn't understand any more than I did. I don't really see who can understand films like that. They have seen The Sting. What we liked about it was the acting, the characters, his wife explains. She also enjoyed The Godfather, especially Marlon Brando's performance. In some ways he is conservative with a taste for classical things, yet he has an anti-conformist streak too. When you're young, you don't give a damn you're anti-conformist. You're always a little bit, I wouldn't say revolutionary, but you wouldn't mind seeing a thing or two changed. He reads Le Canard Enchaîné because he likes the revelations about people in government, the scandals and so on, in politics and the property market and high finance. Le Nouvel Observateur, particularly for foreign news, but he does not regularly read a daily paper. They'd certainly put some work in. Until this year, they had season tickets at the Théâtre de la Ville. It's not expensive. That's important. The opera, all the theaters in fact, are out of our price range. I wanted to go and see Nureyev, and I found it was more than 90 francs for two. We had second thoughts and didn't go, his wife adds. Before she took the back, she used to go to the Théâtre National Populaire and saw Hamlet, the Madwoman of Chaillot, the executioner's song. They enjoy ballet, especially classical dance. The Moissav ballet now, we really liked that. They'd certainly put some work in. They have also been to ballets at the Théâtre de la Musique, near the CNAM. It wasn't classical dance, but it was very good. It was the Firebird, his wife explains, adding you felt they'd worked at it, the work really stood out. She also likes French provincial folklore. In fact, folk dances from every country. At the theater, he likes plays to be well acted. He would like to go and see the Grand Magic Circus. He has seen extracts on TV. Almost every year they take their holidays in Spain. It's cheap. His father is Spanish and has a seaside apartment. On holiday, he reads quite a lot, and his wife reminds him, goes to nightclubs every night. He has tried water skiing, his wife does it a lot. But I'm no good at it, I haven't got enough strength in my legs. You need to keep fit all year to do it. I don't, I arrive on holiday completely whacked. If I had a shorter working week, I'd have more leisure time, and then I use the time I've got to get better at my job. You have to be crazy to carry on the way I do. Right now, I really feel I want to live like a millionaire. I'm sick of the daily routine, even sick of holidays of the sort we have. I want to be a millionaire with a vast estate, a forest, a swimming pool, a big villa, sports facilities, tennis. His wife would like to go on a cruise. We'd do some fishing, have a laugh with friends, lie around in the sun, dance, read. She particularly enjoyed their Club Mediterranee holiday in Romania. They chose the motel format. It's comfortable, but at the same time you feel part of things. You make friends easily. It's not like a hotel where you can't get to know people. Everything is within easy reach. While they were there, they did a bit of tourism because, when you're in a foreign country, you have to look around, he adds. He didn't at all like the organizer's attitude. Most evenings, there was a show put on by the friendly organizers, who are generally students who are there on holiday. Well, they didn't put any effort into it at all. It wasn't even improvisation. They just didn't give a damn. In limiting his family, often to an only son, on whom all hopes and efforts are concentrated, the petty bourgeois is simply obeying the system of constraints implied in his ambition. If he cannot increase his income, he must limit his expenditure, the number of mouths he has to feed. But in so doing, he additionally conforms to the dominant representation of legitimate fertility, that is, procreation subordinated to the imperatives of social reproduction. Birth control is one form, no doubt the most elementary form, of numerous clauses. The petty bourgeois is a proletarian who makes himself small to become bourgeois. If the petty bourgeois is a small bourgeois in reality, and not just in the sociologist's mind, then it is clear what would be lost by abandoning the concept, petty bourgeois, in the name of an objectivist definition of objectivity. Here as elsewhere, native concepts concentrate the maximum number of sociologically pertinent properties in a particularly evocative form. Furthermore, an objectifying reduction, however brutal, has nothing in common with class contempt, which is flagrant in so much writing on the petite bourgeoisie, the traditional whipping boys of aestheticizing prophecy and the favorite target for political anathemas. One only has to think of Marx's attacks on Proudhon. It relates the properties of the habitus, those most often picked on by class racism, such as pretension or narrowness, to the objective conditions of which they are the product. Those who can afford less surly virtues and present a more prepossessing face forget that the traits they condemn are the inevitable counterpart of the mechanisms providing for individual mobility, i.e., the selective extraction of appropriate individuals, and they speak as if the vices and virtues of the petty bourgeois, which, need one repeat, are only defined as such in relation to the dominant ethic, were, in this case, to be imputed to the individuals and not to the structures, on the grounds that the structures have left them free to choose their alienation. Renouncing the prolificity of the proletariat, the petty bourgeois chooses restricted, selective reproduction, often limited to a single product, conceived and shaped for the rigorously selective expectations of the importing class. He encloses himself in a tightly knit, but narrow and somewhat oppressive nuclear family. It is no accident that the adjective petty, small, or one of its synonyms can be applied to everything the petty bourgeois says, thinks, does, has or is, even to his morality. Although that is his strong point, strict and rigorous, its formalism and scruples always make it somewhat tense, susceptible and rigid. With his petty cares and petty needs, the petty bourgeois is indeed a bourgeois writ small. Even his bodily hexis, which expresses his whole objective relation to the social world, is that of a man who has to make himself small to pass through the straight gate which leads to the bourgeoisie, strict and sober, discreet and severe. In his dress, his speech, his gestures, and his whole bearing, he always lacks something in stature, breadth, substance, largesse. Thus, given a sufficiently high level of statistical aggregation, one can contrast a bourgeois ethos of ease, a confident relation to the world and the self, which are thus experienced as necessary, that is, as a materialized coincidence of is and ought, which supports and authorizes all the inner or manifest forms of certitudo sway, casualness, grace, facility, elegance, freedom, in a word, naturalness, with a petty bourgeois ethos of restriction through pretension. The voluntaristic rigor of the called, but not yet chosen, who base their pretension to embody one day what ought to be on a permanent invocation of ought. However, as soon as the analysis is refined, it is seen that this system of dispositions takes on as many modalities as there are ways of attaining, staying in or passing through a middle position in the social structure, and that this position itself may be steady, rising, or declining. The survey data collected for the middle classes, N equals 583 individuals, were analyzed for correspondences, applying the same sequence of operations, and using the same active and illustrative variables as for the dominant class, see Chapter 5. The first factor has a greater relative weight than in the analysis of the dominant class, 7%, as against 3.4% for the second factor, and 3% for the third. This is no doubt because the composition of this factor includes not only the structure of the capital possessed, but also the overall volume of capital, the effect of which is not completely neutralized by the difficulty and relative arbitrariness of defining the limits of the class, both on the side of the cultural pole, where the cultural intermediaries, very close to the secondary teachers, might have been excluded, and on the side of the economic pole, where it is never easy, with the available information, to draw the line between big and small shopkeepers or craftsmen. Because of this, the plain diagram, figures 15 and 16, presents itself as a systematic skewing of the social space as it appears in the theoretical schema, figures 5 and 6, in which volume and structure of capital correspond to two different dimensions, whereas here the first factor corresponds to the second dimension, but also, to some extent, to the first dimension, with the second factor corresponding to the third dimension. The items corresponding to the strongest absolute contributions are indicated in bold capitals for the first factor, capitals for the second. This first factor brings to light a structure of oppositions very similar to that brought out by the first factor in the analysis of the dominant class. On one side, we find the ability to identify at least 12 composers, 2%, knowledge of at least 12 of the works of music, 2.4%, visits to the Louvre and the Modern Art Museum, the choice of works of classical music typical of the discaphal disposition, such as the Four Seasons, 2.4%, the art of fugue, 1.6%, and the well-tempered clavier, 1.6%. Intellectual singers like Jacques Douai, 1.8%, and Leo Ferré, painters who are the equivalent of Bach or Vivaldi in the space of pictorial tastes, like Bruegel, 1.8%. Ambitious judgments on painting, such as abstract painting interests me as much as the classical schools, 2.4%. Artistic friends, 2%, and a studied, imaginative interior. On the other side, low 0 to 6, knowledge of composers, 2.9%, and works, 2.7%. The choice of works capable of being perceived as legitimate through an allodoxia effect, such as the Blue Danube, 2.8%, or L'Arlésienne, 1.5%. Singers associated with light opera, such as Guittari, 1.6%, and the most common preferences, such as for a clean and tidy, easy to maintain interior. As regards the relative contributions, we find that the adjectives chosen for the ideal interior are more strongly explained by the first factor than by the other two, in particular, harmonious, studied and imaginative, associated with the cultural pole, and clean and tidy, easy to maintain, associated with the economic pole. This also applies to the choice of painters like Renoir and Kandinsky. Projection of the illustrative variables shows that, as with the dominant class, educational qualifications are distributed in linear fashion along the first axis, which is not the case with income. In terms of individuals, the first factor opposes the craftsmen and small shopkeepers to the members of the new petite bourgeoisie richest in cultural capital, cultural intermediaries, medical and social services, and, secondarily, to the primary teachers, with the technicians and junior executives occupying intermediate positions. The second factor systematically characterizes the most traditional or conservative ethical or aesthetic dispositions, attachment to the old, consecrated values in painting, with Raphael 2.6%, Leonardo 2.3%, or Watteau 1.6%, as in classical music with La Traviata 2.4% or song with Mariano, and also in lifestyle with the taste for traditional French cooking, 2.3%. A neat 2.3% and harmonious 1.6% interior. It does so by opposing them to dispositions which seem to have nothing in common except ignorance or refusal of the established values, with preferences for Halliday, 4.4%, Aznavour, 3.3%, Buffet, 2.3%, for a warm interior, 1.6%, and amusing friends, 2.9%. Among the indicators more strongly explained by the second factor, one finds the same opposition. On one side, the conscientious or pragmatic friend, on the other, the determined friend, department store furniture, Francis Hardy, or the judgment. Paintings don't interest me. When the objective characteristics are projected as illustrative variables, they show that, as in the case of the dominant taste, the second factor expresses an opposition by age. The oldest are at the top of the second axis and towards the economic pole, the youngest at the bottom of this axis and towards the cultural pole, and inseparable from this, an opposition by social origin, the children of big or small employers, senior executives or professionals are situated on the positive value side. The children of manual workers, clerical workers, or junior executives on the negative value side. In other words, within each fraction, the second factor contrasts those who are tending to decline and those who are tending to rise. The overall distribution of the different categories corresponds to the proportions of the two categories within each of them, with the opposition between the cultural intermediaries or the junior administrative executives, who incline towards the positive side, and the commercial employees or the secretaries, who incline towards the negative side. Finally, as in the case of the dominant class where it opposed the professionals, in whom bourgeois taste is fully developed, to the two fractions which represent the extremes of the dominant cultural space, teachers and intellectuals on one hand, industrial and commercial employers on the other. The third factor opposes the fractions which most, and most completely, possess the modal characteristics of the whole class, the ones which best contrast it with the other classes, in short. The most typically middle-range ones to the fractions with least cultural capital, i.e. the craftsmen and shopkeepers, and to those who have most, i.e. the cultural intermediaries and primary teachers, see Figure 17. The indices of average cultural competence, such as average knowledge, 7 to 11 of musical works 4%, and average knowledge 3 to 6 of composers 2.9%, or the taste for the most typically middlebrow cultural goods such as Brel 2.9%, Buffet 1.7%, Van Gogh 1.9%, Leonardo 2.2%, Ein klein Nachmusik 1.9%, are opposed on the one hand. The indices of high knowledge, 12 or more of works, 2.2%, and composers 4%, and a taste for more legitimate works like the art of fugue, 2.2%. And on the other hand to the indices of low knowledge, 0 to 2 of works, 3.3%, and composers 3.3%, and a taste for the least legitimate works and singers, such as Guattari 2.4% or Halliday 1.9%. The indicators strongly explained by this third factor are all among those which make high absolute contributions, and so have already been mentioned. Projection of the illustrative variables brings out, as one might expect, an opposition between the holders of medium qualifications, BEPC or baccalaureate, and those with lower CEP or CAP or higher qualifications. This is combined with an opposition between those originating predominantly from the middle class and those from the working or upper classes. Average culture is thus most characteristic of the primary teachers, technicians, people in the medical and social services, and junior administrative executive. The whole set of facts which correspondence analysis brings to light in systematic form cannot be adequately explained simply by observing that, although phenomenally very different, since they are applied to generally less legitimate objects. The choices of the members of the petite bourgeoisie are organized in a structure similar to the one which organizes the tastes of the members of the dominant class, with the craftsman and small shopkeeper, whose position is based on possession of a certain economic capital, being opposed to the primary teachers and cultural intermediaries, in accordance with principles entirely analogous to those which distinguish the industrial and commercial employers from the teachers and artistic producers. The problem brought to light by the second factor, that of the link between the sets of aesthetic and ethical dispositions roughly definable as conservative or innovating, and social origin and age, which are themselves related in a complex way to position in the horizontal dimension of space, can only be tackled by systematically examining the relationship which is established between positions, or jobs, situated in social spacetime and agents also situated in this space. This simplified diagram only indicates variables which make an absolute contribution of 1.5% or more. The only illustrative variable included is educational qualification. If what goes on in this central area of social space is generally so little understood, this is because, at best, in order to understand and measure, by using, for example, codes which are, by definition, definite, one has to freeze the movements in the same direction or in opposite directions which transport both the positions and the agents, turning the middle region of social space, a site of relative uncertainty and indeterminacy between the two poles of the social classes, into a set of mobile crossing points, or rather, a set of shifting crossing points where agents meet for a certain time as they are carried along by similar or opposite, rising or falling trajectories. We are still closer to reality if we characterize the middle positions as mobile crossing points which move, in a relatively indeterminate region of a social spacetime, which is nothing other than the structure of these ordered but partially disordering movements, partly at least because the people who meet there for a shorter or longer time, whose practices and trajectories are partially determined by the determinations attached to these places, help to make them move by their own movements, or, more precisely, by the transformations they induce in the reality or the representation of the positions which they occupy, and which in some cases they carry off in their movement. This is as valid in cases in which the agents are coming up in social space by upgrading their positions as in cases in which they are going down, dragging down their positions with them in their decline, the process of rout. It can be seen, incidentally, that the mechanical metaphors one is obliged to use in order to refer to a reality which is not easily named, are liable to obscure the fact that the agent's representation of his or her own position, which depends not only on the objective future of the position, but also on the representation other agents have of it, helps to determine the objective future of that position. 17. In fact, an adequate description of such a universe would presuppose a questioning, at every moment, of all the dispositions, inclinations or propensities towards substantialist realism that are inscribed both in ordinary modes of thought and ordinary language, and in the ordinary expectations of social science, which is led to demand strict classifications, groups with strict frontiers, clearly defined as regards their name. A petty bourgeois has to be called petty bourgeois, and their number, precise numbers, look so much more scientific. Thus one learns on good authority that there are at the very most 4,311,000 petty bourgeois in France. 18. This is said here to invite the reader's indulgence for all the, perhaps provisionally inevitable, relapses into the realist mode of thought which are bound to appear in the rest of this text. Thus the middle positions in the social field may be defined synchronically as situated in an intermediate region, characterized by its relative indeterminacy. The first, i.e., vertical dimension of social space, of one or the other of the subfields; the second, i.e., horizontal dimension, economic or cultural, of the field of the social classes, but also diachronically, as having a history which may be the collective history of the successive occupants of that position, relatively independent of that of the individuals occupying that position at a given moment. In other words, a past and future trajectory, a past and a future. This future, that is, the collective future which the position has in store for its occupants, may be relatively predetermined, in which case it may be more or less favorable, i.e., may promise with relative certainty a more or less marked rise or fall or a stagnation, or it may be almost indeterminate, open. Among the properties common to all the occupants of these intermediate or neutral positions, the most characteristic are no doubt those which stem from this structural indeterminacy. Equidistant from the two extreme poles of the field of the social classes, at a neutral point where the forces of attraction and repulsion are evenly balanced, the petty bourgeois are constantly faced with ethical, aesthetic, or political dilemmas, forcing them to bring the most ordinary operations of existence to the level of consciousness and strategic choice. In order to survive in the world of their aspirations, they are condemned to live beyond their means, and to be constantly attentive and sensitive, hypersensitive, to the slightest signs of the reception given to their self-representation. Constantly exposed to snubs and refusals intended to put them in their place, they are always on their guard, ready to turn docility into aggressivity. Among the relatively predetermined positions, one can thus distinguish declining positions, such as those of craftsmen or small shopkeepers, which have suffered a considerable reduction in numbers, linked to a rapid economic and social decline, and stable or rising positions, such as those of office workers, junior administrative executives, or commercial employees, which have undergone a moderate increase in number, accompanied by few changes in the associated economic and social advantages. 19. On the other side, in the most indeterminate zone of an indeterminate region, that is, mainly towards the cultural pole of the middle class, one finds positions that are still ill-determined as regards both the present they offer and the very uncertain, and therefore very open, i.e., both risky and scatter. Future they promise, as opposed to the predictable but closed future of the strongly predetermined positions. 20 some of these new or renovated positions result from the recent changes in the economy, in particular, the increasing role of the symbolic work of producing needs, even in the production of goods, design, packaging, sales promotion, public relations, marketing, advertising, etc. Others have been in a sense invented and imposed by their occupants, who, in order to be able to sell the symbolic products they had to offer, had to produce the need for them in potential consumers by a symbolic action, usually referred to by euphemisms such as social work, cultural facilitation, etc., tending to impose norms and needs, particularly in the areas of lifestyle and material or cultural consumption. Everything takes place as if the synchronic and diachronic properties of positions were linked by a sufficiently close statistical relation to the synchronic and diachronic properties of the individuals, that is, to the capital volume and composition, which govern their position at a given moment, and to the evolution of these two properties which define their past and potential trajectory. For it to be equally possible, as has been done here, to characterize the positions in terms of the properties of their occupants or these properties in terms of the position. This can be, and constantly has been, shown for the synchronic properties. Capital volume and composition are so clearly linked to position that one may, in some cases, fail to question the relationship between the occupants and the position and the mechanisms through which it occurs. But the middle classes offer a particularly favorable opportunity to show that the same is true of diachronic property. We thus return to the starting point of the analysis, namely, the relationship established by observation between the broad classes of positions defined in terms of their diachronic properties and individual properties, which are obviously linked to time, like age, which expresses the relationship to the past of the economic system at the economic pole, the past of the educational system at the cultural pole, and to the future, or like social origin. An imperfect indicator of the evolution of capital volume and composition, and also of a whole relationship to past and future, as well as to the other social classes. This link between the future and social ascent, or between the past and social decline, is strongly emphasized in the dominant world view. An individual or a position is said to have a future, meaning the promise of social ascension, i.e., embourgeoisement. It is based on and constantly reinforced by all the social mechanisms of competition, the most exemplary of which is, of course, fashion, in which the differences between the classes are retranslated into time lags in a race aiming at the same objective. It functions in the political or even scientific unconscious through all the normative uses of the evolutionary scheme which identifies the people with the superseded past, or which, more subtly, turns the revolutionary world view, a reversal of the dominant view which gives the future to the people, into the form par excellence of archaism. This scheme of thought is particularly potent in universes which, like the intellectual field, are based on the opposition between the new and the old. The positions whose numerical decline expresses their economic decline are occupied by individuals whose objective properties, practices, and opinions can be seen as linked to a past age. Situated at the extreme point of the first axis, relatively elderly on the whole and underendowed with educational capital, at most they have the CEP or CAP. The craftsmen and small shopkeepers manifest in all their preferences regressive dispositions, which are no doubt the source of their repressive inclinations, particularly visible in their reactions to every sign of departure from the old order, not least, of course, the behavior of young people. Thus, reacting against all inclinations towards modernism or comfort, which they can only see as moral decadence, on every question concerned with the everyday art of living they make choices which can be called regressive inasmuch as they are very close to those of the manual workers, without having been forced on them to the same extent by necessity. They say, for example, that they prefer a clean and tidy, easy to maintain, or practical interior. Similarly, in music and song, they systematically opt for the déclassé works of bourgeois culture, such as L'Arlésienne or the Blue Danube, and particularly for the most old-fashioned and traditional singers, Guittari Mariano. By a logic which is also valid for the other positions. It is in the subcategory whose diachronic properties of age and trajectory are most in harmony with the diachronic properties of the position, that is, which is most directly in line with the collective history, and therefore most disposed to express its objective truth and announce its future, that the preferences characteristic of the fraction as a whole are expressed with the highest degree of density and intensity. Thus the group, situated above the second axis, of small craftsmen and small shopkeepers, most of whose fathers were also small craftsmen or small shopkeepers, and who, for lack of the economic and especially the cultural capital they would need in order to attempt a reconversion, are condemned to carry on at all costs at the head of particularly threatened small businesses, food shops, small traditional crafts, etc., which will not outlive them, they are even older than the others, is distinguished by systematically retrograde choices from the rest of the fraction, which contains a fair proportion of modern craftsmen, electricians, mechanics, etc., possessing the BEPC or even the baccalaureate, who, especially when young and Parisian, are very close to the technicians in their ethical and aesthetic, and no doubt also their political, choices 21 convinced that they owe their position, albeit diminished, to a simple, serious, honest life. The declining petty bourgeois express in all areas the most austere and traditional values, a neat, Sugné classical interior, a conscientious, level-headed friend, traditional French cooking. The most canonical painters, Raphael, Leonardo, Watteau, and the longest consecrated singers, Piaf, Mariano, Guittari. Their refusals expressing resentment against the new morality, its showy pretension, its laxity in matters of money, use of credit, child-rearing, or sex, are no less significant. Rejecting the most characteristic elements of the lifestyle favored by manual workers, e.g., the quality bon vivant, they systematically exclude all the virtues cultivated by the members of the professions, artistic, amusing, stylish, refined, and all the modernist tastes the latter so readily exhibit. They never choose either Picasso, who is one of the whipping boys of petty bourgeois resentment against artists, or those exemplary representatives of the new young lifestyle, Francis Hardy and Johnny Halliday. Their aesthetic of the well-finished, Sugné, is one dimension of an ethos of conscientiousness, which leads them to appreciate the values of work, order, rigor, care. It is distinct from the taste for the sober, frequent among manual workers or members of the promoted petite bourgeoisie who are guided by the concern to pass unnoticed, and also, but with a quite different meaning, among the old bourgeoisie. But it is chiefly opposed to the liberated taste of the new petite bourgeoisie and the eye-catching fantasies it procures for itself, from avant-garde boutiques and unisex hairdresser. A baker's wife who gets it just about right. Madame D and her husband run a bakery business in Grenoble. She lost both parents by the time she was 12 and was sent to an orphanage. She went to school until age 14, but did not take the CEP. Her husband first worked at night in a dairy. Then he was employed as a baker for 8 years. 12 years ago, he set up his own bakery business. They have one married daughter, age 22, who works in a pharmacy. They own a small bakery employing one other person, which they will soon be selling so as to acquire another small shop, but this time a business that is less demanding, less of a bind. They have recently bought a house in the suburbs of Grenoble. It has a living room, dining room, several bedrooms, kitchen and bathroom, and is surrounded by a large, well-kept garden. I do like things to be clean inside. Everything is brightly polished. I don't want to boast, but I do like things to be clean, so I like keeping my house nice and tidy, doing the dusting and sweeping perhaps too much, because if I was here all the time, that's all I'd be doing. The concern to be reasonable, to be just about right, never conspicuous, is apparent in everything she says. She says of their house that, in a way, it's what we've worked for. A sort of reward. It's nice, but of course, there are much nicer houses. Let's say it's not bad, just an ordinary little house. Not that I'm boasting. If it had been a little bit smaller, I would still have taken it. The fact is, it's just about right. Not super luxurious, no, but not just run-of-the-mill either. We were brought up to be very economical. Working the way we worked, we didn't have time to spend money. We don't have time to go out, so we're almost forced to save money. Often I say, there are folks that have money and the time to spend it. I've got the money, but I haven't got the time. It's a sad fact, but it's true. Something intermediate between old and very modern, choosing their furniture, eventually bought from the chain store Leviton, was a real headache. I went round no end of shops, so as not to make a mistake. I wanted something that was right for my age because I can't really see a 50-year-old with ultra-modern furniture. I was looking for something intermediate between old and very modern. When buying the house, she preferred to take her time rather than rush into it. Some folks get a house straight away, but we wouldn't have been able to enjoy it. It wouldn't have been any use to us. We waited quite a few years, and that way I got something more comfortable. Not the most ordinary, but not the most beautiful either in the living room. It's not the most ordinary furniture in the world, but it isn't the most beautiful either. I went for something classic. As for the big gray settee, with that shade you can sit on it, you're not a slave to it for fear of marking it, and at the same time it's quite comfortable. She had to choose all these things on her own. Her husband had no time and no inclination to accompany her. He couldn't have cared less. He just said, "Get whatever you like." She looked for something that would go with the style of the rooms. I don't claim to be very competent, but you do have to respect a certain style in the rooms. Those things are worth a bit now they're cleaned up. On the wall there is a painting given to her by her brother-in-law, and one she bought from a picture artist. I would like to have more paintings, but I can't afford it. She thinks she might also like to listen to records, but has never bought any and cannot imagine herself doing so. Her sense of economy, the refusal to waste anything, has led her to rescue knickknacks for her house. I've got lots of trinkets and odds and ends that I found in aunts' and uncles' attics. They were terribly tarnished and rusty, but I polished them up. All those things are worth a bit now they're cleaned up. When I rescued them, nobody would have bothered to pick them up. They were so dirty. I don't like showing off. Her home means a lot to her. When she has money to spare, she would rather spend it on furniture or something for the house, buy curtains or a carpet that she can keep for a long time, rather than a dress that will be out of fashion next year or jewelry that she will hardly ever wear. Some people are constantly buying new clothes. I don't feel the need. Sometimes you end up buying things you never even wear. You like the look of them in the shop and then somehow, overnight, you decide you don't like them anymore. Take shoes, they only have to pinch a little bit. You wear them once for an hour or two and then you think, no, they hurt too much, I won't wear them, and then they stay in the box. I'm sure I'm not the only person that happens to. She likes real jewelry, gold jewelry, but does not wear what she owns. I don't like showing off, putting all my jewelry on. People would say, look at her, dressed up in all her jewelry. I don't like flaunting my wealth, if that's the word for it. Just a trim to tidy myself up. She never splurges on clothes. I'm not one to spend a lot on my wardrobe. Anyway, fashion is constantly changing. Whatever you do, you can never keep up with it. Instead, she goes more for classic clothes. She is not sure whether to accept a wedding invitation. I'm not keen because it means buying a lot of expensive new things, and then you only wear them once. She occasionally goes to the hairdresser's and regards it as a chore, just a trim to tidy myself up. In the country, where she spent her childhood, you didn't sit for hours in front of a mirror putting makeup on. Normally, Madame D does not do much real cooking just for the two of us, but when they have guests, she enjoys cooking traditional things. Quiche Lorraine, gratin dauphinois, all sorts of roasts, stuffed tomato. People who throw their money away. She gets on very well with people who have the same tastes as herself. She likes dealing with decent people. being quite economical without being, shall we say, mean. But we really don't like to waste money. She thinks she could not get on with people who throw their money away. She cannot understand people who haven't two pennies to rub together, and yet as soon as they get any money they spend it. It's not always the best-off people who stint themselves least. Often it's middle-class people who won't deny themselves anything. They go and buy fancy cakes or a bottle of good wine whenever they feel like it, and when the money runs out, they put it on their account. She extends the same disapproval to those who don't know how to manage their budget and who ask for credit towards the end of the month, meaning, no doubt, although she is not explicit, working-class people. Cheerful programs you don't have to think about. She has not been to the cinema for at least 10 years and says she doesn't have time to read either a daily paper or weekly magazines like Paris Match or Jours de France, which customers sometimes leave behind in the shop. A lot of pages with not much on them and a lot of advertisements. She watches television a little, but not too much, mainly on Sundays but never after 10 at night. She is not a TV fanatic, but likes cheerful programs that you don't have to think about, especially light entertainment so long as the producer doesn't try to be clever. Nowadays, I find they're always trying to be clever with their variety programs. It was much better the way it used to be. She refuses all formal experimentation and special effects, and has not liked Averti's recent experimental productions. I don't like those cut-up things at all, where you see a head, then a nose, then a leg. It just seems plain silly to me. I must be old-fashioned. First you see a singer all drawn out, 3 meters tall, then he's got arms 2 meters long. Do you find that funny? Oh, I just don't like it. It's stupid. I don't see the point of distorting things. But she does like to watch a traditional singer. A singer who just sings, who sings normally, who's normal size and not all distorted. My husband doesn't like hotels every year. They go on holiday in their caravan for 2 or 3 weeks. 2 or 3 times they have been to a caravan camp site on the Riviera, and last year they stayed beside a lake in the Grenoble region. Until they got the caravan, they did not go on holiday. Her husband doesn't like hotels at all or restaurants. On holiday, her husband plays bowls and cards and makes a lot of friends. She doesn't like doing nothing, so she relaxes and knits or makes tapestry. It's a nice hobby. The time goes quicker. They spend a bit of time on the beach and drink pastis with friends. Apart from the summer holidays, their work is so demanding that they have no time to go out. Her husband, who starts work at 9 every Sunday evening, catches up on his sleep Sunday afternoon. At most, they go out once a year on Easter Monday or Whit Monday. Because it was a public holiday, we used to shut up shop for 2 days, Sunday and Monday. Centrally situated in terms of capital composition, the members of the executant petite bourgeoisie present in their highest degree all the traits mentioned at the outset, which make them the most complete realization of the petite bourgeoisie, such as the cult of autodidactic effort and the taste for all the activities whose common feature is that they chiefly demand time and cultural goodwill, making collections. For example, 22, given an intermediate population such as this. It is one and the same thing to show how it differs from the neighboring fractions and how its members are distributed, in respect of diachronic properties, from the oldest, and especially those of bourgeois or petty bourgeois origin, who are very close to the most regressive fraction of the declining petite bourgeoisie in their ethical and aesthetic choices, to the youngest, who, especially when possessing high qualifications, are similar to the mobile elements of the new petite bourgeoisie. Everything takes place as if the basic disposition which characterizes the fraction as a whole were systematically transformed as a function of age and social origin, from an optimistic progressivism among the rising young to a pessimistic, regressive conservatism among the oldest. It is among the youngest members of the occupations offering the most secure future, such as the junior executives and office workers, and more especially among those who originate from the working class and have only moderate qualifications, BEPC or baccalaureate, that one finds the most developed form of the ascetic dispositions and devotion to culture, associated with the ambition to pursue by further accumulation of cultural capital, a rise made possible by an initial small accumulation. Set on a progressive trajectory by their schooling, they are naturally inclined to a progressivist worldview based on faith in enlightenment, and a temperate reformism aiming to give to each according to his scholastic merits. As well as owing all they have to education and expecting from it all they aspire to have, they often stand in a relation of execution to conception vis-à-vis the senior executives, whose instructions they follow, whose plans they implement, and whose manuals they use, so that they tend to identify hierarchies with differences in competence or, more simply, informal qualification. This is all the more so since, very often, those who have risen by promotion come up against limits, e.g., ignorance of algebra, which the scholastic hurdles they have not crossed arbitrarily place before them, regardless of any technical necessity really entailed by the job. So it is understandable that they distinguish themselves from the declining petite bourgeoisie in that they combine certain features of the popular ethos, such as the taste for potluck entertainment and bon vivant, or amusing friends, with features which specifically characterize them. These include marks of attachment to ascetic values, conscientious or well-bred friends, sober and correct clothes, and numerous indices of a cultural goodwill as intense as it is innocent. Assigned to tasks requiring precision, rigor, seriousness, in short, goodwill and devotion, and richer in cultural goodwill than in cultural capital, they direct their preferences towards typically middlebrow works 23 such as the saber dance or utrillo, buy their furniture from department stores, prefer clean and tidy, easy to maintain interiors, choose Aznavour, Petula Clark or Johnny Halliday, and are very interested in photography, and the cinema 24 this pure and empty cultural goodwill, entirely defined by the requirements of mobility, has its equivalent in morality. The repressive rigor of the declining fractions, which is based on resentment at social regression, seems to have no other purpose than to provide those who only have a past with the satisfaction of condemning those who have a future, chiefly the young. By contrast, the ascetic rigor of the rising fractions, often associated with a prudent reformism in politics, gives rise to a self-discipline and family discipline, which is entirely subordinated to social mobility. Proof of this is seen in the fact that the rising petty bourgeois, who are usually much stricter than the other classes, particularly on everything concerned with their children's upbringing, their work, going out alone, reading matter, sexuality, etc., can, without contradiction, show themselves much less strict than the dominant morality and the class fractions most attached to it, who make it a matter of principle, whenever the practices in question, such as abortion or the availability of contraceptives to young people, can be applied in the interest of mobility. And it can be understood in the same terms why the rising petty bourgeois tend to slip from optimistic austerity to repressive pessimism as they grow older, and as the future which made sense of their sacrifices turns sour. Thus, among junior executives and clerical workers, there are greater differences between the age groups than in other fractions whenever the questions asked offer an outlet for the repressive disposition. For example, the proportion of this category who reject the idea that teachers are not severe enough declines from 36.2% among the under 35s to 29% among the 35 to 50-year-olds and 26% among the over 50s. The proportion who think that teachers are too political rises from 44.6% to 47.6% and 60.4% for the same age groups. IFOP survey. March 1970, secondary analysis. The whole existence of the rising petty bourgeois is the anticipation of a future which he will, in most cases, only know by proxy, through his children, on whom he projects his ambition. The future he dreams of for his son eats up his present. Because he is committed to strategies extending over several generations, he is the man of the deferred pleasure, the deferred present that will be taken later, when there is time, when we've paid off the mortgage, when the children are older, or when we've retired, in other words, very often when it is too late, when, having given credit on his life, he has no time to collect his due and must cut his coat according to his cloth. There is no compensation for a lost present, especially when, with the breakup of identification with the children, for example, the disproportion between the sacrifices and the satisfactions becomes apparent, retrospectively making nonsense of a past entirely defined by tension towards the future. In the end, these altruistic misers who have squandered everything on the alter ego they had hoped to be, either in person, by rising in the social hierarchy, or through a substitute shaped in their own image, the son for whom they have done everything, who owes them everything, are left with nothing but resentment, the resentment that has always haunted them in the form of the fear of being taken for a ride by a social world which asks so much of them. As they struggle to the peak of their career and the moment of self-assessment, feeling their values and even their conception of their job threatened by the arrival of new, more highly qualified generations bearing a new ethos, the oldest of the junior executives and office workers are inclined to conservative dispositions in aesthetics, ethics, and politics, as is shown by the analysis of the correspondences, which situates them close to the small shopkeepers and traditional craftsmen. To have their revenge, they only have to place themselves on their favorite terrain, that of morality, to make a virtue of their necessity, elevate their particular morality into a universal morality. These groups not only have the morality of their interests, as everyone does, they have an interest in morality. For those scourges of privilege, morality is the only title which gives a right to every privilege. Their resentment often leads to fundamentally ambiguous political positions in which verbal fidelity to past convictions is a mask for present disenchantment, when it does not simply serve to justify moral indignation, and the somewhat lachrymose, humanistic anarchism which may outlive adolescence in some elderly, long-haired bohemians can easily veer with age into a fascistic nihilism, endlessly ruminating on scandals and plots. This description of one possible form of the evolution of political dispositions, whereby clerical workers and junior executives move, as they grow older, closer to the attitudes of the declining fractions, small shopkeepers and especially small craftsmen, than to those of younger members of their own class, is intended to counter the typically conservative tendency to establish a transhistorical relation between biological aging, implicitly associated with a growth in wisdom and reason, and increased conservatism. In fact, changes in political position and dispositions are apparently related to age only through the mediation of changes in social position which occur over time, and there are as many forms of evolution of political opinions as there are forms of social aging, i.e., social trajectory. The conservative ideology which regards the relationship between a move towards conservatism and growing old as an anthropological law, and which uses this relationship to justify its pessimistic, disabused account of revolutionary ideologies and ideologues, has every appearance on its side. Given that, on the one hand, the countless forms of social aging available to bourgeois or petty bourgeois adolescents, the only ones considered by the ideology, can, for the sake of simplicity, be divided into two classes, roughly corresponding to social success and failure, and on the other hand that these two classes of trajectories both lead by different routes to conservative dispositions, which differ greatly, of course, in their modality. It can be seen that one only has to ignore the varieties of ideology and the social principles of variation of the relationship between ideological aging and social aging to turn a sociologically intelligible statistical relationship into a natural law. Situated on the opposite side from the previous group as regards age and trajectory, the most educated members of the youngest generation of junior executives, technicians, and especially primary teachers are close to the new petite bourgeoisie 25, especially to their competence and preferences in legitimate culture. They equally often choose the art of fugue, the four seasons, ein klein Nachtmusik, and the well-tempered clavier, but more often the saber dance, the Hungarian Rhapsody and Rhapsody in Blue, and less often l'enfant et les sortilèges. They remain apart from them, however, and all the more so, the less they have been exposed to the new mode of scholastic generation, in everything more directly concerned with the daily art of living. Thus, their ideal friend, who for the new petite bourgeoisie is dynamic, refined, stylish, and artistic, is more often bon vivant, conscientious, and sociable, and if they include artistic, this is no doubt because it is the one dimension of bourgeois values which the ascetic petty bourgeois can find acceptable by virtue of the value he places on legitimate culture. The occupation of primary teacher to some extent shares the characteristics of the new occupations, owing to the changes in academic and social recruitment and in training. These changes, the most visible of which is feminization, no doubt linked to a rise in social origin, have led to the coexistence in the same position of agents who differ in social trajectory and in all the corresponding properties, for example, upwardly mobile men and women who belong to the upper classes by their origin or by marriage. As this case clearly shows, age differences, increasingly so as one moves towards the cultural pole, mark differences in the scholastic mode of generation, and therefore differences between generations defined in and by their relationship to the educational system. The best qualified of the younger generation of junior executives or clerical workers, mainly originating from the working and middle classes, share with the members of the new occupations, and especially with those of them who do not originate from the bourgeoisie, a relation to culture and, partially at least, to the social world which stems from an interrupted trajectory and the effort to extend or re-establish it. Thus, the new occupations are the natural refuge of all those who have not obtained from the educational system the qualifications that would have enabled them to claim the established positions their original social position promised them, and also of those who have not obtained from their qualifications all they felt entitled to expect by reference to an earlier state of the relationship between qualifications and job. Here, too, the complete description of the positions contains an implicitly normative description of those who are predisposed to occupy and succeed in them. That is, more precisely, a description of the mediations through which dispositions linked to trajectories are adjusted to these positions. In short, everything that is normally hidden under the word vocation. It can immediately be seen that, precisely by virtue of their actual and potential indeterminacy, positions which offer no guarantees but, in return, ask for no guarantees, which impose no specific condition of entry, especially as regards certificates, but hold out the promise of the highest profits for non-certified cultural capital, which guarantee no particular career prospects of the type offered by the well-established occupations, but exclude none, not even the most ambitious, are adjusted in advance to the dispositions typical of individuals in decline, endowed with a strong cultural capital, imperfectly converted into educational capital, or rising individuals who have not obtained all the educational capital which, in the absence of social capital, is needed to escape the most limited of the middle position. In the first place, the willingness or capacity to accept the average risk resulting from the indeterminacy of the positions no doubt varies, other things being equal, with inherited capital, partly by an effect of the dispositions themselves, which are more self-assured when there is more security, and partly because of the real distance from necessity given by possession of the economic means of persisting in provisionally unprofitable positions. 26. Whereas the personal risk entailed by the riskiest positions declines, both subjectively and objectively, as inherited capital increases. The chances of profit grow as capital increases in all its forms, not only the economic capital which gives the means of waiting for the future of coming occupation, or the cultural capital which helps to make that future by the symbolic violence needed to create and sell new products, but perhaps especially the social capital which, in these informally organized sectors in which recruitment is effected by co-option, enables one to enter the race and stay in it. A nurse who lives with passion, Elizabeth F., is 25. She obtained the bac with philosophy and then went to nursing college. For 4 years she has worked as a nurse at the Cité Universitaire, international student residence, in Paris. Her father was a civil servant, and her mother is a post office clerk. She lives alone in a one-room apartment with a small entrance hall. It contains no furniture, no table, no chairs, no shelf. Everything, mattress, record player, books, is on the floor. On the walls she has a Dario Fo poster about Chile, which she bought at a recital of poems and songs about Chile at the Cité Universitaire. A poster for a Yeats play, very beautiful. A still from the film Aphrodite Child, very moving. A photo of her young nephew, an orange mirror, very functional, and a big crimson board with a whole set of necklaces, made of shells, pearls, enamelware, beans, etc., some of which she made herself. She does not expect to buy furniture. It's not that I don't like it, I just don't happen to have any. It doesn't seem to be very essential. I admit it's not very convenient for people when I invite them for dinner, but I really don't think it's important. She bought her Citroën 2 CV secondhand from her godmother. She let me have it cheap. She bought her phonograph in her next to last year at the lycée, with the first money I earned working in a sanatorium in my spare time. It isn't really suitable for classical music, and her records are very, very worn out. I love being creative. She is eager to express her personality and seizes every opportunity to create something personal. I love drawing. Everyone in the family does drawing. My sister draws. My father used to draw. Mainly, though only episodically, she does black and white portraits of people she likes. I enjoy color, but for me it's not the important thing in a drawing. The most important things are the curves and then, well, the expression, capturing someone's expression. The pleasure comes when I'm doing the drawing. Later it's of no significance. She learnt how to make enamelware, first from books, which her aunt gave her together with a kiln when she was 15. Later, she made enamelware with her sister and friends at the Municipal Youth Club. People who never look outside themselves, her only makeup is an invisible foundation cream. Her hair is thinned and cut medium length. The first quality she looks for in her friends is joy. I like healthy people who are glad to be alive. I like people who are at ease with themselves, perhaps because I'm not always at ease myself. I think that what makes people carry on living is always being able to hope for something, never accepting things as they are. The people I don't like, I can't accept because they seem to me empty. I mean, they're dull, they have no taste, no passion. Perhaps no passion is too strong. I mean, they don't want anything, they don't seem to feel anything, they never look outside themselves. They don't really live. They're imprisoned by a whole environment. They can't get out of it, and don't even realize they could get out of it. There are quite a lot of them among my patients and the people I work with. People who are perhaps too dependent on material satisfactions, on the material things society can offer them. I can't say I don't like them, but I'm not interested in them. They don't interest me. Doing something with my body, she worships nature. Everything that is natural in people in the street, and loves nature in Paris, the woods and flowers. For a whole year she practiced physical expression with the Montreal Theatre Group, doing something with my body. Performing movements, gestures that aren't necessarily theatrical, that express my body, that's something I enjoy. On holiday she shuns campsites. They're too organized nowadays, almost hotels. She cannot spend more than a week at the seaside doing nothing. Going to the beach, sunbathing, the occasional swim. After 2 days of that, I'm bored. She hitchhikes to Greece, Italy, or the Balearic Islands. I love traveling that way, partly because it's so different from what I do the rest of the year, a different lifestyle. But also in order to live with a bit of insecurity. That's exciting, and to meet different people, be able to communicate. Last year she took part in the restoration of an abbey in the Rouergue region, and in her spare time she has worked with an archaeological team excavating a site in Eure-et-Loire. Every other Wednesday, she works 1 Wednesday out of 2. She attends a course at the École pratique des Hautes Études to get a bit of theory. It helps to have some notions of history and archaeology. We used to choose a theme, talk about it, and then create. For 3 years, she also belonged to an amateur drama group with friends at Bois d'Arcy, near Paris. They put on quite a few cabaret shows based on poetry. We did one on Boris Vian's work so as to make it better known. They have also written their own shows. We used to choose a theme, talk about it, and then create. But the people there were too young, and it broke down. Everyone went off their own way after the back, and we never got together again. Occasionally, with a girlfriend, she still does a bit of acting, just little sketches that we work on together. I wouldn't have wanted to make a living out of it, it's just a hobby. I don't go just because it's cheaper. There are periods when she goes regularly to the theater. At the theater in the Cité Universitaire, she has recently seen Ali Baba's Cave by a troupe from the Théâtre Oblique. I think it wasn't bad. Dario Fo at the Salle Gamier. It was very radical, but it was in the form of stories told to people, and it was excellent. She goes to see shows that are not expensive. I don't go just because it's cheaper, but the fact is, at the Cité there are very good shows that aren't expensive. Of course, it isn't very comfortable, but you have a good evening out and it doesn't cost too much, about 10 francs. Afterwards, we normally come back here or visit another friend, and we discuss the play if we feel like it. She went to the Comédie Française when she was younger, but no longer goes. I never disliked it, but it's not my favorite kind of theater. All the same, it's a very classical theater, but I don't really know much about it. On the other hand, Boulevard Theater isn't theater at all. Theater is something that involves people, brings together the performers and the spectators. Boulevard Theater doesn't do anything like it. I'm not even sure if people relax, because after all they see their own lives, what they do every day of the week. Theater shouldn't be about relaxing. It should be about dreaming, inventing. Boris Vian and lots of things about him. She loves classical music, especially Bach and Beethoven. She often listens to Félix Leclerc, Léo Ferré, Jacques Brel, her great love when she was 15, the only singer I've liked all the time for years. And Georges Brassens. I don't like Sheila at all. It's not music, it's commerce, opium, the sort of thing I hate. Although she does not like him, perhaps because of my upbringing, her family hated him. She thinks that Johnny Hallyday does have something. She likes Pink Floyd and has one of their records, but only superficially. She reads Le Monde when she has time, but that is not often. The reviews in Le Nouvel Observateur and fairly regularly Le Canard Enchaîné. She used to read more when she was at school. She reads novels recently, a book on Nepal by Hans Sagan, all Francis Sagan's novels, Boris Vian, and lots of things about him. She likes to discover an author, immerse herself in a book, and tell herself she's reading something fascinating. She likes Van Gogh. She went to the exhibition at the Petit Palais, Goya Buffet. Everything that's all done in lines and impressionism. It's a vision that's much deeper than a material object. You really feel you're given the impression of someone who has seen something and reproduced it. She recently visited the Rodin Museum, which is fantastic. I just love his work, it's wonderful. Furthermore, these positions, which are ultimately less risky and, at least in the long run, more profitable, the more capital one brings into them, present a further advantage for people seeking an honorable refuge to avoid social decline, perhaps the most important advantage in the short term and in the practical shaping of a vocation. One only has to consider the opposition between the youth leader or cultural organizer and the primary teacher, between the journalist or TV producer and the secondary teacher, between the technician in a public opinion or market research institute and the bank clerk or post office clerk, to see that, unlike the established positions which are situated in a hierarchy and impose the unequivocal image of an occupation defined in its present and future, the new or renovated occupations allow or encourage symbolic rehabilitation strategies, illustrated by the use of noble doublets, more or less overtly euphemistic, such as personal assistant for secretary or psychotherapeutic nurse for psychiatric nurse. But this effect is most visible in all those cases in which the agents endeavor to produce jobs adjusted to their ambitions, rather than adjust their ambitions to fit already existing jobs, to produce the need for their own product by activities which may be initially voluntary, like a number of social occupations, but aim to be imposed as public services officially recognized and more or less completely state-financed. In accordance with a classic process of professionalization, creation of a specialized training sanctioned by diplomas, a code of ethics, and an occupational ideology, etc. The new petite bourgeoisie comes into its own in all the occupations involving presentation and representation, sales, marketing, advertising, public relations, fashion, decoration, and so forth, and in all the institutions providing symbolic goods and services. These include the various jobs in medical and social assistance, marriage guidance, sex therapy, dietetics, vocational guidance, pediatric advice, etc. And in cultural production and organization, youth leaders, play leaders, tutors and monitors, radio and TV producers and presenters, magazine journalists, which have expanded considerably in recent years, but also some established occupations, such as art craftsmen or nurses. Thus, the art craftsmen in the old sense, upholsterers, wrought iron workers, cabinet makers, picture framers, goldsmiths, jewelers, gilders, or engravers, trained in technical schools and very close to small craftsmen and their values, have been joined in the last 15 years or so by makers of jewelry, printed fabrics, ceramics, or hand-woven clothes, with a higher level of general education, often Parisian and of bourgeois origin, who are closer in lifestyle to the cultural intermediary. Similarly, among the secretaries and nurses, some, originating from the lower or middle classes, are very close to the junior administrative executives, while others, younger, often Parisian and of bourgeois origin, present all the features of the new occupation. In general, the indeterminacy of the new or renovated occupations means that the heterogeneity of the agents' trajectories is particularly marked. One can almost always distinguish two groups separated by social origin and all the associated dispositions, who disagree more or less overtly over the definition of the job and the competences or virtues necessary in order to fill it. The oppositions which this duality of origins gives rise to within the new petite bourgeoisie are expressed very clearly in the relationship between ethical preferences and refusal. Unlike the declining petite bourgeoisie, which rejects the whole set of values directly opposed to its own, i.e., the very virtues pursued by the new petite bourgeoisie, amusing, refined, stylish, artistic, imaginative, the members of the socio-medical services make contradictory choices which seems to express the antagonisms between the values of their original milieu and the values of their present milieu. Some reject the qualities which most of the others put in top place, refined, stylish, amusing, while others reject the qualities most prized by the established petite bourgeoisie, level-headed, classical. These uncertainties or even incoherences no doubt exist in each of the members of the new professions, who have to invent a new lifestyle, particularly in domestic life, and to redefine their social coordinates. If the indeterminacy of a position favors bluffing or euphemizing strategies, there is a price to be paid in terms of the occupant's uncertainty as to his social identity, as we see from the testimony of an industrialist's daughter, aged 35, proprietor of a boutique in Paris selling design center products, contemporary goods and gifts. She attended a decorative art school but has no diploma and conducts her art business as if it were an art. When people ask me what I do, and I say I'm a shopkeeper, I always feel it's someone else answering for me because really I don't see myself as a shopkeeper. But I suppose in the end, when it comes down to it, I must be, I don't know. All the same, I feel very remote from the preoccupations of my butcher, and I feel much closer to someone who works in an advertising agency or to an interior decorator. It's all very complicated. Personally, I see myself as rather out on a limb, between two stools, I don't know. For me, shopkeeping is like a game. It's always a bit of a gamble, buying and selling. Those members of the new petite bourgeoisie who originate from the upper classes, and who, for lack, most often of educational capital, have had to reconvert into the new occupations such as cultural intermediary or art craftsman, have had fewer years of schooling than the average for their class of origin, but more than the average for the middle classes. They therefore possess a very great cultural capital of familiarity and a social capital of connection. They manifest the highest competence within the middle classes and incline towards a system of choices very similar to that of the bourgeoisie. The art of fugue, the concerto for the left hand, the Firebird Suite, the Four Seasons, Goya, Braque, Bruegel, Jacques Douai, the modern art museum, antique shops, and the flea market. A harmonious, discreet, studied interior, refined, artistic, stylish friends, intellectual films, Salvatore Giuliano, Exterminating Angel, The Trial, or among the comedies, The Suitor, see Figure 18. Their ambivalent relationship with the educational system, inducing a sense of complicity with every form of symbolic defiance, inclines them to welcome all the forms of culture which are, provisionally at least, on the lower boundaries of legitimate culture, jazz, cinema, strip cartoons, science fiction, and to flaunt, for example, American fashions and models, jazz, jeans, rock, or the avant-garde underground, which is their monopoly as a challenge to legitimate culture. But they often bring into these regions disdain by the educational establishment, an erudite, even academic, disposition which is inspired by a clear intention of rehabilitation, the cultural equivalent of the restoration strategies which define their occupational project. Thus, the members of the socio-medical services name more film directors than actors, thereby distancing themselves from the clerical workers or the secretaries, who are mainly interested in actors. 27. Their preference for the trial, a prodigious, harrowing film. Or for Les Dimanches de Ville D. Havre by Serge Bourguignon, who uses sometimes questionable but never vulgar means to retrace with unfailing delicacy the very pure and poetic story of a meeting and a friendship between a 12-year-old girl and a 30-year-old man. Le Monde, 24 November 1962, no doubt reveals their quasi-professional interest in all psychological explorations. 28. But it is also a sign, among many others, of the high cultural ambitions, also reflected in the frequency with which they say they read works of philosophy, of these transitional, mediating categories, identified in intention and aspiration with the dominant classes whom they serve, often in spatial proximity, secretary and director, nurse and doctor, yet separated from them by an invisible barrier. The fact that a large proportion of these new positions are occupied by women no doubt contributes to the realization of their potentialities, which express themselves precisely in this recruitment. It would clearly be naive to look to the sex ratio of the category, which is one of the properties of the category, for the explanation of this or that other property of the category. The socially inculcated dispositions, in particular, the inclination towards the things of taste, which lead especially the women of these fractions towards the adjectives they see as most distinguished, stylish, refined, etc., are also the basis of the vocation, which brings them to the new occupations and of the entirely functional aptitudes they apply in them. Not the least of these are the aesthetic dispositions required both in the production or sale of goods and services, and in the self-presentation, which is often an essential condition for successful symbolic imposition. The key to the whole system of preferences of these déclassés petty bourgeois aspiring to recover their lost class is found in the frequency with which they choose adjectives which unambiguously declare an attraction for the most naively aristocratic qualities: stylish, distinguished, refined, recherché. 29. This systematic pretension to distinction, this quasi-methodical concern to stand aloof from the tastes and values most clearly associated with the established petite bourgeoisie and the working classes, which give to all their practices an air of tension even in relaxation, constraint in the pursuit of a liberated lifestyle, affectation in simplicity, are indeed the most significant manifestations of this new variant of the petty bourgeois ethos. This well-armed pretension, based on a familiarity with culture combined with high social origin, is quite distinct in its means and its modality from the anxious pretension of the promoted petite bourgeoisie. It functions as a sort of social flair, allowing its owner to steer through difficult situations when the usual landmarks are missing. Thus, although the members of the new petite bourgeoisie are no more inclined than the others to concede, especially in practice, that photography can transfigure objects such as a pregnant woman, a scrapyard, a butcher's stall, or a car crash, they are more skillful at identifying the soppy objects of popular taste or petty bourgeois aestheticism, the sunset, the landscape, the little girl playing with a cat, the folk dance, all of which they much more rarely say would make a beautiful photograph. In general, the cultural bluff, which relies on this flair, measured by the gap between the tendency to select the rarest painters, composers, or works, l'enfant et les sortilèges, the Firebird Suite, Kandinsky, Dali, Braque, and the frequency of visits to museums, especially the Modern Art Museum, varies with the proportion of inheritors and parvenus in each category. It is particularly frequent among the cultural intermediaries and commercial executives, very rare among the promoted petty bourgeois, as it is among the public sector executives and secondary teachers, and is reduced to an empty intention of distinction in the rising fraction of the new occupations, situated on the negative value side of the second axis. Of the members of the new petite bourgeoisie who originate from the upper classes, 39.5% say they know at least 12 of the works of music, whereas only 25% of them can name at least 12 of the composers of the same works. This disparity does not occur with members of this fraction who originate from the working or middle classes. 15% of them say they know at least 12 works and 15% name at least 12 composers. By the same logic, the former declare much more often 85% than the latter 58%. All music of quality interests me. The dispositions of which the new petite bourgeoisie is the bearer find the conditions for their full development only in Paris. See Table 25. 30. Cultural pretension, together with education, of which it reinforces the effects, is no doubt one of the factors conducive to appropriation of the advantages associated with proximity to the center of cultural values, such as a more intense supply of cultural goods. The sense of belonging and the incentives given by contact with groups who are also culturally favored. 31. Consequently, there is no other category in which the systematic differences between Parisians and provincials are more marked. Differences in the intensity of the legitimate practices, museum visits, etc. And the range of competence in music, for example, differences in the relationship to legitimate culture, with the sense of being an outsider to the world of painting or music, not my strong point. I don't know much about it, always being more marked among provincials, other things being equal differences above all, in the ability to recognize, often without knowing them, smart opinions, the Parisians always being more inclined, at all levels of competence, to opt for the most legitimate judgments. All music of quality interests me, as soon as they are formulated, whereas the provincials more often concur with the judgments expressing a recognition of legitimacy combined with a confession of ignorance. I don't know much about it, or incompetence, it's complicated. Differences in the indices of cultural pretension, with, for example, the choice of an imaginative or studied interior, clothes that are chic and stylish, rase. Two expressions typical of the new art of living promulgated by the mass circulation women's magazines, and above all the declared preference for the rarest works of music, the Firebird Suite, the art of fugue, the well-tempered clavier, instead of the provincial's Rhapsody in Blue, through which the new petite bourgeoisie distinguishes itself from the promoted petite bourgeoisie much more decisively in Paris than in the provinces, and differences in all the indices of lifestyle, in the choice of clothes, in tastes in cooking or ethical preferences, in which the provincials are always more prudent, less audaciously liberated. Together with the opposition between the Parisians and the provincials, the opposition, strongly marked in cultural competence, between the occupants of the new positions who originate from the dominant class and those who originate from the other classes, underlines the conditions of success of the social bluff, which always plays a part in the definition of the new occupation. Having acquired only the most visible and least prestigious aspects of the new lifestyle, the upwardly mobile individuals who seek in marginal, less strictly defined positions, a way of escaping destinies incompatible with the promises implied in their scholastic careers, without possessing the cultural competences, the ethical dispositions, and above all, the social capital and investment sense from which individuals originating from the dominant class expect a recovery of their former position, have every likelihood of being expelled from positions to which they have been led by educationally induced allodoxia, as those positions are progressively revalued, partly through their own elimination, by the activity of the sole legitimate occupants. One can see how inherited dispositions predispose individuals to occupy the positions towards which they orient them. With these need merchants, sellers of symbolic goods and services who always sell themselves as models and as guarantors of the value of their products, and who sell so well because they believe in what they sell, the symbolic authority of the honest, trustworthy vendor takes the form of an imposition that is both more violent and more gentle, since the vendor deceives the customer only insofar as he deceives himself, and is sincerely sold on the value of what he sells. Because the new substitution industry, which sells fine words instead of things to those who cannot afford the things but are willing to settle for words, finds its ideal clientele in the new petite bourgeoisie, this group is predisposed to collaborate with total conviction in imposing the lifestyle handed down by the new bourgeoisie, the probable destination of its trajectory, and the real goal of its aspirations. 32 in short, this petite bourgeoisie of consumers, which means to acquire on credit, i.e., before its due time, the attributes of the legitimate lifestyle, residences with old-world names and holiday flats at Merlin Plage, mock luxury cars and mock luxury holidays, is perfectly adapted to act as a transmission belt and pull into the race for consumption and competition those from whom it means to distinguish itself. In fact, one of its distinguishing features is precisely its sense of legitimacy in teaching others the legitimate lifestyle by a symbolic action which not only produces the need for its own product, and therefore, in the long run, legitimates itself in those who exercise it, but also legitimates the lifestyle put forward as a model, that is, that of the dominant class, or, more precisely, of the fractions which constitute its ethical avant-garde. A very different image of themselves and their activity is, of course, held by all those who, in industry or in the great bureaucracies of cultural production, radio, television, research organizations, the major daily or weekly newspapers, and especially in the occupations of social work and cultural facilitation, perform the tasks of gentle manipulation assigned to them by the new division of labor. Occupying a dominated position within the hierarchy of the institutions of cultural production and circulation, and experiencing a quasi-alienation which sometimes provides the basis for an intellectual solidarity with the dominated classes, the new cultural intermediaries are inclined to sympathize with discourses aimed at challenging the cultural order and the hierarchies which the cultural hierarchy aims to maintain, and to return to the themes of all heresy. Denunciation of the technocratic pretension to the monopoly of competence, hostility to hierarchies, and the hierarchy, the ideology of universal creativity. But in fact, these occupations condemn their occupants to the essential ambiguity resulting from the discrepancy between the symbolically subversive dispositions linked to their position in the division of labor and the manipulative or conservative functions attached to the position, between the subjective image of the occupational project and the objective function of the occupation. The very performance of the function may presuppose this discrepancy, a principle of dissimulation and misrecognition, as in the case of some veteran revolutionaries of May 1968 who have become industrial psychologists. To accept their ambiguous position, and to accept themselves doing so, they are forced to invent the skillfully ambiguous discourses and practices that were, so to speak, inscribed in advance in the very definition of the position. 33, obliged to live out the contradiction between their messianic aspirations and the reality of their practice, to cultivate uncertainty as to their social identity in order to be able to accept it, and therefore condemned to a questioning of the world which masks an anxious self-questioning. These intellectual lackeys are predisposed to experience with particular intensity the existential mood of a whole intellectual generation, which, weary of desperately hoping for a collective hope, seeks in a narcissistic self-absorption the substitute for the hope of changing the social world or even of understanding it. Thus, in the struggle it wages, within the dominant fractions of the dominant class, to replace old-style conservatism based on an overtly authoritarian image of the hierarchical relations between the classes, generations, or sexes with a reconverted conservatism, corresponding to the enlightened self-interest of those for whom a rational use of the educational system has provided the means of reconverting themselves in accordance with the new logic of the economy. The new or renovated bourgeoisie finds a natural ally, both economically and politically, in the new petite bourgeoisie. The latter recognizes in the new bourgeoisie the embodiment of its human ideal, the dynamic executive, and having abandoned the somewhat morose asceticism of the rising petite bourgeoisie, collaborates enthusiastically in imposing the new ethical norms, especially as regards consumption and the corresponding needs. Seeking its occupational and personal salvation in the imposition of new doctrines of ethical salvation, the new petite bourgeoisie is predisposed to play a vanguard role in the struggles over everything concerned with the art of living, in particular, domestic life and consumption, relations between the sexes and the generations, the reproduction of the family and its values. It is opposed on almost every point to the repressive morality of the declining petite bourgeoisie, whose religious or political conservatism often centers on moral indignation at moral disorder, and especially the disorder of sexual mores, as witness the theme of pornocracy, and the anti-feminism which run through a whole current of predominantly petty bourgeois right-wing thought, from Proudhon to Pareto. But it is equally opposed by the aristocratic pretension of its fundamental choices and by its subversive representation of the relations between the sexes, to the asceticism of the promoted petite bourgeoisie, whose austere optimism, rigorous but not without a sort of heroism, is opposed to the repressive pessimism of the declining petite bourgeoisie 34 thus, whereas the old morality of duty, based on the opposition between pleasure and good, induces a generalized suspicion of the charming and attractive, a fear of pleasure and a relation to the body made up of reserve, modesty, and restraint, and associates every satisfaction of the forbidden impulses with guilt. The new ethical avant-garde urges a morality of pleasure as a duty 35. This doctrine makes it a failure, a threat to self-esteem, not to have fun 36, or, as Parisians like to say with a little shudder of audacity, jour. 37. Pleasure is not only permitted but demanded, on ethical as much as on scientific grounds. 38. The fear of not getting enough pleasure, the logical outcome of the effort to overcome the fear of pleasure, is combined with the search for self-expression and bodily expression, and for communication with others, relating, exchange, even immersion in others, considered not as a group but as subjectivities in search of their identity. And the old personal ethic is thus rejected for a cult of personal health and psychological therapy. At the opposite pole from the politicization, which depersonalizes personal experiences by presenting them as particular cases of generic experiences common to a class, moralization and psychologization personalize experiences, and are thus perfectly consistent with the more or less secularized forms of the search for religious salvation. 39, as is shown by the use it makes of psychoanalytic jargon. The modernist morality is a psychological vulgate which moralizes under the guise of analysis, and as is shown by the emphasis it places on Erickson's utopia of full orgasmic reciprocity, it transmutes a spuriously positive definition of the normal into an imperative of normality, and bases the orgasm duty of its theoretical morality on the findings of a bogus science of mores a la Kinsey, thus introducing the deadly rational accountancy of equivalences into the area of sexual exchanges, which for most societies is one of the last refuges of collective misrecognition. 40. Invoking the prestige of a false science of sexual behavior to naturalize a conception and an experience of sexuality, a very recent historical invention which depends on social conditions of possibility that are very unequally distributed. 41. It consigns to the pathology of sexual poverty, i.e., to the attentions of the psychoanalyst or the sexologist, sole arbiters of legitimate sexual competence, all those whom the old morality would have consigned to the inferno of natural sexuality. These barbarians, who have not caught up with the sexual revolution, are once again the victims of a universalization of the definition of competence not accompanied by a universalization of the conditions of acquisition. Closer in this respect to religious prophecy than to science, whose truths are always partial and provisional, this would-be scientific morality provides a systematic answer to the problems of daily existence. It proposes, for example, a conception of bodily exercise and a representation of childhood and child-rearing which are in perfect harmony with its vision of sexuality. Out goes the asceticism of traditional gymnastics, which measures the value of an exercise by its cost in effort, and even suffering, il faut souffrir pour être belle, which sees physical effort as character building, and may even find a form of pleasure in the experience of tension. In its place comes the new gymnastics, a self-styled anti-gymnastics, with a system of equally imperative and exactly opposite precepts. Aiming to substitute relaxation for tension, pleasure for effort, creativity and freedom for discipline, communication for solitude, it treats the body as the psychoanalyst treats the soul, bending its ear to listen to a body which has to be unknotted, liberated or, more simply, rediscovered and accepted, feeling at home. This psychologization of the relation to the body is inseparable from an exaltation of the self, but a self which truly fulfills itself, growth, awareness, responsiveness, only when relating to others, sharing experiences, through the intermediary of the body treated as a sign and not as an instrument which opens the door to a whole politics of the alienated body. Such are the intentions which lie behind exercises of bodily expression, a sort of painless delivery of one's own body. 42. The same oppositions are found in the area of child-rearing. The puritanical view of the child's nature as a site of dangerous, powerful, essentially autoerotic desires leads upbringing to be seen as a training, a straightening and pedagogy as a set of techniques for controlling the child while taming his bad instincts. It gives adults the power to define needs, i.e., legitimate desires, to distinguish, for example, between legitimate cries of hunger or pain and illegitimate ones, or between good and bad habits. By contrast, the therapeutic ethic, with its psychobabble of liberationist commonplaces, father figure, Peter Pan complex, etc., credits the child with a good nature which must be accepted as such, with its legitimate pleasure needs, for attention, affection, maternal care. Child-rearing, which is also a source of legitimate pleasures, so that procreation, which produces this consumer object bringing joy, youth and union to both parents, is also a psychotherapeutic duty, treats the child as a sort of apprentice who must discover his body and the world through exploration, and blurring the boundaries between work and play, duty and pleasure, it defines play as muscular and mental learning, and therefore a necessary pleasure, subjectively agreeable and objectively indispensable, thus making pleasure a duty for children and parents alike. Psychoanalysis, the rationalizing mystique of the age of science, is freely interpreted to supply the legitimating discourse which gives the appearances of a rational foundation to the arbitrary, but socially necessary, presuppositions of an ethos. And the slide from ethics to therapy produces the need for the therapist of which it is the product. There is no doubt that the search for psychological health through recourse to specialists in the rational cure of souls, psychoanalysts, psychotherapists, marriage guidance counselors, and so on, stands in a dialectical relation to the development of a body of professionals capable of producing the need for their own product, i.e., a market for the goods and services they are equipped to supply. It would no doubt be a mistake to attribute to this single factor all the changes in domestic ethics which result from the combined impact of a number of relatively independent causal series, including the appearance of new psychological theories, psychoanalysis, genetic psychology, etc. The vastly increased number of girls from the bourgeoisie entering higher education and adapting to the associated lifestyle, the transformation of the mode of social reproduction, which means that scholastic errors tend to count more than moral errors, with academic anxiety, previously more a male concern, replacing ethical anxiety, which used to affect mainly girls, women's increased access to the labor market, and the changes in economic production itself, which, having to place ever greater emphasis on the production of needs and the artificial creation of scarcities, helps in many indirect ways to encourage a consumer morality. The fact remains that the rise of the therapeutic morality is unquestionably linked to the constitution of a core of professionals, psychoanalysts, sexologists, counselors, psychologists, specialized journalists, and so forth, claiming a monopoly of the legitimate definition of legitimate pedagogic or sexual competence, and that the constitution of a field of production of goods and services called for by the disparity between the competence now demanded in such matters and real competence cannot be understood independently of the whole set of reconversion strategies through which agents, whose domestic or educational training predisposed them to play the role of an ethical vanguard, have been able to find the substitute for the prestigious positions the labor market refused them. In the interstices between the teaching profession and the medical profession. Thus the exemplary history of all those who started by professing a faith and ended up making it a profession, especially of all those associations which, in the areas of social work, adult education, cultural organization, or advice on child-rearing and sexuality, have moved, in the space of a generation, from the enthusiastic uncertainties of voluntary evangelism to the security of quasi-civil servant status, unfolds in time the ambiguous nature of all those professions which are bureaucratized forms of exemplary prophecy, and which involve offering or selling one's own art of living as an example to others. If the ethical proselytism of these ethical prophets of bureaucratic societies systematically reverses the ascetic morality of the established petite bourgeoisie, this is because, like the choice, by which they are defined, of making their profession rather than entering ready-made professions, their lifestyle and ethical and political positions are based on a rejection of everything in themselves that is finite, definite, final, in a word, petty bourgeois, that is, a refusal to be pinned down in a particular site in social space, a practical utopianism which was, until then, the privilege of intellectuals, and which predisposes them to welcome every form of utopia. Classified déclassés aspiring to a higher class, they see themselves as unclassifiable, excluded, dropped out, marginal, anything rather than categorized, assigned to a class, a determinate place in social space. And yet all their practices, cultural, sporting, educational, sexual, speak of classification. But in the mode of denial, as one sees from a few headings taken from the index of a resource guide to adolescent counterculture. 43 Aikido, agitprop, alternative press, anthroposophy, anti-gymnastics, anti-nuclear, anti-psychiatry, anti-radiation, anti-scientism, anti-vaccination, astrology, basket-making, biodynamics, bioenergy, biological farming, body, Charlie Hebdo. Childhood, commune, creativity, dance, diet, drugs, ecology, encounters, esoterica, extraterrestrial, folk, freedom, free flight, futuristics, gaze, gestalt therapy, gliding, go, green, hallucinogens, hiking, grass, homeopathy, imagination, immigrant, independent cinema, invention, judo, kendo, kudo, Larzac, life, macrobiotics, madness, magnetism, nomad, nonverbal communication, nonviolence, one-night stands, ongoing education, oriental medicine, parallel. Parapsychology, parascientific popularization, physiotherapy, plants, pottery, prisons, psi-phenomena, regionalism, repression, science fiction, struggles, telepathy, therapy, trailers, transcendental meditation, travel, trekking, vegetarianism, weaving, yoga, Zen. An inventory of thinly disguised expressions of a sort of dream of social flying, a desperate effort to defy the gravity of the social field. Guided by their anti-institutional temperament and the concern to escape everything redolent of competitions, hierarchies and classifications, and above all, of scholastic classifications, hierarchies of knowledge, theoretical abstractions, or technical competences, these new intellectuals are inventing an art of living which provides them with the gratifications and prestige of the intellectual at the least cost. In the name of the fight against taboos and the liquidation of complexes, they adopt the most external and most easily borrowed aspects of the intellectual lifestyle, liberated manners, cosmetic or sartorial outrages, emancipated poses and postures, and systematically apply the cultivated disposition to not yet legitimate culture, cinema, strip cartoons, the underground, to everyday life, street art, the personal sphere, sexuality, cosmetics, child rearing, leisure and the existential, the relation to nature, love, death. The perfect audience for a new intellectual popularization, which is also a popularization of the intellectual lifestyle. They spontaneously relate to the new spontaneist ideology culled from Freud and Freinet, Rogers and Reich, Fourier and Bakunin. 44. It is scarcely necessary to point out the cultivated, even scholastic aspects of this romantic flight from the social world, which, because it exalts the body and nature, sometimes sees itself as a return to the wild and the natural. Like legitimate culture, the counterculture leaves its principles implicit, which is understandable since it is rooted in the dispositions of an ethos, and so is still able to fulfill functions of distinction by making available to almost everyone the distinctive poses, the distinctive games and other external signs of inner riches previously reserved for intellectual. The convergences between the routine themes of advertising, which has long been versed in the language of desire 45, and the most typical topics of high philosophical popularization, the parallels between the social policy of a dominant class which concedes the better to conserve, and the new child-rearing, specifically bourgeois in its diffusion, which opts for liberalism and indulgence, would be sufficient to show that the new ethic espoused by the vanguard of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie is perfectly compatible with a form of enlightened conservatism. It may even be wondered if the ethic of liberation is not in the process of supplying the economy with the perfect consumer, whom economic theory has always dreamed of, and not only by inducing him to consume and to consume the latest thing. The most important contribution of the new ethic may well be that it produces consumers who are isolated, despite all their associations, which are purely statistical groupings, and therefore free or forced to confront in extended order the separate markets, juniors, teenagers, senior citizens, etc., of the new economic order, and untrammeled by the constraints and breaks imposed by collective memories and expectations. In short, freed from the temporal structures imposed by domestic units, with their own life cycle, their long-term planning, sometimes over several generations, and their collective defenses against the immediate impact of the market. The fundamental proposition that the habitus is a virtue made of necessity is never more clearly illustrated than in the case of the working classes, since necessity includes for them all that is usually meant by the word, that is, an inescapable deprivation of necessary goods. Necessity imposes a taste for necessity, which implies a form of adaptation to and consequently acceptance of the necessary, a resignation to the inevitable, a deep-seated disposition which is in no way incompatible with a revolutionary intention, although it confers on it a modality which is not that of intellectual or artistic revolts. Social class is not defined solely by a position in the relations of production, but by the class habitus which is normally, i.e., with a high statistical probability, associated with that position won the Narodniki of all times and all lands, by identifying with their object to the point of confusing their relation to the working class condition with the working class relation to that condition, by speaking and writing as if it were sufficient to occupy the worker's position in the relations of production for a brief while, as observer or even as participant, in order to understand the worker's experience of that position, present an account of the working class condition that is statistically improbable, since it is not the product of the relation to that condition which is ordinarily associated with the condition, precisely because of the conditionings which it exerts. It is not a question of the truth or falsity of the insupportable image of the working class world that the intellectual produces when, putting himself in the place of a worker without having the habitus of a worker, he apprehends the working class condition through schemes of perception and appreciation, which are not those that the members of the working class themselves use to apprehend it. It is truly the experience that an intellectual can obtain of the working class world by putting himself provisionally and deliberately into the working class condition, and it may become less and less improbable if, as is beginning to happen, an increasing number of individuals are thrown into the working class condition without having the habitus that is the product of the conditionings, normally imposed on those who are condemned to this condition. Populism is never anything other than an inverted ethnocentrism, and if descriptions of the industrial working class and the peasantry almost always vacillate between miserabilism and millenarian exaltation, this is because they leave out the relation to class condition, which is part of a complete definition of that condition, and because it is less easy to state the actual relation to the condition one is describing, without necessarily being able to feel it, than to put one's own relation to it into the description, if only because this spurious identification and the indignation it inspires have all the appearances of legitimacy to support them too. The specific effect of the taste for necessity, which never ceases to act, though unseen, because its action combines with that of necessity, is most clearly seen when it is, in a sense, operating out of phase, having survived the disappearance of the conditions which produced it. One sees examples in the behavior of some small craftsmen or businessmen who, as they themselves say, don't know how to spend the money they've earned, or of junior clerical workers, still attached to their peasant or working-class roots, who get as much satisfaction from calculating how much they have saved by doing without a commodity or service, or doing it themselves, as they would have got from the thing itself, but who, equally, cannot ever purchase it without a painful sense of wasting money. Having a million does not in itself make one able to live like a millionaire, and parvenus generally take a long time to learn that what they see as culpable prodigality is, in their new condition, expenditure of basic necessity 3, it tends to be forgotten that to appreciate the true value of the purely symbolic services which in many areas, hotels, hairdressing, etc., make the essential difference between luxury establishments and ordinary businesses, one has to feel oneself the legitimate recipient of this bureaucratically personalized care and attention, and to display vis-a-vis those who are paid to offer it the mixture of distance, including generous gratuities and freedom which the bourgeois have towards their servants. Anyone who doubts that knowing how to be served is one component of the bourgeois art of living need only think of the workers or small clerks who, entering a smart restaurant for some grand occasion, immediately strike up a conversation with the waiters, who realize at once whom they are dealing with, as if to destroy symbolically the servant-master relationship and the unease it creates for them. The worker who sees a watch on sale for 2,000,000 old francs, or who hears that a surgeon has spent 3,000,000 francs on his son's engagement party, does not envy the watch or the party, but the 2,000,000, being unable to conceive of the system of needs in which he would have nothing better to do with 2,000,000 francs than spend it on a watch. When there are so many things that come first, as they say, you'd have to be crazy to think of buying a 2,000,000 franc watch. But no one ever really puts himself in the place of those on the other side of the social world. One man's extravagance is another man's prime necessity, and not only because the marginal value of those 2,000,000 francs varies with the number of millions possessed. Many of the expenditures that are called conspicuous are in no way a squandering, and as well as being obligatory elements in a certain style of life, they are very often, like engagement parties, an excellent investment in social capital. For a host of reasons, in particular the physical and social separation of the universes of life, these experiences of the watch and the engagement party are very improbable, although both actually happen. In fact, as Marx observed with some brutality, what and how much he can see depends not only on the existing state of affairs in the world, a state of affairs by no means created by him, but also on his purse, and on the position in life which falls to his lot owing to the division of labor, which perhaps shuts very much away from him, although he may have very acquisitive eyes and ears. For, in general, the working classes have no idea of what the system of needs of the privileged classes might be. Their knowledge of upper-class resources is equally abstract and unreal. When asked the average price of a good meal around the Champs-Élysées, 13% of the manual workers said they did not know, 35% put it at between 15 and 24 francs, 22% between 25 and 29, 13% between 30 and 39, and 13% over 50 francs, as against 2%, 11%, 20%, 33% and 14% respectively for the executive. Industrialists and professionals, the junior executives gave intermediate evaluation. What statistics records in the form of systems of needs is nothing other than the coherence of the choices of a habitus. And the inability to spend more, or differently, that is, to rise to the system of needs implied in a higher level of resources, is the best illustration of the impossibility of reducing, theoretically, the propensity to consume to the capacity to appropriate, or of reducing the habitus to the economic conditions prevailing at a given moment, as represented, for example, by a given level of income. If everything encourages a belief in the existence of a direct relationship between income and consumption, this is because taste is almost always the product of economic conditions identical to those in which it functions, so that income tends to be credited with a causal efficacy, which it in fact only exerts in association with the habitus it has produced. The specific efficacy of the habitus is clearly seen when the same income is associated with very different patterns of consumption, which can only be understood by assuming that other selection principles have intervened. Thus, foremen, whose average household income is much greater than that of skilled workers, 34,581 francs as against 25,716 francs, devote a very similar proportion of their income to food, 35.4%, as against 38.3% for skilled workers and 30% for junior executives, so that their actual spending on food is equal to that of senior executives, 12,503 francs as against 12,904 francs. Everything indicates that they remain attached to the popular values of eating well, and especially to the popular interpretation of these values. First, spending on the products most typical of popular food, starchy foods, pork, potatoes, poultry, increases. Secondly, spending on the expensive products, which manual workers have to restrict although for them they symbolize good eating, charcuterie, wine, coffee, and especially sugar, which declines sharply in the upper classes, increases considerably, together with butter, 444 francs as against 365 francs, whereas less oil is bought. Thirdly, spending on products which are expensive but characteristic of the bourgeois lifestyle increases much less or not at all. This is true of veal, lamb, mutton, fish, shellfish, citrus fruit, etc. Fresh vegetables increase much more than fresh fruit, and both increase less than charcuterie. 5. Another example. As one moves from the 30,000 francs income bracket into the higher bracket, the food purchases of senior executives do not change in at all the same way as those of manual workers. Though expenditure on food increases in both cases, relatively more so among the executives, the items which expand are by order of importance for senior executives, including teachers and engineers: aperitifs, restaurant meals, non-alcoholic drinks, lamb, cakes and pastries, beef, fresh fruit, fish and shellfish, cheese, and for manual workers, pork, aperitifs, rabbit, fresh fruit, dried vegetables, bread. Fresh vegetables. 6. The principle of the most important differences in the order of lifestyle, and even more, of the stylization of life, lies in the variations in objective and subjective distance from the world, with its material constraints and temporal urgency. Like the aesthetic disposition, which is one dimension of it, the distant, detached or casual disposition towards the world or other people, a disposition which can scarcely be called subjective since it is objectively internalized, can only be constituted in conditions of existence that are relatively freed from urgency. The submission to necessity which inclines working-class people to a pragmatic, functionalist, aesthetic, refusing the gratuity and futility of formal exercises, and of every form of art for art's sake, is also the principle of all the choices of daily existence, and of an art of living which rejects specifically aesthetic intention as aberrations. 7. Thus manual workers say more often than all the other classes that they like interiors that are clean and tidy and easy to maintain. 8. Or the value for money clothes which economic necessity assigns to them in any case. The doubly prudent choice of a garment that is both simple, versatile, all-purpose, i.e., as little marked and as unrisky as possible, no nonsense, practical, and good value for money, i.e., cheap and long-lasting, no doubt presents itself as the most reasonable strategy, given on the one hand the economic and cultural capital, not to mention time, that can be invested in buying clothes, and on the other hand, the symbolic profits that can be expected from such an investment, at least at work. Unlike clerical workers, for example, the proportion of women who say they tend not to take account of fashion, always higher among women who do not work outside the home, 59% as against 47%, and those who never read women's magazines, is distinctly greater in the categories of the craftsmen or small shopkeepers, farm workers and manual workers, 62%, 61% and 55%, than among the junior and senior executive, the professionals and the employers, 43%. Similarly, the concern to keep up with fashion is markedly stronger among the wives of junior executives or clerical workers, whereas the choice of whatever is most practical or economical, rising strongly with age, and much more frequent among housewives, is most pronounced among the wives of farm workers, craftsmen or shopkeepers, and manual workers. The last two categories are those who most often say they are chiefly concerned to please their husband. The choice of a classic garment, rather than refined, unconventional or sporty, which, like the most practical and economical, rises strongly with age and varies in inverse ratio to the reading of L, an index of investment in the aesthetics of dress, is strongest among the wives of farm workers, 67%, and manual workers, 59%. Whereas the women of the bourgeoisie, who least often express this choice, 39%, are the ones who most often choose sporty or refined clothes. CS. XLI. Further evidence of a low investment in clothing and a low propensity to invest in aesthetic refinement in such matters is seen in the fact that a relatively high proportion of working-class women buy their clothes in the market, by post, or in popular department stores, whereas bourgeois women tend to limit their purchases to boutiques and upmarket department stores. CS. XLV. The logic is the same in the area of cosmetics. The numerous market surveys on the subject all show that working-class women reduce their expenditure on makeup and beauty care to the minimum. This item rises strongly as one moves from the wives of farm workers to manual workers, to craftsmen and shopkeepers, to junior executives and to senior executives. They thus represent the 0 degree of makeup, of which the complexity, lipstick alone, lipstick plus foundation plus eyeshadow plus eyebrow pencil, etc., and the cost in money, and especially in time, increase as one moves up the social hierarchy in the same order as before, at least up to the level of the clerical workers and junior executives. Thus, although working-class practices may seem to be deduced directly from their economic conditions, since they ensure a saving of money, time, and effort that would in any case be of low profitability, they stem from a choice of the necessary, that's not for us, both in the sense of what is technically necessary, practical, or, as others would say, functional, i.e., needed in order to get by, to do the proper thing and no more, and of what is imposed by an economic and social necessity condemning simple, modest people to simple, modest tastes. The adjustment to the objective chances which is inscribed in the dispositions constituting the habitus is the source of all the realistic choices which, based on the renunciation of symbolic profits that are in any case inaccessible, reduce practices or objects to their technical function, a short back-end sides or quick trim-up at the barber's, a simple little dress, solid furniture, etc. Thus nothing is more alien to working-class women than the typically bourgeois idea of making each object in the home the occasion for an aesthetic choice, of extending the intention of harmony or beauty even into the bathroom or kitchen, places strictly defined by their function, or of involving specifically aesthetic criteria in the choice of a saucepan or cupboard. Festive meals and Sunday best clothes are opposed to everyday meals and clothes by the arbitrariness of a conventional division, doing things properly, just as the rooms socially designated for decoration, the sitting room, the dining room or living room, are opposed to everyday places, that is, by an antithesis which is more or less that of the decorative and the practical, and they are decorated in accordance with established conventions, with knick-knacks on the mantelpiece, a forest scene over the sideboard, flowers on the table, without any of these obligatory choices implying decisions or a search for effect. This conventionalism, which is also that of popular photography, concerned to fix conventional poses in the conventional compositions 9, is the opposite of bourgeois formalism, and of all the forms of art for art's sake recommended by manuals of graceful living and women's magazines, the art of entertaining, the art of the table, the art of motherhood. In addition to providing a form of basic security in a world in which there can be hardly any assurance, the choice of doing the proper thing, or the done thing, the vendors of domestic goods understand the power of "it's the done thing" over working-class insecurity, has a natural place in an economy of practices based on the search for the practical and the refusal of frills and fancy nonsense 10, even the choices which, from the standpoint of the dominant norm, appear as the most irrational are grounded in the taste of necessity, plus, of course, the entirely negative effect of the absence of information and specific competence which results from the lack of cultural capital. For example, the taste for the trinkets and knickknacks which adorn mantelpiece and hallways is inspired by an intention unknown to economists and ordinary aesthetes, that of obtaining maximum effect. It'll make a terrific effect, at minimum cost, a formula which for bourgeois taste is the very definition of vulgarity, one of the intentions of distinction being to suggest with the fewest effects possible the greatest expenditure of time, money, and ingenuity. What is the gaudy and the tawdry, if not that which creates a big effect for a small price, the follies that are only permissible so long as you can say to yourself, they were almost given away? Street hawkers and sales promotion specialists know that they must release the brakes and censorships which forbid extravagances, by presenting the forbidden goods as bargains. The unfashionable settee which, if you can forget the color and just think of the price, is exactly the one you had always wanted to go in front of the TV, or the unwearable nylon dress you ended up buying because it was reduced in the sale, though you had sworn you would never again wear nylon. And if it still needed to be proved that resignation to necessity is the basis of the taste of necessity, one only has to consider the waste of time and energy resulting from the refusal to subject the daily management of domestic life to the constraints of rational calculation and formal life principles, a place for everything, everything in its time, etc., which only apparently contradicts the refusal to devote time and care to health, mollycoddling yourself, or beauty, getting dolled up. In fact, in these two features of their lifestyle, working-class women, doubly dominated, show that they do not set sufficient value on their trouble and their time, the only things they can spend and give without counting, to be concerned about sparing and saving them, or, to put it another way, that they do not value themselves sufficiently, and they do indeed have a low value on the labor market. Unlike bourgeois women with their skilled labor power and cultivated bodies, to grant themselves a care and attention which always imply a certain indulgence, and to devote to their bodies the incessant care, concern, and attention that are needed to achieve and maintain health, slimness, and beauty, 11a whole set of convergent indices, tends to show that working-class women set less value on and have less interest in their bodies than women in other classes. For example, 40.2% of agricultural workers' wives and 36% of manual workers' wives consider themselves below average in beauty, as against 24.2% of upper-class women and 33.2% of middle-class women, 13.0% and 14% respectively, as against 10.1% and 7.6%, say they look old for their age. And working-class women almost always award themselves lower marks, except for skin, nose, and hands, than women in other classes. They set less store by beauty and systematically devote less time, money, and interest to all personal care. See Table 20 in Chapter 3. The calls to order, who does she think she is? That's not for the likes of us, which reaffirm the principle of conformity, the only explicit norm of popular taste, and aim to encourage the reasonable choices that are in any case imposed by the objective conditions, also contain a warning against the ambition to distinguish oneself by identifying with other groups. That is, they are a reminder of the need for class solidarity. The gaps between the cultural practices and preferences of the different classes are to a large extent due to the fact that the chances of finding in one's milieu the market, in which cultural experiences and the discourses to which they give rise can receive a value vary in much the same way as the chances of having such experiences, and no doubt play a part in determining these chances. The low interest which working-class people show in the works of legitimate culture to which they could have access, especially through television, is not solely the effect of a lack of competence and familiarity, just as supposedly vulgar subjects, such as television, are banished from bourgeois conversation, cs. Vi, so the favorite subjects of bourgeois conversation, exhibitions, theater, concerts, or even cinema, are excluded, de facto and de jure, from working-class conversation, in which they could only express the pretension to distinguish oneself. Perhaps the most ruthless call to order, which in itself no doubt explains the extraordinary realism of the working classes, stems from the closure effect of the homogeneity of the directly experienced social world. There is no other possible language, no other lifestyle, no other form of kinship relation. The universe of possibles is closed. Other people's expectations are so many reinforcements of dispositions imposed by the objective condition. The ritualization of practices and utterances, which can go as far as stereotyping, is to some extent an effect of the very rigorous application of the principle of conformity. A full-grown man who visits another household is expected to have a drink. A middle-aged woman who dresses too young for her age is severely, even cruelly, sanctioned jibes, remarks behind her back, etc. Whereas great class differences may pass unnoticed and are in any case very well tolerated, he's a real character. He's not like us, because they are seen as based on differences of nature. The doctor's wife will be described as made for fine clothes. Not the slightest deviation is permitted to those who belong to the same class or originate from it, because in this case difference could only arise from the desire to distinguish oneself, that is, from refusal or repudiation of the group. Thus the son of a bourgeois who breaks with his family is favorably regarded, whereas a worker's son who does the same thing is condemned. What is objectionable is not difference, but the conspicuous intention of aloofness. The natural difference which defines the bourgeois is the more easily accepted because his simplicity proves it is not the product of a negative striving for distinction. Difference is perceived and denounced as such only by people whose awareness has been sharpened by political or trade union activity, those of whom others say, "Il fait de la politique," implying a troublemaker, a rough diamond. It is clear what advantages the condescension strategies of all forms of paternalism can derive from these deferential dispositions, a real gentleman, etc. Men especially are forbidden every sort of pretension in matters of culture, language, or clothing. This is not only because aesthetic refinement, particularly as regards clothing or cosmetics, is reserved for women by a representation, more strict than in any other class, of the sexual division of labor and sexual morality, 12, or because it is more or less clearly associated with dispositions and manners seen as characteristic of the bourgeoisie, airs and graces, la-di-da, etc., or of those who are willing to submit to bourgeois demands so as to win acceptance, of which the toadies, lickspittles, and pansies of everyday invective represent the limit. It is also because a surrender to demands perceived as simultaneously feminine and bourgeois appears as the index of a dual repudiation of virility, a twofold submission which ordinary language, naturally conceiving all domination in the logic and lexicon of sexual domination, is predisposed to express. It is not only in thoughts that the opposition between the working classes and the dominant class, especially its dominated fractions, is organized by analogy with the opposition between the male and the female, that is, through the categories of the strong and the weak, the fat and coarse, and the thin or fine, and so forth. Thus, as regards food, the working classes, and no doubt the men rather than the women, are opposed to the other classes as men are opposed to women. It is known, for example, that a higher proportion of senior executives than of any other class, except farm workers, drink milk for breakfast every day, 59%, manual workers 42%. The same is true of chocolate executives 12%, manual workers 5%, farm workers 5%, with no difference between the sexes in this case. And tea, in France a typically bourgeois and feminine drink, executives 27%. Manual workers 3%, farm workers 0%. But the working class is chiefly distinguished by the inclusion of salty, substantial, clearly masculine foods, such as soup, eaten almost exclusively by farm workers, meat, 46% of the farm workers, 17% of the manual workers, 6% of the senior executives say they at least occasionally eat meat for breakfast, and cheese. Whereas the senior executives and professionals take first place for sweet foods such as jam or honey, 40% say they eat them every day, as against 29% of the farm workers and 11% of the manual workers, which are also clearly marked as feminine. Only 38% of men eat them occasionally, 63% of women c.s. XLVII. The same opposition emerges from an older survey, in which the proportion who eat something savory for breakfast, eggs, ham, sausages, pâté or cheese, declines as one moves from the farm workers to the manual workers, to the clerical workers and senior executives, while the proportion who eat sweet foods, jam, honey or fruit, varies in the opposite way. 13. It is also known that the whole set of socially constituted differences between the sexes tends to weaken as one moves up the social hierarchy, and especially towards the dominated fractions of the dominant class, where women tend to share the most typically male prerogatives such as the reading of serious newspapers and interest in politics, while the men do not hesitate to express interests and dispositions, in matters of taste, for example, which elsewhere would be regarded as effeminate. The greater tolerance of deviations from the norm of the sexual division of labor, no doubt, partly explains why the proportion of homosexuals known and acknowledged as such rises strongly with position in the social hierarchy, as also with the size of the town of residence. The proportion of respondents who say they know homosexuals among their acquaintances rises from 10% among farm workers to 16% among manual workers, 22% among small shopkeepers and craftsmen, 25% among junior executives and clerical workers, and 37% among industrial and commercial employers, senior executives and the profession. It rises from 10% in towns of less than 2,000 inhabitants to 38% in the Paris conurbation, CS. XLVII. Before speaking of cultural inertia or cultural lag, with an implicit evolutionism which enables the dominant to perceive their way of being or of doing things as the realized ideal, one needs to ask oneself if the popular valorization of physical strength as a fundamental aspect of virility, and of everything that produces and supports it, strong, food and drink, heavy work and exercise, 14, is not intelligibly related to the fact that both the peasant class and the industrial working class depend on a labor power which the laws of cultural reproduction and of the labor market reduce, more than for any other class, to sheer muscle power. 15. And it should not be forgotten that a class which, like the working class, is only rich in its labor power can only oppose to the other classes, apart from the withdrawal of its labor, its fighting strength, which depends on the physical strength and courage of its members, and also their number, i.e., their consciousness and solidarity, or, to put it another way, their consciousness of their solidarity. Thus it would be a mistake to ignore the specifically political effect of moralization, or demoralization, which is exerted through the vehicles of the new therapeutic morality, women's magazines, the glossy weeklies, radio programs, etc., as is shown by the limiting case of the peasantry, who, through the imposition of the dominant lifestyle and the legitimate image of the body, have suffered a blow to their specific conditions of reproduction, with the celibacy of peasant farmers, and to their very existence as a class capable of defining the principles of its own identity. It is perhaps one of the last refuges of the autonomy of the dominated classes, of their capacity to produce their own representation of the accomplished man and the social world, that is being threatened by all the challenges to working-class identification with the values of virility, which are one of the most autonomous forms of their self-affirmation as a class. The most fundamental principles of class identity and unity, those which lie in the unconscious, would be affected if, on the decisive point of relation to the body, the dominated class came to see itself only through the eyes of the dominant class, that is, in terms of the dominant definition of the body and its uses. This having been said, in this area as in so many other and equally important areas which are not politically constituted, there is no realistic chance of any collective resistance to the effect of imposition that would lead either to the valorization of properties stigmatized by the dominant taxonomy, the black is beautiful strategy, or to the creation of new, positively evaluated property. Thus the dominated have only two options: loyalty to self and the group, always liable to relapse into shame, or the individual effort to assimilate the dominant ideal, which is the antithesis of the very ambition of collectively regaining control over social identity, of the type pursued by the collective revolt of the American feminists when it advocates the natural look. Adapting to a dominated position implies a form of acceptance of domination. The effects of political mobilization itself do not easily counterbalance the effects of the inevitable dependence of self-esteem on occupational status and income, signs of social value previously legitimated by the sanctions of the educational market. It would be easy to enumerate the features of the lifestyle of the dominated classes which, through the sense of incompetence, failure, or cultural unworthiness, imply a form of recognition of the dominant values. It was Antonio Gramsci who said somewhere that the worker tends to bring his executant dispositions with him into every area of life. As much as by the absence of luxury goods, whiskey or paintings, champagne or concerts, cruises or art exhibitions, caviar or antiques, the working-class lifestyle is characterized by the presence of numerous cheap substitutes for these rare goods: sparkling white wine for champagne, imitation leather for real leather, reproductions for paintings, indices of a dispossession at the second power, which accepts the definition of the goods worthy of being possessed. With mass-market cultural products, music whose simple, repetitive structures invite a passive, absent participation, prefabricated entertainments which the new engineers of cultural mass production design for television viewers, and especially sporting events which establish a recognized division between the spectators and the professionals, virtuosos of an esoteric technique or supermen of exceptional ability. Dispossession of the very intention of determining one's own ends is combined with a more insidious form of recognition of dispossession. The critique of cultural mass production, of which T.W. Adorno long ago provided the formula by establishing a direct, naive analogy between the very form and uses of popular music and the world of alienated labor, which, like a certain critique of sport, no doubt owes much of its credibility to the fact that it enables the nostalgia and revulsion of an amateur to be expressed with populist impeccability, has in fact masked what is essential. 16. It is not only in music or sport that ordinary people are reduced to the role of the fan, the militant supporter, locked in a passionate, even chauvinistic, but passive and spurious participation, which is merely an illusory compensation for dispossession by experts. What the relation to mass and, a fortiori, elite, cultural products reproduces, reactivates and reinforces is not the monotony of the production line or office, but the social relation which underlies working-class experience of the world, whereby his labor and the product of his labor, opus proprium, present themselves to the worker as opus alienum, alienated labor. Dispossession is never more totally misrecognized, and therefore tacitly recognized, than when, with the progress of automation, economic dispossession is combined with the cultural dispossession, which provides the best apparent justification for economic dispossession. Lacking the internalized cultural capital which is the precondition for correct appropriation, according to the legitimate definition of the cultural capital objectified in technical objects, ordinary workers are dominated by the machines and instruments which they serve rather than use, and by those who possess the legitimate, i.e., theoretical, means of dominating them. In the factory as in the school, which teaches respect for useless, disinterested knowledge and establishes relationships invested with the natural authority of scientific and pedagogic reason among simultaneously hierarchized individuals and activities, workers encounter legitimate culture as a principle of order which does not need to demonstrate its practical utility in order to be justified. The experiences which the culturally most deprived may have of works of legitimate culture, or even of many of the prefabricated entertainments offered by show business, is only one form of a more fundamental and more ordinary experience, that of the division between practical, partial, tacit know-how and theoretical, systematic, explicit knowledge, a division which tends to be reproduced even in politics, between science and techniques, theory and practice, conception and execution. The intellectual or the creator, who gives his own name to an original, personal work and so claims ownership, and the manual worker, the mere servant of an intention greater than himself, an executant dispossessed of the idea of his own practice. The educational system, an institutionalized classifier which is itself an objectified system of classification, reproducing the hierarchies of the social world in a transformed form, with its cleavages by level, corresponding to social strata, and its divisions into specialities and disciplines which reflect social divisions ad infinitum, such as the opposition between theory and practice, conception and execution, transforms social classifications into academic classification. With every appearance of neutrality, and establishes hierarchies which are not experienced as purely technical, and therefore partial and one-sided, but as total hierarchies, grounded in nature, so that social value comes to be identified with personal value, scholastic dignities with human dignity. The culture which an educational qualification is presumed to guarantee is one of the basic components in the dominant definition of the accomplished man, so that privation is perceived as an intrinsic handicap, diminishing a person's identity and human dignity, condemning him to silence in all official situations, when he has to appear in public, present himself before others with his body, his manners, and his language. Misrecognition of the social determinants of the educational career, and therefore of the social trajectory it helps to determine, gives the educational certificate the value of a natural right, and makes the educational system one of the fundamental agencies of the maintenance of the social order. It is no doubt in the area of education and culture that the members of the dominated classes have least chance of discovering their objective interest, and of producing and imposing the problematic most consistent with their interests. Awareness of the economic and social determinants of cultural dispossession, in fact, varies in almost inverse ratio to cultural dispossession, as tables 26 and 27 clearly show. The ideology of charisma, which imputes to the person, to his natural gifts or his merits, entire responsibility for his social destiny, exerts its effects far beyond the educational system. Every hierarchical relationship draws part of the legitimacy that the dominated themselves grant it from a confused perception that it is based on the opposition between education and ignorance. Awareness of the effects of social background is particularly weak among craftsmen and small shopkeepers, farm workers and manual workers. Among the senior executives, recognition of these effects does not exclude belief in the virtues of intelligence. See tables 26 and 27. Everything seems to indicate that, in order for the working classes to recognize their educational interest, they at least have to be involved in the educational system. Discovering schooling as a conservative force presupposes some experience of schooling as a liberating force. Thus, it is students from the middle and working classes who are most sensitive to the problematic of democratization, although they often accept the charismatic values which dominate the educational system. But it is above all the experience of relegation to the most devalued courses and sections, as well as the discovery of the devaluation of qualifications already held, that is likely to induce the beginnings of collective awareness. The most visible principles of the official differences, i.e., those officially recorded in statuses and wages, found within the working class are seniority and education, technical or general. It may be wondered whether these are valued, especially in foremen, as guarantees of competence or as certificates of morality, that is, of conformity and even docility. The proportion of individuals who have no educational qualification at all, or whose father had none, declines sharply as one moves from the unskilled laborers, through the semi-skilled and skilled workers, to the foremen. Various indicators of an ascetic disposition, often linked to the ambition of upward mobility, such as fertility rate or the practice of sports such as gymnastics and swimming, vary in the same way, and so do indices of cultural good intentions, such as visits to shaytalks and monuments, theaters and concerts, or possession of records or use of a public library. This does not mean, however, that the aristocracy of labor merges with the lower strata of the petite bourgeoisie. They differ from the petty bourgeois in a number of ways, not least in the fact that they behave as manual workers even in their spare time. 53.9% of foremen and 50.8% of skilled workers spend some time on do-it-yourself jobs at least once a week. Their solidarity with the working class lifestyle is manifested in every area, in their consumption, their reading, their hobbies, and in particular, in everything concerned with the symbolization of social position, such as clothing, in which, though a little less economy-minded than semi-skilled and unskilled workers, they do not manifest the concern for appearance which characterizes the non-manual occupations, starting with the clerical workers. In short, everything suggests that between the skilled workers and foremen, who remain subject to the principle of conformity, and the office workers, who, at least in thought, are already in the race, there is a real frontier, both in lifestyle and in political position. A foreman who has always worked for other people, Mr. L, aged 61, started work as an apprentice on the French railways at the age of 14 and a half. He became a skilled worker and is now a foreman. He deals with passenger rolling stock. His wife, aged 52, has never worked. She completed secondary school and would like to find a job. They have had 4 children. The eldest is a computer programmer, the second a Dominican monk, the third used to be a personal assistant but stopped work when she married, and the youngest is studying for his baccalaureate. They live in a municipal-style flat in Grenoble. You have to know what you're doing, Mr. L has done a lot of work on the apartment. You can see if you look, there used to be a room there and a room here. Because there were so many of us, it was really cramped, so I took the wall down, which means we've got more space. We can entertain more people, especially with the whole family. We need a lot of room, especially when my son has his friends round, all singing and dancing. Most of their furniture was bought in Tunisia, where they lived for a number of years. Second-hand dealers and antique dealers are all twisters. Con men, and his wife adds, you need to know what you're doing. But we've no idea what things like that are worth. That's why my husband says they're all twisters, out to cheat you. They can sell us fakes and tell us they're real, and as for the prices, I knew how to make good use of it. Their home is no museum. The ornaments and vases are not just dust traps. The various objects adorning the apartment are mostly presents from the children or friends, or have been rescued, and they all have their use. Madame L will not buy anything until she has already found a place for it. That vase now, I needed a vase. I wanted a vase because I wanted flowers, and when I was asked what I wanted, I said a vase, and they bought it for me because I knew how to make good use of it. His children know perfectly well there's no point in buying things that I won't use or that I'll put away in a sideboard. Everything has to have a place for it. Otherwise, I don't like to have things just to put them away. They make most of their purchases in supermarkets, Carrefour, Record, or department stores, Nouvelles Galeries. I don't like window shopping. I go straight to a big supermarket and you find everything there. You can choose without going round a dozen shops, Mr. L explained. On holiday, he always starts by checking out the market. I'm interested in the price I pay and the quality of what I get. If you buy with your eyes closed, they'll fob you off with anything. Now, I'll be glad to work. Recently, they became the owners of a little house in the mountains outside Grenoble. Some friends, he was an engineer, invited them to take it over several years ago. In the last 3 years, they have done a lot of work on it. Everything was rotten. I was walking around upstairs and I fell through the floor. There were no tiles left on the roof. The rain came in on all sides. Mr. L has done all the repair work himself. You know, I started as an apprentice on the railways, and an apprentice had to learn everything. You got a 3-month course on sanitation, 3 months on electrowelding, and so on. And you always remember your trade, to some extent. They intend to make this house their main home. Now, I'll be glad to work now that it's my house. I'm not working for other people. I'm fed up with working and being exploited. Learning to ski at 42. He is very fond of cold weather, snow, but not skiing. I'm afraid of hurting myself. I go tobogganing with my grandchildren. You see, I had an accident in my brother-in-law's car in Tunisia, and I injured my wrist. You only have to look at it to see the state it's in. That's why I prefer tobogganing. I can sit up, and there's no danger of falling. His wife started learning to ski at 42 because of the children. We used to go out with them. We didn't want to spend the whole day sitting in a cafe or freezing in the car. When he was young, he did a lot of sport, especially football. You just have to like them. He sometimes does the cooking. When my wife's away or with her sisters and I'm here on my own, I'd rather do my own cooking than go and eat at my mother's or one of my sisters-in-law's. When she wants to give someone a treat, his wife looks up a menu in her recipe books. I don't altogether agree with my children when they say, "You should cook something you like." I say, you often do things in life that you don't like to start with, but you just have to like them. I buy table wine at Carrefour. It's cheaper there. It's 11 proof and it costs 1 franc 40. By the bottle, it's 2 francs 35, I think. Always something to keep me busy. They go camping for their holidays. At the seaside, we go swimming. I like looking for shellfish. In the mountains, I go looking for mushrooms or snail. There's always something to keep me busy. And his wife adds that last summer, he was a bit disappointed because there was nothing to go looking for. He doesn't like being idle. He always has to find something to do. In fact, that's why we go camping. He couldn't really see himself sitting around in hotels and restaurants, whereas when we go camping, he can keep himself busy with the shopping, and a bit of swimming, of course, and all the things that have to be done. And then we generally have a look round the surrounding area. When we did Italy, we went all over the place looking at all the old sites, all the archaeological things. My husband doesn't enjoy that as much as I do. Personally, I belong to an adult education group, and so that sort of thing interests me. Circuses, games, quizzes on television. He watches football matches, cycling, all sorts of sport. When the World Cup was on, 2 or 3 years back, I used to get up at 1 or 2 in the morning to watch the matches. Otherwise, he does not watch much. I do like a good western or a swashbuckling adventure. But if it's a play or something like that, I just drop off. His wife, who enjoys watching plays on TV, adds that she also likes circuses, games, the Guy Lux program, quizzes. He doesn't go to football matches because he is nervous in crowds, but he reads the sports results in the papers. He does not buy a newspaper, but sometimes picks up those left by the passenger. The previous day, he brought home the Figaro, L'Aurore, Le Canard Enchaîné and Le Nouvel Observateur. The one he most reads is L'Aurore, says his wife. Road accidents, fights, things like that, whereas Le Monde is full of politics. He reads detective stories, Maurice Leblanc, Mitchell Zevaco. Historical adventures. When they turn up, I read them. Otherwise, frankly, I don't pay much attention. I go to bed and pick up a newspaper straight away so as to go to sleep. His wife, who borrows books from the local library, has recently read Solzhenitsyn's Cancer Ward, Michel de Saint-Pierre, Pierre-Henry Simon, and the Letters of Francis Parturier. She buys books when she thinks them worthwhile. Don't ask me for the names of classical composers when he was young. He played the clarinet a bit. Then I took up football, and there wasn't time for both. I've always encouraged my children's interest in music because I enjoy it. Vivaldi is nice. Lovely music, really catchy. Beethoven is good because it's soothing. Don't ask me for the names of classical composers, apart from Beethoven, Chopin, Bach, people like that. I can't remember the others. They have a few records, mainly dance music. His favorite singer is Sheila. There are two I can't stand, Sylvie Vartan and that guy Bayard. His wife's favorites are Marie Lafourcade, Les Compagnons de la Chanson and Moustaki. You can see what they represent. They rarely go to the cinema. Why bother when you've got TV? When they visited Paris, they saw the White Horse and the Golden Fleece at the Théâtre du Châtelet and Vienna Waltzes at the Théâtre du Mogador. Since they were married, they have not been to the opera when he was young. He saw and enjoyed Tosca and La Traviata. On their first trip to Paris, they did all the museums. Even the Musée Gravin, the Louvre, Versailles, the Pantheon, we've been to them all once. I like art, but I don't know artists' names. I've heard of Goya and Pirandello and Michelangelo, people like that. His wife is somewhat embarrassed by his admission of lack of interest and reminds him, "Ah, but Michelangelo now, you liked him. You did like the Sistine Chapel." Then he adds, "I like those pictures because you can see what they represent. But when you see half a dozen squiggles and people spending a fortune on it, well, personally, I'd throw that sort of thing in the dustbin if I found it. Anyway, I'd be afraid of being swindled." The former are much less concerned than the latter to mark their distance from the most typically popular amusements and pastimes, such as fun fairs or sporting events. 64% of them, and 58.2% of the semi-skilled and unskilled, say they have been to a fun fair at least once in the previous year, compared to 49.5% of the clerical workers and 49.6% of the junior executive. Manual workers in general rather more often watch sport and circuses on TV, whereas junior executives and clerical workers much more often watch scientific, historical or literary programs, CS. VII. Out of very similar incomes, the manual workers spend more on food and less on everything concerned with personal appearance and care, clothing, hygiene, hairdressing, pharmaceutical products, CS. III. The men's spending on clothing is 85.6%, and the women's 83.7% of the corresponding amounts among clerical workers. They buy the same clothes more cheaply, for example. They spend only 83% of the amount spent by clerical workers on overcoats, 68.7% on jackets, 83.5% on shoes, a difference which is much more marked among women. And above all, different clothes on the one hand, leather or imitation leather jackets and lumber jackets, for cold, early morning travel by scooter, boiler suits, dungarees and overalls on the other hand. Overcoats, symbols of petty bourgeois respectability, blouses, aprons, sports jackets and blazer. The skilled workers, the only category isolated in the available statistics, differ from the clerical workers, although they have similar incomes, almost as much as manual workers in general, except on one point, expenditure on films and records. It is not, however, in the area of culture that one should look for a distance, or a self-distancing from the dominant class and its values, other than a purely negative one by default. There is, of course, everything which belongs to the art of living, a wisdom taught by necessity, suffering and humiliation, and deposited in an inherited language, dense even in its stereotypes, a sense of revelry and festivity, of self-expression and practical solidarity with others, evoked by the adjective bon vivant with which the working classes identify, in short. Everything that is engendered by the realistic, but not resigned, hedonism and skeptical, but not cynical, materialism which constitute both a form of adaptation to the conditions of existence and a defense against them. There is the efficacy and vivacity of a speech which, freed from the censorship and constraints of quasi-writ and therefore decontextualized speech, bases its ellipses, short cuts and metaphors on common reference to shared situations, experiences and tradition. There is also everything concerned with politics, with the tradition of trade union struggles, which might provide the one genuine principle of a counterculture, but where, in fact, the effects of cultural domination never cease to operate. Those who believe in the existence of a popular culture, a paradoxical notion which imposes, willy-nilly, the dominant definition of culture, must expect to find, if they were to go and look, only the scattered fragments of an old erudite culture, such as folk medicine, selected and reinterpreted in terms of the fundamental principles of the class habitus, and integrated into the unitary world view it engenders, and not the counterculture they call for. A culture truly raised in opposition to the dominant culture, and consciously claimed as a symbol of status or a declaration of separate existence. If there is no popular art in the sense of an art of the urban working class, it is perhaps because this class knows no other hierarchies than the purely negative ones which are measured by distance from the absolute poverty and insecurity of the subproletariat, and remains fundamentally defined by the relation of dispossessed to possessor which links it to the bourgeoisie, in culture as in other areas. What is generally meant by popular art, i.e., the art of the peasant classes of capitalist and pre-capitalist societies, is the product of a stylizing intention which is associated with the existence of a hierarchy, locally based, relatively autonomous milieu also have their hierarchies of luxury and necessity, which the symbolic marks, clothing, furniture, jewelry, express and reinforce. Here, too, art marks differences which it presupposes. It is no accident that the only area of working-class practice in which style in itself achieves stylization is that of language with argot, the language of leaders, godfathers, which implicitly affirms a counter-legitimacy with, for example, the intention of deriding and desacralizing the values of the dominant morality and aesthetic. It tends to be forgotten that the specific logic of cultural domination means that the fullest recognition of cultural legitimacy can, and often does coexist with the most radical challenging of political legitimacy. Furthermore, the awakening of political consciousness is often bound up with a whole process of rehabilitating and rebuilding self-esteem, which, because it involves a reaffirmation of cultural dignity that is experienced as, and indeed always is, liberatory, implies a submission to the dominant values and to some of the principles on which the dominant class bases its domination, such as recognition of the hierarchies linked to educational qualifications or to the capacities they are supposed to guarantee. A specific survey would be needed to establish beyond dispute the relationship within the working class between position in the relations of production, political consciousness, and relation to culture. But it is known that the rate of unionization rises from 23% among unskilled workers to 29% among the semi-skilled and 30%, of which 24% are CGT among skilled workers, falling back to 18% among foremen and technicians, the relationship between educational level and rate of unionization being weakened by the fact that the foremen, while more educated, are also less unionized. It is also clear that, like educational level, knowledge of legitimate culture rises with position in the occupational hierarchy. The skilled workers and foremen, older and having had a slightly longer schooling than the semi-skilled and unskilled workers, manifest a slightly greater cultural competence, only 17.5% know, by name, fewer than 2 of the works of music, as against 48.5% of the semi-skilled and unskilled, of whom a very high proportion decline to answer the questions on painting and music. Skilled workers and foremen more often cite the canonical artists, Leonardo 38% as against 20%, Watteau, Raphael, whereas the semi-skilled and unskilled pick out vaguely familiar names more or less at random, Picasso, Braque, Rousseau, no doubt confusing the douanier with Jean-Jacques. And above all, whereas the semi-skilled and unskilled readily admit that paintings do not interest them or that classical music is complicated, the skilled workers, more under the sway of cultural legitimacy, more often identify with a token of recognition combined with a confession of ignorance. I love classical music, but I don't know much about it, or paintings are nice but difficult. Thus, everything leads one to believe that the most politically conscious fraction of the working class remains profoundly subject, in culture and language, to the dominant norms and values, and therefore deeply sensitive to the effects of authority and position, which every holder of cultural authority can exert, even in politics, on those in whom the educational system, this is one of the social effects of primary education, has inculcated a recognition without knowledge. Perhaps the most radical approach to the problem of politics is to ask of it the question that Marx and Engels raise in relation to art. Having analyzed the concentration of the capacity for artistic production in the hands of a few individuals and the correlative, or even consequent, dispossession of the masses, they imagine a communist society in which there are no painters but at most people who engage in painting among other things one and in which, thanks to the development of the productive forces, the general reduction of working time, through an overall decrease and an equal distribution, allows everyone sufficient free time to take part in the general affairs of society, theoretical as well as practical. There are no politicians but at most people who engage in politics among other activities. Here as elsewhere, a utopia is scientifically, and, no doubt, politically, justified by the way it demolishes self-evident appearances and forces one to bring to light the presuppositions of the usual order. Indeed, although its apparent generosity makes it the diametric opposite of the elitist denunciations of universal suffrage, which the intellectuals and artists of another age went in for, the indulgent populism which credits the common people with innate knowledge of politics equally helps to disguise and so consecrate the concentration in a few individuals of the capacity to produce discourse about the social world, and through this, the capacity for consciously changing that world. The utopian paradox breaks the doxa by imagining a social world in which anyone in whom there is a potential Raphael of painting or politics could develop without hindrance. It forces one to see that the concentration of the embodied or objectified instruments of production is scarcely less in politics than in art, and prevents one forgetting all the potential Raphaels, whom the mechanisms responsible for this monopoly keep excluded much more effectively than any ideological state apparatuses. Even if one only credits the idealized people with a wholly practical knowledge of the social world as such, or at least of its position and interests in that world, one still has to examine whether, and how, this political sense can be expressed in a discourse corresponding to the truth it contains in practical form, and thus become the motor of a conscious, and through the mobilizing power of explicit statement, truly collective action too staying closer to reality. It has to be asked whether this political sense is really the infallible flair it is sometimes claimed to be, which could at least identify the most appropriate products on the market of discourses produced and supplied by the owners of the means of production of legitimate problems and opinions. Political science long ago began to register the fact that a large proportion of the persons surveyed abstained from answering questions on politics, and that these non-responses varied significantly by sex, age, educational level, occupation, place of residence, and political tendency. But no conclusions have been drawn, and the psephologists merely deplore this culpable abstention. As soon as one sees that the inert don't know category is largely recruited from what others call the masses, or the people, one begins to suspect the function it performs in the operation of liberal democracy, and the contribution it makes to maintaining the established order. Abstentionism is perhaps not so much a hiccup in the system as one of the conditions of its functioning as a misrecognized, and therefore recognized, restriction on political participation. What needs to be questioned is the very notion of personal opinion. The opinion poll, by urging all its respondents without distinction to produce a personal opinion, an intention underlined by all the according to yous, in your views and what do you personally thinks in the questionnaires, or to choose, by their own means, unaided between several preformulated opinions, implicitly accepts a political philosophy which makes political choice a specifically political judgment, applying political principles to answer a problem that is presented as political, and which credits everyone with not only the right, but also the power to produce such a judgment. A social history of the notion of personal opinion would no doubt show that this 18th century invention is rooted in the rationalist belief that the faculty of judging well, as Descartes called it, that is, of discerning good from bad, truth from falsehood, by a spontaneous and immediate inner feeling, is a universal aptitude of universal application, like the faculty of aesthetic judgment according to Kant, even if it had to be conceded, especially from the 19th century on, that universal education is indispensable in order to give this aptitude its full development, and to secure a real basis for the universal judgment expressed in universal suffrage. The idea of personal opinion perhaps owes part of its self-evident character to the fact that, being constructed against the Church's claim to a monopoly of the legitimate production of judgments, the means of production of judgments and the producers of judgments, and being inseparable from the idea of tolerance, that is, the challenging of all authority in the name of the conviction that in such matters all opinions, whoever their producer, are equally valid. It expressed from the very beginning the interests of the intellectuals, small, self-employed opinion producers, whose role developed parallel to the constitution of a specialized field of production and a market for cultural products, then of a subfield specializing in the production of political opinions, with the press, the parties, and all the representative body. The act of producing a response to a questionnaire on politics, like voting or, at another level of participation, reading a party newspaper journal d'opinion, or joining a party, is a particular case of a supply meeting a demand. On one side is the field of ideological production, a relatively autonomous universe in which amidst competition and conflict, the instruments for thinking the social world are created, and where, through this process, the field of the politically thinkable, or, to put it another way, the legitimate problematic, is defined. For on the other side are social agents, occupying different positions in the field of class relations and defined by a greater or lesser specific political competence, a greater or lesser capacity to recognize a political question as political, and to treat it as such by responding to it politically, i.e., on the basis of specifically political principles, rather than ethical ones, for example. This capacity is inseparable from a more or less strong feeling of being competent, in the full sense of the word, that is, socially recognized as entitled to deal with political affairs, to express an opinion about them or even modify their course. In fact, there is reason to suppose that competence in the sense of technical capacity, political culture, is correlated with competence in the sense of a socially recognized capacity, ascribed by an ascribing status, the opposite of which is both impotence and objective and subjective exclusion. That is none of my business. That doesn't interest me. 5. As soon as one takes seriously the don't knows and their variations, which are the most important information supplied by opinion polls, it is clear that the probability of having a particular opinion that is associated with a given category, which is indicated by the frequency with which members of that category choose one or another of the alternatives offered, is only a conditional probability, the probability that an eventuality will occur on condition that another eventuality occurs. In this case, the production of an opinion, rather than the sheer absence of a response. The opinions recorded, that is, explicitly stated, cannot be interpreted adequately unless it is borne in mind that they depend for their existence and their significance on the absolute probability of producing an opinion, which varies, at least as significantly as the conditional probability of producing a particular opinion, according to the properties of the respondents and also the properties of the question, or, more precisely, according to the relationships between these two sets of property. This probability is greater for men than for women, greater for the young than the old, greater in large towns, especially Paris, and rises with educational capital, measured by qualifications, and economic capital, measured by income, and with social position. The variations linked to these variables are that much more marked when the questions are more remote from experience, more abstract and detached from ordinary realities in their content and phrasing, and also, but secondarily, when they have only recently appeared in the field of ideological production, and when they require more insistently a response produced on the basis of specifically political principles, a demand that is perceived in the very syntax and vocabulary of the question. Everything takes place as if the most legitimate agents, that is, those most competent in both senses, were and felt that much more legitimated, i.e., inclined and called upon to express an opinion, the more legitimate the problem posed. Thus, one finds that those who cannot reply to the question of their political allegiance or preference, indicating the party to which they feel closest, are those who are also most inclined to leave the other questions unanswered, especially when the question posed is clearly located in the register of professional politics. The interviewees who fall into the non-aligned gray area in the SOFRES survey do not reply, much less often 81%, than those who identify with the extreme left 91%, the left 90%, the center 86%, the right 93%, or the extreme right 92%, when asked whether France should help poor countries. But when asked whether France should favor countries with a democratic regime, they reply significantly less often, 57%, than those identifying with the extreme left, 76%, the left 67%, the center 75%, the right 70%, or the extreme right 74%. SOFRES 1971. For a complete validation of these propositions, which are based on secondary analysis of the distribution of non-responses and responses to questions asked by several opinion research institutes between 1960 and 1976, one would have to carry out a survey in which the subject and form of the questions were varied systematically. They might range, for example, from foreign policy questions, which are both foreign to concrete experience and seen as outside the scope of any conceivable political action, to the most everyday problems, calling for the ethical responses of ordinary existence, or to the problems most directly rooted in political or union experience, like everything concerned with wages, labor relations, or the union. And from the most abstract formulations of political science to concrete questions which are sometimes the practical equivalent of these. In practice, the best that could be done to replicate this ideal questionnaire was to juxtapose questions borrowed from different organizations. However, the rate of don't knows varies from one institute to another, other things being equal. SOFRES always seems to find fewer than IFOP. And independently of the question, from one survey to another, i.e., according to the interviewer's instructions and their inclination to follow them. For a given subject, it also varies over time. 6. Furthermore, the absence of a reply is not always the product of a negative determination, and alongside the non-responses for lack of competence which are analyzed here, one also has to count the elective non-responses, a genuine abstention expressing the effect of a discordance with the legitimate reply, which is censored because it dare not be expressed, an ethical or political conflict with no outcome but silence. In a particularly clear case of censorship, a considerable proportion of the farmers and small employers, 17.1% and 15.8%, as against 4.1% of the office workers and junior executives, 5.1% of the senior executives and professionals, 8% of the manual workers, refrain from answering a question on tax evasion. IFOP, February 1969. In a typical case of conflict accompanied by censorship, senior executives abstain relatively frequently, 22%, like manual workers, compared with 19% for clerical workers and junior executives, 27% for the employers and 41% for the farmers, from answering a question on the role of the union's IFOP, April 1969, and the ambiguity of the peasants' relation to the workers and their organizations can surely be read in their high rate of abstention, which cannot be imputed solely to incompetence since, in the same survey, they reply more often, 72% compared to 59%, to a question on the student movements, which they know no better. A similar unease may express itself in the typical distribution of the members of a group into three fairly equal classes: those who escape by abstention, those who approve, and those who disapprove. When asked by IFOP in 1968 about Czech-Soviet relations, do you think that the Moscow Agreement signed on August 26 are satisfactory or unsatisfactory for the Czechs? 37% of the Communist Party (PCF) supporters did not answer, 19% said they were satisfactory, and 44% said they were not. Those who would vote for the other left or right-wing parties answered more often. Only 18% of the PSU voters were don't knows, 22% of the centrists, 26% of the socialists and radicals, 27% of the Gaullists (UDR), 32% of the Giscardians (RI), and they much more often said the agreements were unsatisfactory, 80% of the PSU voters, 73% of the centrists, 70% of the socialists and radicals, 69% of the Gaullists, 64% of the Giscardians. Similarly, asked whether they approved or disapproved of the introduction of sex education into the school curriculum. IFOP, 1966, 19% of the agricultural workers gave no answer, as against 11% of the employers, 9% of the manual workers, clerical workers and junior executives, and 7% of the senior executives and professionals. 33% of them disapproved and 48% approved, whereas 74% of the senior executives and professionals, 72% of the manual workers, clerical workers and junior executives, and 60% of the employers were favorable. It is nonetheless possible to get a fairly precise idea of the specific effect of the relationship between the respondent's competence and the subject and form of the question by examining how the gaps between the rates of non-response, e.g., for men and women, vary in a single survey, a SOFRES survey of February 1971 on France, Algeria and the Third World. That is, in a case where all other things may be considered equal, see Table 28. One first finds that though women reply almost as often as men when asked if France is or is not doing enough to help immigrant workers find accommodation, 85% in each case, to give them training, 70% as against 75%, to make them welcome, 80% as against 83%, to give them decent wages, 77% as against 83%, all of which are problems that can be considered ethically and that, according to the traditional morality, women are competent to deal with. They are much less inclined to reply than men when confronted with a specifically political problem. Only 75% of them, compared with 92% of the men, answer a question on continuing the policy of cooperation with Algeria, a problem, as the question itself indicates, of pure politics, foreign policy being more remote from concrete experience than internal politics, especially when approached, as here, without any ethical reference, as regards Franco-Algerian relations. Do you think it desirable that France should continue a policy of cooperation with Algeria? As soon as the abstract question of cooperation is put back into the realm of ethics, or even the charity which the traditional division of labor assigns to women, specialists of the heart and feelings, among the different groups of underdeveloped countries, in your view, should France take a particular interest in the poorest country? Women reply as often as men, 88% each. But when the survey returns to specifically political or political scientific questioning, and an abstract vocabulary which means different things to different groups, by asking if France should be interested in countries which have a democratic regime. The proportion of women who reply again falls sharply, to 59% compared with 74% of the men. We see here a paradigmatic example of the effects of the division of labor between the sexes. Men feel all the more strongly required, not simply authorized, to formulate an opinion, to the extent that women feel dispensed from doing so and freer to delegate this task and to choose by proxy. This is an illustration of the obligation, sometimes an untenable one, as is seen in the situations of a survey on culture, fastened on men in the established view of the sexual division of labor, which is increasingly recognized and binding as one moves down the hierarchies of economic and especially cultural capital. More generally, the more the questions deal with problems of daily existence, private life or domestic morality, housing, food, child-rearing, sexuality, etc., the smaller becomes the gap between men and women or between the least educated and the most educated, and sometimes it disappears completely. For example, to a question on girls' upbringing, 8 women reply scarcely less often than men, 93.9% and 96%, and the less educated slightly more often than the more educated, 94.5% of those with only primary schooling, 92.8% of those with higher education. Questioned on cooking, women reply more often than men, 98%, for example, as against 94% to a question on favorite dishes, except for questions on wines, knowledge of which is a male attribute, or a question in which culinary problems are universalized. Would you say that in general the French eat too much, about the right amount, or not enough? Men 98%, women 96%, Soffers, December 1971, C.S. XXXIV. The same logic explains why manual workers, who normally have a particularly high rate of non-response, are the most eager to answer questions on the government's role in industrial disputes. The level of non-response runs from 13% among manual workers to 18% among the executives and professions, 19% among clerical workers and junior executives, 25% among craftsmen and shopkeepers, and 31% among farmers and farm workers, 9 or on the parties and unions which best defend the interests of wage earners, manual workers 36.4%, employers 37.6%, clerical workers and junior executives 38.9%, senior executives and the professions 40.1%, farmers 49%. 10 by contrast. The more specifically political or political scientific the question, i.e., the more it is constituted as such in both subject and language without direct reference to the experience or interests of the group concerned, the greater the gap between men and women or between the least and most educated. Thus, in an extreme case, in an IFOP question on the connection between the 1967 Middle East conflict and the Vietnam War, the level of don't knows rose to 40% for women, 21.8% for men, 40.6% for those with primary education, 8.5% for those with higher education. In another question, previously referred to, on Czech-Soviet relations, the corresponding figures are 44.6%, 21.1%, 39.4%, and 11%, 12, in a sort of experimental reproduction of electoral democracy. The survey shows that the antinomy between democratic spontaneism, which grants everyone the right and duty to have an opinion, regardless of sex and class, and technocratic aristocracy, which restricts opinion to experts elected for their intelligence and competence, finds a practical solution in the mechanisms which induce the free self-exclusion of those whom technocratic selection would exclude in any case. Thus, the probability of replying depends in each case on the relationship between a question, or, more generally, a situation, and an agent or class of agents defined by a given competence, a capacity which itself depends on the probability of exercising that capacity. Interest or indifference towards politics would be better understood if it were seen that the propensity to use a political power, the power to vote, or talk politics, or get involved in politics, is commensurate with the reality of this power, or in other words, that indifference is only a manifestation of impotence. 13. This hypothesis is the only one which explains the fact, commonly regarded as self-evident, that, like the propensity to reply, the declared interest in politics is greater among men than women and rises with educational level, position in the social hierarchy, age, and size of town. According to an IFOP survey, Sondages note 1-2-1969, the proportion who say they are very interested in politics rises from 2% among those with primary education to 13% for those with secondary education and 34% for those with higher education. According to Deutsch, Linden, and Weil, the corresponding figures are 6%, 14%, and 32%. The proportion for men is 11% and for women 5%. 14. Similarly, declared interest in political debates on TV, e.g., face-to-face, or in programs on political, economic, and social problems, is greater among men than among women, in Paris than in the small towns, among the highly educated than among the less educated. CS. VII Vol. IIPP. 28-29. By the same logic, men more often than women are very interested in the results of opinion polls, 26% and 22%. The younger more often than the older, under 49, 26%, age 50-64, 23%, 65 and over, 19%. Senior executives and professionals, 32%, more than junior executives and clerical workers, 28%. Craftsmen and shopkeepers, 27%. Manual workers, 23%, or farmers and farm workers, 17%. SOFRES, November 1975. The senior executive and professional categories, according to a SOFRES survey of 1976, also contain the highest proportion of individuals who say they are disposed to discuss a party's program among themselves, to take part in demonstrations, join a party, or donate money to a party to help their ideas triumph. If I was better informed, what I mean to say is, I'd certainly understand some things more if I was better informed. That's all. If I was better informed, things would be very different. Because I don't go to enough meetings. There are other ways of finding out, newspapers, TV, debates like arms a gales, you know. But you have to keep following it, it's always the same, you have to have the time. That's the main problem, I haven't got the time. Now if I had time, I'd really like to find out about all that, know what's going on and so on. But I really haven't got much time. Now if I had more time, well, I'd do something about it, I'd try and inform myself, keep more in touch. What I mean is, if you're more informed, you can discuss things with people. When you don't know much, you're a bit left out. Charwoman, of course, anyone can get involved in politics, that's true. But still, you need a certain education to go in for politics. Need to go to college, don't you, and learn lots of things. Municipal clerk, these regularities have to be compared with those found in the recruitment and promotion of political personnel. Every indication suggests that one has incomparably greater chances of taking an active part in politics and having an important role in a party if one is a man and highly educated. Women make up only 1.8% of the Chamber of Deputies and 2.5% of the Senate. In all parties, there are relatively fewer women in the central decision-making bodies than among the local delegates, 15 in 1977, when 50% of potential socialist voters were women. Only 30% of the members of the local sections in Paris were women, and only 1.5% of the delegates at the party's Congress in Nantes. In the Paris Federation of the Communist Party, women constituted 31% of the activists present at local conferences, 29% of the delegates with party responsibilities, and 26% of the cell secretary. Similarly, manual workers, who represented 31% of the UDR electorate and 16% of the UDR members, 17.6% in the Gironde, provided only 2% of the officials and only 1% of the deputies elected in 1968. Although, according to voting intentions, they represented 36% of the socialist electorate for the whole of France, 40% of the whole working population, and 21.9% of the members in the Gironde, a department with 34.2% manual workers. They were almost absent from the Paris branches, 1.7%, and provided only 5% of the delegates at the Nantes Congress and 0% of the socialist deputies elected in 1968. Manual workers were more represented in the membership of the Communist Party than in the working population, in the Gironde, 53.8% as against 34.2%, but slightly less represented among the office-holding delegates or cell secretaries, 17% in Paris, where they constituted 26% of the working population, or communist deputies, 37% of those elected in 1968, as against 40% in the nationwide working population. One finds a strong overrepresentation of graduates among politicians, although activism offers another way in for those with little education. In 1968, 67.5% of the deputies had higher education, 14% secondary education. At the Socialist Party Congress in Grenoble in 1973, 54.6% of the delegates had some higher education, 23.3% secondary education, and everything suggests that possession of high educational capital is increasingly becoming a necessary condition for selection as a Socialist Party delegate. Two-thirds of the deputies who joined the party between 1971 and 1973 had higher education, but only 34.6% of those who joined before 1968. For socialist deputies, access to official positions in the National Assembly group, committee membership, etc., depends either on the volume of educational capital. 64% of such office holders have higher education, 31% of the rest, or in parties in which the great majority of deputies have higher education, on the type of educational capital. Law and the humanities are overrepresented. So it would be naive to see the very close relationship between educational capital and the propensity to answer the most specifically political questions as a simple and direct effect of the unequal distribution of specific political competence, defined, in the restricted sense, by possession of the theoretical and practical knowledge needed to produce political actions and judgments, and perhaps especially by command of political language, capacities which, one may assume, vary with educational capital. When the respondents were invited to classify a set of movements, groupings, or political parties as they saw fit, in general the higher their social position or the greater their educational capital, the more classes they produced. Most of those educated below the baccalaureate made a maximum of 4 groups, whereas the better qualified made 5 or more. A quarter of those with a degree above the license distinguished at least 9 groups, a performance rarely achieved by those with the CEP or CAP, and never by the unqualified. The ability to make refined classifications, the readiness to comment on them, and especially to give names or qualifiers to the categories, varies even more strongly by social position, educational capital, and also social origin. 16. Such a reading, overemphasizing the unequal distribution of political capital, which would be supported by all the appearances, would do no more than record 2 contrasting and complementary representations of the division of political labor. The technocratic representation, which makes technical competence, as defined by technocrats, the precondition for access to political responsibilities or responsible political choices, and the complementary representation, based on the sense of incompetence and impotence, which condemns the economically and culturally deprived to reliance on experts or a belief in kleptocracy, another way of overestimating the other classes. Like every recording of data at face value, this endorsement of appearances would have the effect of preventing inquiry into the objective bases of these representations, and more precisely, would prevent one from looking into the reality of the division of political labor, for the truth contained in these representations of the division of labor. Class consciousness to start with. When I got married, I had no definite opinions. I was from Brittany, see. I certainly felt there were problems and, well, I felt it, but I couldn't define them. I married a communist without realizing it. At first, when I had just arrived in the house, when I saw El Humanité Dimanche, I was furious. You see, I didn't know the paper. For months and years I didn't know about it. And then, little by little, I was led to recognize, that maybe its attitudes were a little bit hard, but the fact was, they were right. My husband was a trade union man, so I was dealing with a trade unionist. And then I had 1, 2, 3 children then, I went through the difficulties of life like everyone, little by little. There were some very bad patches, because I had to look after my mother as well as everything else. And my husband's a worker, right? So I knew about the workers' problems. And then I really made up my mind at the time of the Algerian War, I realized that monstrous things were being done that we had always been against. We'd always thought that that war was wrong, and that was really when I understood what the party stood for. Especially when there was the massacre at Charon, remember? Well, that completely revolted me because, I'd made my husband stay at home that evening. Otherwise, he might have been there. Seamstress, Turner's wife, age 42, communist in fact, here as elsewhere. The relationship between reality and representations is established through the dispositions, which are the internalized form of the probabilities associated with a given position in the division of labor. Technical competence depends fundamentally on social competence and on the corresponding sense of being entitled and required by status to exercise this specific capacity, and therefore to possess it. In other words, to understand the relationship between educational capital and the propensity to answer political questions, it is not sufficient to consider the capacity to understand, reproduce, and even produce political discourse, which is guaranteed by educational qualifications. One also has to consider the socially authorized and encouraged sense of being entitled to be concerned with politics, authorized to talk politics, by applying a specific political culture, i.e., explicitly political principles of classification and analysis, instead of replying ad hoc on the basis of ethical principles. 17. The effect of educational qualifications is not so different as it seems from the effect of sexual status. In each case, what is at stake is as much a status-linked right to politics as a simple political culture, the prerequisite to the exercise of this right which those who feel entitled to exercise it provide for themselves. Technical competence is to social competence what the capacity to speak is to the right to speak, simultaneously a precondition and an effect. The marking produced by the imposition of properties such as educational status or sexual identity impresses itself both on the marked individual, who is called upon to live up to his or her social definition, and on others, who expect him or her to actualize his or her essence. The psychological translation of this relationship is particularly visible in the relations within couple. That is why competence in the sense of specific culture is to competence in the sense of status property as existence is to essence. Only those who ought to have it can really acquire it, and only those who are authorized to have it feel called upon to acquire it. The beginnings of a proof of this argument are seen in the fact that, other things being equal, in particular, educational capital, women differ from men not so much in strict technical competence as in their manner of affirming it. Thus, at equal educational levels, women define almost the same number of categories within the universe of political movements and parties, and almost as often give them names. It is true that, partly because politics is their business and they invest more in it, the men know more politicians' names, more often know which party they belong to, can more often give the name and party of their local deputy. But the difference is greatest when it is a matter of socially asserting this competence. At equal educational levels, more women say they do not know whether the various problems mentioned to them are political or not. 18. They more often confess they do not know who Philippine is, see note 16. Whereas the men are more often inclined to disguise this ignorance, They are more often content to indicate a general zone in the political scale, whereas the men tend to situate themselves precisely. Above all, they are more often prepared to acknowledge that politics is a matter for specialists. Finally, they are much more inclined to confess that, at election times, they cannot decide whom to vote for. Not only do they tend more to delegate their capacity for political choice to others, in most cases, no doubt to their husbands, but they seem to have a more local and more moral and emotional view of politics. Thus, at all levels, rather more of them say that help for the handicapped is a political problem, and rather fewer of them say this of voting in parliamentary or local elections or of a collection for Vietnam. Thus, the variations in the rate of non-responses by sex, educational capital, or social class, that is, roughly according to the probability of possessing power in any field whatsoever, show that political competence in the sense of a socially recognized capacity is one of the aptitudes a person has insofar as he has a right or duty to have them. And the variations which are also found, other things being equal, according to the saturation of the question with indices of conformity to the norms of depoliticized political discourse, stylistic neutrality, euphemisms, etc., show the contribution which political scientists make to the imposition of the limits of competence when, by bestowing the appearances of science on their inquiry and its analysis, they reinforce the sense of unworthiness in the incompetent. The propensity to speak politically, even in the most rudimentary way, that is, by producing a yes or a no, or putting a cross beside a prefabricated answer, is strictly proportionate to the sense of having the right to speak. Nothing shows this more clearly than the composition of the so-called spontaneous sample of people who responded to a national consultation on the educational system, organized, with the aid of the press, after the events of 1968.19. In so doing, they asserted themselves as parties to the debate, entitled to express an authorized, authoritative opinion, to voice the performative utterance of a legitimate pressure group 20, the opinion mobilized. As if by a petition, about education closely coincides with the population of users of higher education. The probability that an isolated agent, in the absence of any delegation, will form an explicit, coherent opinion on the educational system depends on the extent to which he depends on it for his reproduction and is objectively and subjectively interested in its functioning. As if the propensity to influence the destiny of the institution rose with one's importance within it, the rate of response rises with the sense of legitimacy in speaking about it, and with the immediacy of self-interest in its functioning. 21. Thus the probability of responding, which is much greater for men than for women, the latter tending to write in as parents rather than as authorized spokespersons of a group or the general interest, and for Parisians than for provincials, is, for a given social class, very close to its objective chances of getting its children into one of the grandes écoles, i.e., very close to nil for peasants and manual workers, of the order of 0.09 and 0.05 in 10,000, 0.7 per 10,000 for craftsmen and shopkeepers, 0.9 for clerical workers, 3 for junior executives, 19 for primary teachers, 5 for industrial and commercial employers, 11 for senior executives, 22 for engineers, 26 for members of the professions, 110 for secondary and higher education teachers. These figures are obtained by comparing the male population of each class of respondents with the corresponding fraction of the working population. For pupils and students, who respond more often when at higher levels of study and when enrolled in more prestigious establishments, a lycée rather than a comprehensive or technical school, a grande école rather than a faculty, or when living in Paris than in the provinces, the probability of participation is closely linked to social origin. It is 2 to 3 times greater for the son of an industrialist, a senior executive, or a professional, in the case of students, and 6 times greater in the case of pupils. Quantity and quality. It would be dangerous in this area to allow the notion of quantity to prevail over that of quality. A certain competence is required, it seems to me, to make an objective judgment of the question. Teacher, marginal note to AERS, National Consultation. Questionnaire. Exactly the same tendencies are seen in the responses to various questions the opinion research institutes have asked about the educational system. In general, there are more don't knows among women than men. For example, in a survey on the government's plans for university reform IFOP, September 1968, 29.7% of women and 25.7% of men. In a survey on selection for university entrance IFOP, September 1968, 16.9% and 11.2%. But on the question of Latin in secondary schools IFOP, September 1968, 26% of each sex. There are more don't knows among the less educated than among the more highly educated, 32%, 19% and 35%, in response to these three questions in the case of those with only primary education, 15%, 6% and 10% respectively in the case of graduates. There are more don't knows among provincials than Parisians. And steadily more as one moves down the social hierarchy. Thus the self-selecting, spontaneous sample in the national consultation is the limit towards which the population of respondents in a representative survey tends. Or, to put it another way, the answers obtained from a representative sample constitute a spontaneous sample which, although it is not perceived as such, is produced by laws which are fundamentally the same as those described here. Within the spontaneous sample, the less a category is represented, the less its representatives are typical of the category as a whole, and the principle of the bias is almost always their relationship to the educational system. Thus, 90.7% of the industrial and commercial employers have at least the baccalaureate, compared with only 11.3% in the category in the working population, and for the craftsmen and shopkeepers, 28.7% compared with only 2.8%. Similarly, the more remote a fraction is from the educational system, the more those who respond belong to that part of the fraction most interested in the educational system, i.e., those who are of an age to have children in secondary or higher education. Thus 49.7% of the teachers in the spontaneous sample are aged 35-54, 38.9% in the working population, 69.7% of the professionals, 53.5% in the working population, 77.1% of the employers, 50.7% in the working population. It follows from this overselection that the differences between the classes and the fractions, who, within the middle and dominant classes, are represented in accordance with their cultural capital, are reduced to a minimum, so that the degree of agreement over the problems mentioned is no doubt greater than in the population as a whole 22 if teachers are so strongly overrepresented. This is because they are interested and legitimated on several counts. In fact, the hierarchy of chances of participation shows that the effect of legitimacy predominates over the effect of interest due to simple membership. The representation of the different categories of teachers increases as one moves up the hierarchy of institutions, 19 per 10,000 for primary teachers, 34 for CET teachers, 60 for CEG teachers, 23,199 for lycée teacher, 224 for higher education teachers, and also by rank within each institution, rising from 58 for supply or substitute teachers to 175 for certified teachers and 382 for agrégés, and from 164 for assistants junior lecturers, instructors to 204 for maîtres assistants senior lecturers, assistant professors, and 320 for maîtres de conférences reader, associate professors and full professor. Agrégés in secondary schools, and especially those who teach the classic subjects, Latin, Greek, French, history, geography, thus respond more readily than any other category. This is no doubt because, while being more legitimate than, for example, primary teachers who are no less linked to the system, they are more attached to the system than are university teachers, who can place their investments outside the institution, and not only in research, except for those in the most traditional disciplines, French, Latin, Greek, or history, who are much more inclined to respond than those in other disciplines and other faculties. It is perhaps also because, more than all other categories, agrégés felt themselves personally called into question by the crisis. If teachers of the disciplines previously dominant in the educational system, Latin, Greek, French, history, were particularly prone to reply, they wrote many books and articles after May 1968. This is also because the redefinition of the legitimate curriculum and legitimate pedagogy, especially in secondary schools, threatened their very existence as producers, or reproducers, of products which had no other market or raison d'être than secondary education and the competitions for recruitment to it. But the essential lesson of this analysis is that, in forcing on everyone, uniformly, problems which only arise for a few, by a procedure as irreproachable as the administration of a questionnaire with preformed answers to a representative sample, there is every likelihood of creating a pure artifact out of thin air. Opinions are made to exist which did not pre-exist the questions, and which otherwise would not have been expressed, or which, if they had been otherwise expressed, i.e., through authorized spokesmen, would have been quite different. Opinions which, in any case, had little chance of being formulated spontaneously, of being demonstrated, a demonstration being one way of giving strength to opinions by demonstrating the group which they mobilize. Political opinion is not a purely informative judgment which catches on by the intrinsic force of its truth, but an idea force, containing a pretension to become a reality, and the more numerous and powerful the group it mobilizes by its symbolic efficacy, the greater its power of potential enactment. In other words, because it necessarily contains a power to mobilize and a pretension to exist, political opinion is defined, not only by its informative content, but also by the social force whereby it exists as a political force, although it is political opinion which helps to make that social force exist by mobilizing the group which contains it in potential form. The authorized speech of status-generated competence, a powerful speech which helps to create what it says, is answered by the silence of an equally status-linked incompetence, which is experienced as technical incapacity and leaves no choice but delegation, a misrecognized dispossession of the less competent by the more competent, of women by men, of the less educated by the more educated, of those who do not know to speak by those who speak well. The propensity to delegate responsibility for political matters to others recognized as technically competent varies in inverse ratio to the educational capital possessed, because the educational qualification, and the culture it is presumed to guarantee, is tacitly regarded, by its holders but also by others, as a legitimate title to the exercise of authority. On the one side, there are those who admit that politics is not for them, and abdicate their formal rights for lack of the means of exercising them. On the other, those who feel entitled to claim a personal opinion, or even the authoritative opinion which is the monopoly of the competent. These two opposed but complementary representations of the division of political labor reproduce the objective division of political powers between the classes and the sexes in dispositions, practices, and discourses, and so help to reproduce the division itself. And so it is that, by one of the paradoxical reversals that are common in such matters, education, which the 19th century reformers expected above all to ensure the proper functioning of universal suffrage, by producing citizens capable of voting, we must educate our masters, now tends to function as a principle of selection, the more effective for not being officially or even tacitly imposed, which supports and legitimates unequal participation in electoral democracy. Tendentially, the whole division of political labor. Nietzsche somewhere derides the academic cult of the personal turn of phrase, and it would be no small undertaking to describe the whole range of institutional mechanisms, especially the intellectual and educational ones, which help to encourage the cult and culture of the person, that set of personal properties, exclusive, unique, and original, which includes personal ideas, personal style, and above all, personal opinion. It could be shown that the opposition between the rare, The distinguished, the chosen, the unique, the exclusive, the different, the irreplaceable, the original and the common, the vulgar, the banal, the indifferent, the ordinary, the average, the usual, the trivial, with all the associated oppositions between the brilliant and the dull, the fine and the coarse, the refined and the crude. The high or heightened, and the low is one of the fundamental oppositions, the other being organized around the opposition between ease and poverty, in the language of bourgeois ethics and aesthetics. Those who aim to identify the contribution the educational system may make to the inculcation of a view of the social world, and who, as in so many studies of the content of history manuals, look for it in the most direct and most visible ideological interventions, or even, like the work of the Frankfurt School on the basic elements of the image of history, Geschichtsbild, in the elitist philosophy of history, which permeates the teaching of that discipline, are probably missing the essential point. In fact, the educational institution as a whole, from its strictly individualist organization of work to the taxonomies it applies in its classifying operations, which always favor the original over the common, not to mention the contents it teaches and the way they are taught, tends to reinforce the propensity to individualism or egoism, which the children of the petite bourgeoisie and grande bourgeoisie bring into the system. Literature in which, as Guide said in his journal, only the personal has any value, and the celebration which surrounds it in the literary field and in the educational system, are clearly central to this cult of the self, in which philosophy, often reduced to a lofty assertion of the thinker's distinction, also has a part to play. And there is every reason to predict that psychoanalysis, which, although it describes generic mechanisms, encourages immersion in the uniqueness of formative experiences, unlike sociology, which would not be so resisted if it did not reduce the personal to the generic, the common, will have a place in the modernist variant of this cult. To explain the petty bourgeois pretension to personal opinion, one has to consider not only the reinforcement by the educational system and the media, but also the specific social conditions which produce the opinionated habitus. It can be seen that the claim to the right to personal opinion and distrust of all forms of delegation, especially in politics, have their logical place in the disposition system of individuals whose whole past and whole projected future are oriented towards individual salvation, based on personal gifts and merits, on the breakup of oppressive solidarities and even the refusal of onerous obligations, on the choice of systematically privileging the private and intimate, both at work and at home, in leisure and in thought, as against the public, the collective, the common, the indifferent, the borrowed. But the naively egoistic dispositions of the petty bourgeois have nothing in common with the subtle egotism of those who have the means to affirm the uniqueness of their person in all their practices, starting with their profession, a liberal activity, freely chosen and freely conducted by a personality, irreducible to the anonymous, impersonal, interchangeable roles with which the petty bourgeois must still identify. Rules are rules, in order to exist, or at least, in order to have their social existence recognized, especially in their conflicts with the bourgeois. And the distrustful prudence which shuns delegation and enlistment has nothing in common with the conviction of being the best spokesman for distinguished thoughts and opinions. A very personal opinion: political parties don't interest me. I don't want to vote for a party, I vote for a candidate. A candidate without a party label would be better. I haven't got an exact definition of socialism. It's an overused word nowadays, which can mean anything and nothing. So I can't tell you how to construct it or how not to construct it, seeing that I don't know what it is anymore. It's too hackneyed. Personally, I don't think I could enroll in a party. I'd be incapable of having the same taste straight away. Because of my Jansenist origins and my bookseller grandfather, I'm open to everything, and I can't get excited about a general idea. What I mean is, I appreciate the good points of several parties. Given that it's one's very personal opinion that counts, I don't think it's possible to find a party that can combine certain elements of several doctrines that personally I don't find incompatible. Accountants senior executives are the category who most often say that, For political information, they rely on daily papers, 27% of them, and 24% of the junior executives and clerical workers, as against 14% of the farmers, 11% of manual workers, 8% of craftsmen and shopkeepers, or on weekly magazines, 19% of them, as against 7% of junior executives and clerical workers, 6% of manual workers, 5% of craftsmen and shopkeepers, and 4% of farmers. This may be seen as a manifestation of the concern, which rises with educational level, to form an opinion by resorting to the most specific and most legitimate instrument, the journal of opinion, which can be chosen in relation to one's own opinion, as opposed to television or radio. Mass media, offering homogenized products, SOFRES, Télévision et Politique, May 1976. And one is tempted to see a similarly structured opposition in the fact that, to pursue their demands, senior executives believe in personal representations to public service, whereas manual and office workers rely on strikes more often than other categories, while artisans, shopkeepers, and junior executives prefer a demonstration, a sudden mobilization which does not pre-exist or outlive the event. An unclassifiable professor, could you situate yourself on the political spectrum? Look, that's another question I'm incapable of answering. I could tell you I voted for this or that group, at this or that period. Could you define yourself in some other way? In terms of those movements. Look, where do you put Gaullism? It's a question I have to ask you. There are Gaullists who say they are left-wing, and others who say they are right-wing. One of them said it once, laughs. That was brave of him. If I look at the way I've voted since I first started, I've voted for Men's France. I've fairly often voted for de Gaulle. So you can place me where you like. If someone put a knife to my throat and told me to choose a political party, first of all I wouldn't choose. I'd choose something else so as not to take any of them. No, I don't know. I find the principle of political parties unsatisfactory, if you like. I think it's a necessary evil, like a lot of other things. But I don't feel personally concerned. I can eliminate a certain number of things if you like. By elimination, I'm not communist. There are certainly leftist, or Mendicist, or left-wing Gaullist ideas, which are ultimately the same thing that are not foreign to me. And at the same time, paradoxically, I'm in favor of a certain order. I consider that in disorder, nothing can be done. In normal circumstances, of course. On the other hand, I'm not a man of the center. When I consider it is necessary to choose, I will choose. You see, it's difficult to answer your question. So right now, you might say I'm slightly Gaullist a la 1940, as I used to be. It isn't a political party. That doesn't prove. In the Gaullist movement, there are a lot of things I don't approve of as well. That's why I shall never be enrolled in any political party. University professor, Paris, but even a rapid reflection on the social conditions of the creation of demand for a personal opinion, and of the achievement of this ambition is sufficient to show that, contrary to the naive belief in formal equality before politics, the working-class view is realistic in seeing no choice, for the most deprived, other than simple abdication, a resigned recognition of status-linked incompetence or total delegation, an unreserved remission of self. A tacit confidence which chooses its speech in choosing its spokesman. I think politics is a fight. And in a fight there has to be a lot of you. You need a mass. Charwoman communist, when they really go on strike, it's because they really need to. People don't go on strike just for the fun of it. Charwoman. In fact, not all answers are opinions, and the probability that a given group's responses are only disguised non-responses, polite concessions to the imposed problematic or ethical discourses, naively received as personal opinions, no doubt varies in the same way as the probability of non-response which characterizes that group. The propensity and ability to raise interests and experiences to the order of political discourse, to seek coherence in opinions, and to integrate one's whole set of attitudes around explicit political principles, in fact, depends very closely on educational capital, and, secondarily, on overall capital composition, increasing with the relative weight of cultural capital as against economic capital. It is not sufficient to recognize the inequalities in status competence, which force attention to the social conditions of possibility of political judgment. The most fundamental political problem, the question of the modes of production of the answer to a political question, is completely masked when one accepts the intellectualist premise that every answer to a political question is the product of an act of political judgment. 29. In fact, an answer to a question which, by the dominant definition of politics, would be classified as political, e.g., a question on abortion or student demonstrations, can be produced by three very different modes of production. The principle of production may be, first, a class ethos, a generative formula not constituted as such which enables objectively coherent responses, compatible with the practical premises of a practical relation to the world, to be generated for all the problems of everyday existence. Secondly, it may be a systematic political slant, party, a system of explicit, specifically political principles, amenable to logical control and reflexive scrutiny, in short, a sort of political axiomatics in ordinary language, a line or program, which enables the infinity of political acts and judgments implied in the algorithm, and no others to be generated or foreseen. Thirdly, it may be a two-stage choice, i.e., the identification in the mode of knowledge of the answers consistent with the line of a political party, this time in the sense of an organization providing a political line on a set of problems which it constitutes as political. The adherence implied in this tacit or explicit delegation may itself be based on practical recognition by the ethos or on an explicit choice entailed by a slant. 30. There is every difference between the intentional coherence of the practices and discourses generated from an explicit, political principle and the objective systematicity of the practices produced from an implicit principle, below the level of political discourse, that is, from objectively systematic schemes of thought and action, acquired by simple familiarization, without explicit inculcation, and applied in the pre-reflexive mode. Without being mechanically attached to class condition, these two forms of political disposition are closely linked to it, chiefly through the material conditions of existence, whose vital demands are of unequal urgency, and therefore unequally easy to neutralize symbolically, and through the educational training which can give the instruments of symbolic mastery of practice, i.e., of verbalization and conceptualization of political experience. The populist inclination to credit the working classes with a politics, as, elsewhere, an aesthetic, spontaneously and naturally endowed with the properties included in the dominant definition of politics, ignores the fact that the practical mastery expressed in everyday choices, which may or may not be capable of being constituted as political in terms of the dominant definition, is based not on the explicit principles of an ever-vigilant, universally competent consciousness, but on the implicit schemes of thought and action of a class habitus. In other words, if one must use the simplistic formulae of political discussion, on a class unconscious rather than a class consciousness. Thus, when confronted with a question of domestic morality such as sex education, which tends to be made a political question through scholastic institutionalization, all social categories except the senior executives and professionals produce responses governed by class ethos and largely independent of declared political opinion. Farmers, for example, are the group which most often say that one should not talk about sex to children, or that no sex education should be given before the age of 15, whereas clerical workers and junior executives are once again led by their cultural good intentions to recognize the dominant norm, which is recalled in the question itself, and most often say this education should be given before age 11. For each category, the variations by political tendency are little marked. By contrast, everything suggests that the responses of the senior executives and professionals express a combination of a class ethos, which inclines them to a certain pedagogic laxity, with explicit political principle. 80% of those who say they are on the left think sex education should be given before age 11, 50% of those who say they are centrist, and 33% of those who say they are on the right. It can be seen that, as has been shown for the pure aesthetic disposition, which makes every aesthetic choice the manifestation of an aesthetic slant, the propensity to make everyday choices on the basis of political principles, i.e., within the logic of the political slant, rather than ethical intuition, is itself a dimension of an ethos which is also expressed in the relation to language, the body, to others, and to the world in general. I got my politics from the way I suffered when I was a kid. Know what I mean? Municipal clerk, communist in fact. The second and third modes of opinion production differ from the first mode in that, in them, the explicitly political principles of the production of political judgment are made explicit and formulated as principles. This may be done either by the institution that is entrusted with the production and management of these principles, or by the isolated political agent, who possesses his own means of production of political questions and answers, and can provide systematic political responses to problems as different in appearance as a factory occupation, sex education, or pollution. In either case, the relationship between social class and political opinion is no longer established directly, solely through the mediation of the class unconscious. To understand political opinions adequately and to explain them fully, one has to bring in a specifically political factor, either the political line or program of the political party invested with the monopoly of production of the principles of production of political opinions, or the political axiomatics which enables a political opinion to be produced on every problem, whether constituted politically or not. 31 The fact remains that, for problems that have not been brought into a personal or party line, agents are thrown back on their ethos, in which the social conditions of production of that ethos express themselves. This is true not only of ordinary agents, but also of professional producers, intellectuals, sociologists, journalists, or politicians. In the production of discourse, scientific or otherwise, on the social world, and in the definition of a line of political action on the world, it is class ethos that is called upon to make up for the lacunae in axiomatics or method, or for insufficient mastery of these means of thought and action. The workerism of revolutionary parties no doubt arises from an intuition into the duality of the principles of production of political opinions and actions, and from a justified skepticism as to the possibility of answering all the practical questions and challenges of ordinary existence solely on the basis of the principles of a political axiomatics. At all events, there is every difference in the world between the conscious, quasi-forced systematicity of a political line and the systematicity, in itself, of the practices and judgments engendered by the unconscious principles of the ethos, or even between the minimal and yet fundamental consciousness, which is necessary to delegate the production of the principles of political opinion production to a party, and the systematic consciousness, which can see every situation as political, and can bring to it a political solution generated from political principle. If political consciousness without the appropriate dispositions is unreal and uncertain, dispositions without consciousness are self-opaque and always exposed to seduction by false recognitions. 32 The members of the intellectual occupations, teachers, researchers, artists, declare themselves, more often than all other categories, supporters of revolutionary action, opposed to authoritarianism, and in favor of international class solidarity. They more often think that the crisis of May 1968 was beneficial to the general interest of the population, and say as often as manual workers that strike pickets are justified, that the Popular Front was a good thing, that they prefer socialism to liberalism, and that things would be better if the state owned all the major industries. But their answers often betray an ethos at variance with their discourse. They say more often than manual workers that their confidence in the trade unions has declined since May 1968, or that an individual's most important characteristic is his personality. Manual workers more often cite class, or that economic progress has benefited the majority, workers more often think it has only benefited a minority. 33. It may be that the tendency to political hypercoherence which leads intellectuals to treat every problem as political, seek perfect coherence in all attitudes in all areas of life, is imposed on them by the fundamental discrepancy between their ethos and their discourse, especially when they originate from the dominated fractions of the dominant class. The dispositions which underlie the production of opinions are chiefly revealed in the manner of expressing them. That is, precisely in all the insignificant nuances which are almost inevitably lost in the ordinary recording of responses, which is generally simplified to the utmost for the sake of rapid, standardized surveying. The result is that opinions which are identical if taken at face value, but which express very different dispositions and imply very different or even opposing actions, are lumped together in the same class. Ordinary intuition, which uses the imponderables of posture and manner, the nuances of argument and hexis, as indices of the different ways of being right-wing or left-wing, revolutionary or conservative, the principle of every double entendre and political ambiguity, reminds us that the same habitus can espouse apparently different opinions, whereas different habitus can be expressed in superficially, i.e., electorally, similar opinions which nonetheless differ in their modality. Thus, when Lipset concludes that, in a student population, there is no correlation between the parent's occupation and the children's political position, and attributes all the differences he finds to factors such as type of university and discipline, he not only forgets that differences in university position at a given moment are the scholastic retranslation of differences in social origin, even at the level of aspiration. Since the choice of a discipline expresses the ambitions available to individuals of a given social origin, with a given level of academic success. Also and especially he forgets that, having failed to use adequate questioning to obtain indicators of the modality of political practice and judgments, he has been forced to lump together political stances which, even if identical in their political content, may express opposing dispositions, and which, as the subsequent political realignments show, are less useful predictors of practice, especially in the long run, than the apparently insignificant details of bearing and diction which indicate the modality of commitments, not to mention the eloquent silences which may express approval, skepticism, hostility, contempt, resignation, etc. 30. For the opposition between first-person production and production by proxy is what is always invoked by the advocates of the established order when, in the case of a strike, for example, they contrast the democratic logic of a vote or an opinion poll with the centralist logic of expression by a trade union, in order to try to break the organic relationship of delegation and to reduce the individual to his own resources by sending him alone to the polling booth. The opinion poll does the same thing when it sets up a mode of opinion production, which forces the least competent respondents to produce opinions opposed to those proffered on their behalf by their accredited spokesman, thus casting doubt on the validity of the delegation. 35. The same opposition between these two modes of production is invoked when, by reference to political clienteles more or less completely devoted to one or the other, those of mass parties on the one hand, and on the other, those of small parties or vanguard groups, virtually all of whose activists are able to approach politics in terms of an explicit line. Two conceptions of the relationship between the party and the masses are contrasted. One of these demands a high degree of delegation to the central leadership, generally in the name of realism. The other calls for the self-management of political opinion, unconsciously universalizing the relation to politics characteristic of small owners of their own means of opinion production, who have no reason to delegate to others the power to produce opinions for them. The usual image of the relationship between the party apparatuses and their clienteles, in particular, the ideology of imperfect representation, to the effect that the political elite does not respond to the demands of its social base, or creates the political demand which keeps it in power, ignores the quite different forms which this relationship may take, depending on the party and on the categories of clientele within a single party. These variations in the relationship between delegates and their mandators depend, inter alia, on the modes of recruitment, training and promotion of party officers, with, on one side, for example, the Communist Party, which has in a sense to create its politicians from scratch, by a total training almost entirely provided by the Party 36, and, on the other, the conservative parties which can simply incorporate notables already furnished with a general training and occupying an established position elsewhere, on the social characteristics of the base, in particular, its level of general education and the modes of political thought it tends to apply, and on the modes of construction of political discourse, or, which amounts to the same thing, the modes of organization of the groups in which this discourse is constructed and circulate. I've always voted communist because I think it's the cleanest party. You've never seen communists involved in financial scandals or anything like that. There have been some who didn't want to go along with it after a few years and slid over to the other side a bit, and they left of their own accord or they were kicked out. But I reckon it's the cleanest party and the only one that defends the working class. Analysis of opinion polls provides some indications on the second point, social characteristics of the base. For example, the principle by which Communist Party voters produce their opinions varies according to the terrain, i.e., according to whether they know practically or theoretically, by experience or political apprenticeship, as is the case with everything that concerns struggle in the field of economic relations of production, or whether they have nothing to go on but the dispositions of their ethos, in which case they inevitably appear as the guardians of an outmoded state of bourgeois morality. So it is child's play to demonstrate the contradictions or dissonances between the answers produced by activists and even leaders, in accordance with the two principles, first-person production and production by proxy, and especially between the revolutionary dispositions they manifest in politics and the conservative dispositions they betray in the order of ethics, which may lead, in certain situations, to truly conservative political practices. By contrast, PSU voters 38 drawn to a large extent from the intellectual occupations, manifest by the high degree of coherence in their responses their aptitude to see everything politically, and to provide a system of explicitly compatible answers, more clearly integrated around explicit political principles than those of communist electors. See Figure 19. All political judgments, including the would-be most enlightened ones, inevitably contain an element of implicit faith, due to the very logic of political choice, which is a choice of spokesmen and representatives, and also a choice of ideas, projects, programs, plans, embodied in personalities, and depending for their reality and credibility on the reality and credibility of these personalities. Uncertainty even as to the object of judgment, a person or a set of ideas, is inscribed in the logic of politics, which, whatever the regime, entails entrusting to individuals the task of formulating and imposing political problems or solutions. These individuals may always be chosen either for their objectified program, in the sense of a catalog of already formulated judgments and predetermined, publicly announced measures, a manifesto, or for their personality, i.e. their habitus, an internalized program, in the computing sense or algorithm. The generative principle of a set of judgments and actions, political measures, which are not explicitly formulated at the moment of choice, by either the candidate or the elector, and which have to be intuited through the subtle indices of dispositions revealed only in bodily hexis, diction, bearing, manners. Every political choice takes into account, simultaneously, the guarantor's personality and what he guarantees. The delegate is both a representative who expresses the already expressed opinions of his mandators. He is bound by a program, a sort of explicit contract of delegation, and an agent who, following his internal program, or the specific interests associated with his position in the field of ideological production, more than his declared program, expresses as yet unformulated, implicit or potential opinions which he thereby brings into existence. He may even use the monopoly of speech implied in his spokesman's status to credit his mandators, by an unverifiable usurpation, with expectations, intentions and demands which they do not acknowledge, and which, depending on the case, are those of a vanguard or a rear guard of the group as a whole. In short, the fact that the delegate is the guarantor of the program, not only as an opus operatum, but also as a modus operandi, no doubt explains why, to adapt a phrase of Durkheim's, not everything in the contract of political delegation is contractual. The advocates of change are forced to spell out their heretical opinions in broad daylight, in defiance of the doxa, the ordinary acceptance of the usual order which goes without saying, and therefore usually goes unsaid. They are thus more acutely exposed to the contradiction between the program stated by the spokesman and the implicit program betrayed by his habitus, especially since, by virtue of the hidden conditions of access to political competence, in particular, education, the holders of the monopoly of the production, or even the reproduction of the explicit program, are the product of social conditions of production, perceptible in the visible signs of their habitus, which are likely to be different from those of their mandators. By contrast, those who have no other intention than to conserve the established order can spare themselves this effort of making their principles explicit and concentrate on presenting the guarantees of an internalized program of conservation, in the form of their own person, with its distinction, its elegance, its culture, and also its properties, titles of nobility, educational qualifications, etc. They have spontaneously the bodily hexis, diction and pronunciation to suit their words. There is an immediate, perfect, natural harmony between the speech and the spokesman. This essential ambiguity of political choice is only one of the reasons why no agent, not even a virtuoso of political consciousness, can in practice avoid having recourse to different modes of production, and the more so, the less the situation to which he has to respond is politically constituted. Other things being equal, the more clearly the problem posed is recognized as political, the more frequent is the use of the two specifically political modes of production, proxy and autonomous production. They are also more frequent, in respect of explicitly political problems, when political consciousness is higher. In other words, they depend on the set of factors, sex, education, social class, etc., which govern the propensity to answer the most specifically political questions, as opposed to the propensity to abstain. Our survey shows that the proportion who recognize all or virtually all the problems mentioned as political is very low among the educationally unqualified, grows steadily with level of education, and rises to 2/3 among those with the baccalaureate or a license. No doubt because it was a question of problems, the variations by education are greater here than for the aptitude to see various actions as political. As might be expected, the variations by educational capital are greater in relation to those problems, which have appeared relatively recently in political debates, such as women's liberation, the protection of the environment or sex education, or those which are rarely posed outside the field of ideological production, such as the decline of Latin in secondary education. But there are also significant variations in the capacity to see political problems in unemployment, workers' participation, wage raises, or the price of meat. An eye for character, what do you consider in choosing a deputy? First of all, the party. Then not his honesty, but the way he fights. Personally, I prefer a guy who's a bit rough, even if maybe the results are a bit less good than with someone gentle. I like a guy who doesn't mince his words. Like right now, I'd rather have Jacques Duclos than Georges Marchais. Because I reckon that when Duclos has something to say, he trusts. I have confidence in them. I've always had confidence. They've always done what they said. That's why I've always voted for them. Municipal clerk, communist on the whole, I always do everything willingly, especially for the party. So there you are. I've always done what I'm told. There are some things I didn't like and I've said, I don't like it. But in the end, on the whole, there's no problem. I always agree with what they do. Charwoman communist, first and foremost I follow the advice of my party. I take note, and I end up voting according to their directives. Carpenter, communist doesn't beat about the bush. nor does Marchais, but he's a bit less direct, tends to pussyfoot a bit. Manual worker, communist, the radicals are, well, they used to be. I don't know what they're like now, but Serve and Schreiber is trying to modernize them. Anyway, they always used to be a party of old fogies, with a lot of Freemasons, I think, and not really any clear ideas. It's not a very frank party, I find. Secretary, a lot of people go and vote because you have to. But not me. Personally, I'm not like that at all. I go and vote because I know what I'm voting for. I belong to a party, and I vote for my own ideas. Typist, communist, I'd say that personally I have confidence in the Central Committee, and when they discuss whether so-and-so should be a candidate, they know things I don't. It may be that so-and-so seems very good to me, perhaps even better to my mind than the official candidate, but maybe there's some detail I don't know but they know at the top. So if they've chosen this one rather than that, there must be a good reason. Locksmith, communist. This means that the relationship between social class and political opinions varies by social class, i.e., according to the mode of opinion production most frequent in that class. The probability of producing a political response to a politically constituted question rises as one moves up the social hierarchy and the hierarchy of incomes and qualification. Thus, apropos of a typically political problem such as foreign policy, on which there can only be political opinions, there is a very strong correlation with social class, and also, of course, with sex and education in the capacity to have an opinion, indicated by the rates of non-response, namely, farmers 37.7%, manual workers 38.6%, small employers 30.9%, office workers and junior executives 25%. Senior executives and professions 16.1%. There is a very close correlation with declared political allegiance in the specifically political content of the opinions expressed, proportion of opinions approving the government's foreign policy, Communist Party PCF 48.7%, Socialists 47.7%, Radicals 41.2%, Centrists 52.3%, Giscardians RI 56.8%, Gaullists UDR 76.3%. IFOP 1966. 39. This appears very clearly in Figure 20, in which, as happens with most foreign policy questions, the different classes and class fractions are distributed along the axis of non-response, whereas party preferences are distributed along the axis of satisfaction. It can be seen that, in general, the fact of ignoring don't knows, as usually happens in the analysis of surveys or elections, and of calculating frequencies solely in relation to the population of respondents, in accordance with electoral logic, has the effect of canceling out, or at least weakening, the relationship with social class. The greater the proportion of each category which eliminates itself, the less typical the survivors are of the category, precisely in respect of their degree of politicization. Furthermore, the gap between the capacity to produce a minimal response, a yes or no, and the capacity to produce the corresponding question, or at least, to grasp the specifically political significance the question has for those who produce it and ask it, i.e., in the field of production of specifically political problematics, leads to the imposition of a problematic, as a result of which the meaning of the answer given is misappropriated. The respondents are dispossessed of the meaning of their response whenever they choose one of the answers offered to a question which they do not have the means of asking, and so allow an opinion which is totally alien to them, even if it happens to express them, to be treated as their own opinion, or whenever they respond, not to the question asked, but to the one they themselves have had to produce to try to appropriate the initial question. This work of reappropriation, which is almost always manifested by a retranslation into another language, so that rationalization of budgetary options becomes not wasting money, for example, is almost invariably ignored by political scientists, either at the level of observation or at the time of coding. One example, see Table 30, will suffice to show the imposition effect and the allodoxia which results. This is a question on the political influence of the business world, laissez-faire, in which we incidentally see the use of two very common rhetorical devices, the imposition of presuppositions, here, in every country, an anodyne phrase which insinuates the whole conservative philosophy of history, always and everywhere the same, and the false symmetry which allows a highly improbable, almost absurd answer to exist, under the guise of giving equal chances to all reply. To this should no doubt be added the effect of neutralization and euphemization, tending to discourage any indecent expression of indignation or revolt. The question itself was only devised in order to legitimate, by another false symmetry, the asking of another question, this time definitely part of the dominant problematic. And in your view, is the influence of the trade unions too great, about right, or too small? It can be seen that the proportion who consider the influence of the business world too great rises as one moves up the social hierarchy. And we may assume, although there are no data on this, the hierarchy of educational levels. That is, in precisely inverse ratio to the proportion who fail to reply. And so we see only 34% of manual workers, judging the influence of big business excessive, while 52% retreat into abstention or neutrality, with a considerable proportion actually judging that influence too small. The retranslation which the least competent respondents have to perform in order to begin to appropriate a long and complex question on a political scientific issue, often resulting in misunderstandings, is seen in another case, Table 31, where the least equipped have no choice but to abstain or to answer in terms of their image of Mitterrand. Here, too, a neutralization effect is achieved through stylistic effects, as subtle as the Mr. before Mitterrand, or the use of an academic verb such as preconizer advocate. The expression socialism of the possible itself belongs to the register of high politics. It seems to be proved that, in the survey situation, the least competent agents are almost entirely at the mercy of imposition effects which all result, in the last analysis, from the fact that they have to choose between answers which only take on their meaning in relation to a political problematic. However, this problematic is nothing other than the ideological field itself, i.e., the universe of objective relations, automatically converted into political stances, prizes de position, defined in their content by the site from which they emanate. Among the positions held and defended in this field by the agents and institutions competing for the monopoly of production and imposition of the legitimate representation of the social world, and of legitimate action upon this world. The only way fully to appropriate this problematic is to participate in its production, to occupy a position which counts, that is, which others have to take account of, a position whose mere existence modifies all the other positions, forcing their occupants to rethink their own position. One only has to consider the structural effects resulting from the emergence of ultraleftism as an idea force in the field. Political problems, like all those in philosophy, religion, etc., always exist in and through the relationship between two or more antagonistic groups. This means that outsiders, being unable to take an active part in the political game which is de facto reserved for full-time professionals, politicians, permanent officials of the party apparatuses, the right word, for once, political journalists, professional ideologues, would only have some chance of picking out the opinions which suit them from within the universe of ready-made opinions. If the products on offer always bore a trademark, the label which is both a marker and a guarantee. By clearly announcing the position in the field of ideological production which is in fact expressed in every authorized statement of position, the label which links an opinion to an authority, a papal encyclical, a central committee decision, a canonical author, etc., enables the layman to get his bearings, to find the right stance to take, either on the basis of the delegation that he explicitly or tacitly grants to the occupants of a particular position in the field of ideological production, or through his practical grasp of the homologies between the political field, i.e., the field of class struggles, ordinary or extraordinary, subterranean or overt, individual or collective, spontaneous or organized, in which he can situate and orient himself practically, and the field of ideological production, which reproduces the structure of the political field in accordance with its own logic. 40. Reading the labels. When there's an election and they all appear on TV, then you can find out and really know the party and everything. But otherwise, between two, well, there are some of them speak really well and you can work it out. But still, when he starts with what party he is and all that, you pay more attention. Charwoman misappropriation almost inevitably occurs whenever the question invites two different readings, when the uninitiated cannot answer it without bringing it down from the specifically political plane, where it is situated by the professionals who produce it, and who will analyze or comment on the results, to the plane of ordinary experience, to which the unconscious schemes of the ethos can be directly applied. Thus the politically incompetent have every likelihood of placing themselves in the camp of the champions of the moral order and the social order, and even of appearing more conservative in this area than the conscious defenders of the social order, whenever they are led to apply the categories of their class ethos to problems already constituted politically at the level of the field of ideological production. It is known that, so long as one remains in the order of domestic morality, the propensity to liberalism or tolerance tends to increase as one moves up the social hierarchy, which seems to justify the well-known theses about working-class authoritarianism, and it no doubt does so through the mediation of educational level. But this relationship tends to be inverted as soon as the social order, and not solely the moral order, is in question. So if you want to develop communism and achieve socialism, you've got to seize power. Right now we're too democratic, giving way on too many things. There isn't the violence there was a few years ago. Violence, I don't mean smashing everything, but they're too soft when they go on strike. They don't take a decision. And I tell you, I think it's because the working class isn't miserable enough. Carpenter, age 67, communist Lipset bases his optimistic account, Sociodyssey, of American democracy on a similar observation. Liberal and leftist in economic matters, the working class are more authoritarian, when liberalism is defined in non-economic terms, e.g., over civil rights, and incapable of rising to the disinterestedness, which defines every genuine culture, in politics as in other matters, show no signs of the liberalism, on which the determinedly non-repressive new bourgeoisie centers its lifestyle. 41 being authoritarian by nature. The working classes can consciously espouse authoritarian ideologies because their intolerance inclines them to a simplistic, Manichaean view of politics. They expect an improvement in their conditions to come only through sudden, dramatic changes. The evolutionist millenarianism, which is the natural culmination of this political theology, makes the raising of living standards and the education of the working classes the motor of a universal movement towards American democracy. That is, the abolition of authoritarianism and of the classes which are its bearers. It should scarcely be necessary to point out that if the members of the dominant class are more innovating in domestic morality, but more conservative in the area more widely regarded as political, i.e., in everything concerned with the economic and political order and with class relations, as shown by their answers on strikes, unions, etc. This is because their propensity to adopt innovating, or revolutionary positions varies in inverse ratio with the degree to which the changes in question affect the basis of their privilege. Thus, to take just one example, senior executives may appear more liberal in their view of immigrant workers than manual workers, who are more directly concerned by their competition. These executives much more often say that France is not doing enough to help foreign workers find accommodation, 67% compared with 48%. To give them training, 52% and 36%, or make them welcome, 45% and 33%. But their liberalism is less marked when measures which might have consequences for themselves are mentioned. 41% of the senior executives and professionals consider that France is not doing enough to give decent wages to immigrant workers, as against 43% of the manual workers and 51% of the office workers and junior executives. 48% consider that France should reduce or stop its aid to underdeveloped countries, as against 31% of manual workers and 35% of office workers and junior executives. SOFRES. La France, Elle Algerie et le Tiers-Monde, February 1971. The duality of the principles of discourse production is constantly revealed in the very discourse of activists or the most politicized workers, through the changes of tone and style from one area to another, and even through the permanent tension within the same discourse between the two modes of expression. On one side, there are the ready-made formulae, indivisible units of prefabricated thought and speech, which give a discourse its color of conceptual universality, but also its air of having been learnt by heart, and the unreality so characteristic of dissertations. A railwayman talks about the underprivileged strata as a schoolboy might write an essay on contemporary youth. The most academic terms of political vocabulary, mandators, revaluation of wages, which serve to show, at the risk of malapropisms, c'est contraire à l'intérêt de la masse salariale. 42 that the speaker is able to stand up to a quasi-scholastic test and defend both the status attribute of a man and the honor of a class. In short, that he is not to be soft-soaped, that he has got what it takes to deal with those smart-talking politicians. On the other side, separated by abrupt breaks in tone, are the most concrete references to immediate experience, unique and specific, which give a discourse its reality, its plenitude, its authenticity, while at the same time tending to prevent universalization, the precondition of mobilization. 43 these effects, evident in spoken language, are even more marked in written language. Thus, among the manual workers who responded to the AERS questionnaire and who are strongly overselected, they differ from their class in a whole series of ways. They are better educated. Their children are more often in lycees, church schools, or higher education. They more often live in Paris or read Paris newspapers. One finds a mechanic who expatiates in the first person plural on the mission of France in the world, a miner who exclaims, "Poor France." No one gives a damn for her, a typesetter who expounds his vision of an educational system capable of enhancing the general well-being, in a style which is a model of the effort to reproduce the grandiloquence of political discourse. But apart from those attempts at generalization which indicate a certain familiarity with trade union and political discussion of the educational system, most often reduced to keywords or slogans, pseudo-reform, fraud, reabsorption of unemployment, metal worker, integrating the dynamic elements of the nation, underprivileged strata, railwaymen, the responses are extremely particularized. It is as if the respondents seized this opportunity to formulate a personal grievance, not immediately relevant to the questions asked. Often, too, the submission is a way of letting people at the top know what is going on, particularly about the teacher's lack of conscientiousness. A farmer writes exactly the same sentence in reply to each question. The teachers don't do their job properly. All they think about is their holidays. Another respondent returns in each of his comments to the waste of working time, and another, a shorthand typist married to a coach builder, leaves half the questions unanswered and replies to each of the others. They've got no sense of professional duty. All they talk about is leisure. No doubt partly because it is constantly confronted with these interference effects, and with the tendency to self-exclusion which flows from dispossession and the sense of impotence. The educational effort of the political or trade union organizations to inculcate the will to have an opinion, and to provide the means of producing it, must itself constantly oscillate between the formalism of general principles on the economic and social world and direct reference to immediate experience. For all this, it cannot ever perform the analysis which would truly relate the particular case to its ultimate foundations in political economy, an operation which is no doubt as impossible for the teacher as for the pupil. 44 while attention to the concrete situation is indispensable in order to win credence, it is no less essential to go beyond isolating the particular case in order to achieve collective mobilization around common problems. This dialectic of the general and the particular is at the heart of all politics, but especially of the process of politicization, with the need for some, whose interests are bound up with the established order, to universalize their particular interests, and for others to grasp the universality of their particular condition. In political practice, of which opinion surveys indicate the diversity by the variety of areas of existence they deal with, there is an imperceptible gradation from particular private questions, including those which concern domestic morality, child-rearing, sexuality, parental authority, the sexual division of labor, etc., which may already be political stakes for some vanguard groups, to questions which, though they still concern upbringing or sexuality, are situated at a more general and abstract level, since they involve educational institutions, but also a level more remote from practical experience, such as teaching methods, the recruitment, training, or salaries of teachers, sex education and politics in schools, student demonstrations, etc., and finally to questions constituted as political by the tradition of trade union or political struggle, on industrial relations, the role of unions, and so forth. The misappropriation of opinion is greatest when, in ambiguous political situations such as all crisis situations, which challenge established guidelines and schemes of thought. In the case in point, just after May 1968, the politically most deprived, who are also, to a large extent, the economically and culturally most deprived, apprehend political problems which for them are still ill-defined, those, for example, posed by student demonstration. Through their everyday schemes of perception and appreciation, in this case, their ethical aversion to long-haired students and the spoilt children of the idle rich, they thus seem to prove their authoritarianism and reinforce the natural defenders of the established order. Questions on school disorders and student demonstrations or on politics in education are predisposed to function as traps because they only take on their full meaning in their real context, the dominant problematic, i.e., the set of questions generated from the fundamental question of the maintenance of the established order. As is shown by the inventory of the questions posed by opinion research institutes, see Table 32, this problematic marshals the questions which present themselves to those, exclusively, who have to take account of the distribution of opinions about their policy in determining their policy. It only recognizes the questions which the dominant class ask themselves about the groups which are problems for them, and ignores the questions these groups ask, and the problems they have. The most deprived do not, strictly speaking, know what question they are answering, and do not possess the interests and dispositions that would enable them to reactivate the question, by seeing it as a particular form of the question of the conservation or subversion of the established order. They therefore respond not to the question that is actually asked, but to a question they produce from their own resources, i.e., from the practical principles of their class ethos. When the questions posed are in the intermediate area between morality and politics, the contamination of politics by morality and the slippage from moral indignation to political reaction is most clearly seen, especially in those whose position in social space predisposes them to a moral perception of the social world, such as the petite bourgeoisie, and especially its declining fractions or individual. Resentment is clearly the basis of the reactionary or conservative revolutionary stances of the declining petty bourgeois, who are anxious to maintain order on all fronts, in domestic morality and in society, and who invest their revolt against the worsening of their social position in moral indignation against the worsening of moral. But it often also pervades the Jacobin rigor and meritocratic revolt of the ascendant petty bourgeois, who are convinced of their right to settle scores with a society which has not sufficiently rewarded their merits. This simple reversal of pretension, the disposition of groups condemned to occupy subjectively a position which is not objectively theirs, is characteristic of all those who condemn the established order only because it recognizes them less than they recognize it, in their very revolt, and cannot recognize in them the values it recognizes officially. This is why enlightened conservatism, which is always ready to accept or even initiate changes in every area which does touch the foundations of the social order 45, finds, on both right and left, the foils it needs in order to present itself as a vanguard. Here as elsewhere, it would be a mistake to seek the explanatory principles of the responses in one factor, or in a set of factors combined by addition. The habitus integrates into the biographically synthesizing unity of a generative principle, the set of effects of the determinations imposed by the material conditions of existence, whose efficacy is more or less subordinated to the effects of the training previously undergone as one advances in time. It is embodied class, including biological properties that are socially shaped, such as sex or age, and in all cases of inter- or intragenerational mobility, it is distinguished in its effects from class as objectified at a given moment in the form of property, titles, etc., inasmuch as it perpetuates a different state of the material conditions of existence, those which produced it, and which in this case differ to some extent from the conditions of its operation. The determinations which agents undergo throughout their existence constitute a system in which a predominant weight belongs to factors such as the capital possessed, its overall volume, and also its composition, and the correlative position in the relations of production, identified through occupation, with all the associated dispositions, such as the influence of working conditions and occupational milieu. This means that the intrinsic efficacy of a factor taken in isolation can never really be measured by the correlation between this factor and the opinion or practice in question. The same factor may be associated with different effects, depending on the system of factors in which it is inserted. Thus, the baccalaureate qualification may be a principle of revolt when possessed by the son of a junior executive or skilled worker who has fallen back into the ranks of the semi-skilled. The regular increase in the number of baccalaureates among unskilled workers is probably not unconnected with the growth of ultraleftism in the working class, or a source of integration when possessed by a junior executive whose father was a factory worker or peasant smallholder. It could be shown in the same way that the value of an educational qualification and the associated relation to the social world vary considerably according to the bearer's age, inasmuch as the chances of possessing it are very unequal for the different generations. Social origin, inasmuch as inherited social capital, name, family connections, etc., governs its real profitability, and also, no doubt, geographical origin, through embodied properties such as accent, and also through the characteristics of the labor market and sex. So it is understandable that, through the mediation of the habitus, which defines the relation to the position synchronically occupied, and consequently the practical or explicit positions, taken vis-à-vis the social world, the distribution of political opinions between right and left should correspond fairly closely to the distribution of the classes and class fractions in the space whose first dimension is defined by overall volume of capital, and the second by the composition of this capital. The propensity to vote on the right increases with the overall volume of the capital possessed, and also with the relative weight of economic capital in the capital composition, and the propensity to vote on the left increases in the opposite direction in both cases. The homology between the oppositions established in these two respects, the fundamental opposition between the dominant and the dominated, and the secondary opposition between the dominant fractions and the dominated fractions of the dominant class, tends to favor encounters and alliances between the occupants of homologous positions in the different spaces. The most visible of these paradoxical coincidences occurs between the dominated fractions of the dominant class, intellectuals, artists, or teachers, and the dominated classes, who each express their, objectively very different, relation to the same dominant fractions in a particular propensity to vote on the left. If, on the basis of the distributions of voting intentions by socio-occupational category, established by G. Michelat and M. Simon, 46 each class fraction, is characterized by the algebraic deviation between the percentages of left-wing votes and the percentages of right-wing votes, leaving aside the don't knows, which vary relatively little, it can be seen that everything takes place as if the effects of volume and the effects of composition compounded each other. The political space thus appears as a systematic skewing of the social space, with primary teachers minus 43, found next to the minors minus 44, the secondary and tertiary teachers minus 21, next to the skilled workers minus 19, the artists minus 15, close to the unskilled workers minus 15, and the clerical workers minus 9, alongside the semi-skilled workers minus 10. The other extremity of the political space is occupied by the industrial employers, plus 61, followed by the professions, plus 47, the senior administrative executives, plus 34, and very close to them the commercial employers, plus 32, the technicians, plus 2, and the foremen, plus 1, are situated on the frontier between right and left. Everything suggests that a secondary opposition is established between fractions of which a large proportion of the members move towards the most classifying choices of their respective regions of the political space. The industrialists and professionals on one side, who give a high proportion of votes to the liberal right, and the unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled workers on the other side, who give a high proportion of votes to the Communist Party, thus seem to be opposed to the fractions which combine a high proportion of abstentions and relatively less classifying choices, non-communist left or Gaullist, i.e., the artists, teachers, and foremen, who perhaps express in this way the contradictions and ambiguities of their social position. The classifications used by Michelet and Simon both for the socio-occupational categories and for political opinions, reduced to very broad categories, with no indication of modality, do not make it possible to establish a clear opposition between the established petite bourgeoisie, more attached to the traditional political organizations, although here too, effects of downward mobility have induced new forms of demands and struggle, and the new petite bourgeoisie, which recognizes its image in all the new political forms, from ultraleftism, through the PSU and the new tendencies in the Socialist Party, to ecology, and in all the participationist and self-management, catchwords likely to satisfy the aspirations to autonomy and personal sovereignty of petty bourgeois with intellectual pretension. However, it may be noted that among all the categories situated in the center of the political space, the medical and social services, plus 28, are situated towards the pole marked by the industrialists, whereas the technicians incline more towards the miners' pole, plus 2. The junior administrative executives, plus 14, and commercial employees, plus 16, occupy an intermediate position, with the craftsmen, plus 13, the engineers, plus 19, and the farmers, plus 20. Political practices or opinions, like other practices, cannot, of course, be fully accounted for if one leaves out everything that is apprehended through the ordinary indicators of social origin. Here it is necessary to distinguish, at least, the effect of the trajectory leading from the original position to the present position, the effect of the conditionings inscribed in a particular socioeconomic condition, and especially important when one is trying to understand political positions, as explicit positions, taken on the social world, the effect of inculcation, since political education, like religious education, which is a disguised form of it, is always partly received from the family, from the earliest days of life. Before expressing surprise at the intensity of the correlation between religious practice and political opinion, one has to consider whether this is not largely due to the fact that these are simply two different manifestations of the same disposition. This is not only because, both in its content and in the disciplines of inculcation, religious training is a disguised form of political socialization, but also because the imposition of a practice and of a declared belief implies assignment to a class, and therefore the attribution of a social identity which, whatever the content of the corresponding inculcation, is defined relationally by its opposition to the complementary class of non-believers, and is thus charged with all the properties excluded from the latter at a given moment, such as the conservative political disposition implied in opposition to the Reds. Fidelity to this identity and to those who share it, I am a Christian, confers a great autonomy on the professed faith with respect to the present conditions of existence. As for the specific effect of the content of the religious message, it may be assumed that it reinforces the propensity to conceive the social world in terms of the personalist logic of personal salvation, to see poverty or oppression as personal misfortunes, like illness or death. By contrast, the political mode of thought tends to exclude from politics everything that personalist thinking and religion constitute as ethics, in particular everything concerned with the domestic economy. It is therefore ill-prepared to politicize domestic matters, such as consumption or the condition of women. The difficulty is aggravated by the fact that the vanguard in politicizing the domestic is often made up of individuals or movements of Christian origin, and it is not easy to determine whether they are politicizing the domestic or domesticating and depoliticizing the political. To endeavor to specify the relationship between the social classes and the political opinions socially constituted at a given moment, one may be tempted to examine, on the basis of the statistics available, how the different classes and class fractions distribute their choices among the different politically marked newspapers and magazines. However, the inherent fallacies of such a procedure cannot be avoided unless one starts by considering what reading a newspaper means for the different categories of readers, since it may have nothing in common with the functions commonly attributed to it, or with those assigned to it by the producers or their backers. Only an ethnocentric faith in the myth of personal opinion, an opinion formed by a permanent effort to keep informed, can mask the fact that a newspaper, for those who actually read one, is a viewspaper, journaled opinion for only a minority. Thus, the readers of national newspapers such as François and Le Parisien Libéré, circulations 510,000 and 360,000 respectively in 1977, are distributed fairly equally between right and left, 41% to 36% for the former, 33% to 33% for the latter, and even more surprisingly, given its more distinctly right-wing content. 27% of the readers of L'Aurore declare themselves to be left-wing voters. 60% and 64% of the respective readerships of the first two papers say they would not stop reading them if the papers took political positions contrary to their own, and a high proportion decline to pronounce on their objectivity or their stances in the election campaign. But above all, only a small proportion of their readers, 24% for Le Parisien Libéré and 29% for François, as against 37% for Le Figaro and 42% for L'Aurore, say they are in complete agreement with the opinions expressed by these papers, whereas a large proportion, 40% and 50% respectively, consider them more right-wing than themselves. It can be seen that the specifically political effect of a newspaper is not measured by the political orientation of its specifically political discourse as evaluated in the field of ideological production, still less by the number of column inches directly devoted to politics, but by the relationship the readers have to the paper, whose political message they may ignore, and whose most important political action may be to give no importance to politics. It would seem that the lower the readers are situated in the social hierarchy, the more independent their political opinion is of the opinion explicitly professed by their newspaper. Buying a paper like Le Parisien Libéré or François, or even L'Aurore, is, for manual workers or clerical workers who vote socialist or communist, and who no doubt make up the majority of the communist or socialist voters among those papers' readerships, i.e., 10% and 20% of the readership of the former and 9% and 29% of the readership of the latter, an act which, although it is objectively political, presupposing and no doubt producing depoliticization, implies no affiliation, no political delegation. Le Parisien Libéré, which devotes 16.3% of its space to sport, as against 2.6% in Le Monde, and to the most popular sports, is regarded by many of its readers as a sports paper which, unlike L'Equipe, provides general and anecdotal news as well for the same price. The relative independence of the reader's political opinions from their newspaper's political tendency thus stems from the fact that, unlike a political party, a newspaper offers information that is not exclusively political, in the narrow sense normally given to this word. It is a multi-purpose product, offering, in very variable proportions, international and national politics, miscellaneous news and sport, so that it can be the object of an interest relatively independent of specifically political interests. 47. Furthermore, consciously endeavoring to maximize their circulation as a direct source of revenue through the cover price, but also as an indirect asset through its value in the eyes of advertisers. 48. What may be called omnibus publications, which include most local papers, must systematically eschew everything which might offend any section of their actual or potential readership, in particular specifically political pronouncements, just as they are excluded, for the same reasons, from casual conversation between strangers, in favor of safe topics, such as the weather, except for those which can be perceived as least political, i.e., official declarations. This is what gives omnibus newspapers their air of being semi-official or governmental organs. 49. This imperative, which becomes stronger as the clientele expands, necessarily bringing in consumers with increasingly different tastes and opinions, is sufficient to explain the invariant features of all omnibus cultural goods. Family audience feature films bestseller. The carefully depoliticized political messages of catch-all political parties, the homogenized attractions of Hollywood stars or the professionals of bureaucratic charm, the perfectly polite and polished profile of the model managers who, in the cause of upward mobility, have smoothed away all their social rough edges. The ideal wide-audience product is thus perfectly non-classifying, insipid, but by virtue of this, acceptable to all tastes. This law also applies to material products. One only has to think of the new mild cheeses, such as Bonbon or baby foods. There is thus every difference between the major omnibus daily and weekly papers, which maximize their clientele by neutralizing their products, and the vanguard grouplets or avant-garde reviews, which testify to their fidelity to their initial program either by rapid disappearance or by living a precarious existence, dependent on subscriptions, extraordinary efforts by their officials, the devotion of their activists, and so on. Their alternative course is to overcome or manage the conflicts arising both in the production unit and in their audience from the pursuit of a wider clientele, the precondition for access to power, by making concessions, compromises, or attenuations which contradict the initial program and weaken their links with the oldest and most significant fraction of their audience. Thus, for some major parties, such as the present-day Socialist Party, and some major publications, a rational management of competition within the production unit, which then functions as a field, can be the means of supplying the different fractions of readers or electors. For example, in the case of Le Monde, the different fractions of the dominant class, with diversified products adjusted to their different or even opposing expectations, without any conscious intention of doing so. But in addition, manual and clerical workers, except the most politicized of them, who read El Humanité or another far-left paper, practically never regard the daily newspaper either as that sort of political guide or moral and cultural mentor which it perhaps really is only for a section of the readers of Le Figaro, or as the instrument of information, documentation, and analysis which it no doubt is only for the pupils of Sciences Po or ENA. For senior civil servants and some teachers, in other words, the target audience of Le Monde, as well as the weekend sports results and commentaries, the newspaper is expected to provide news, i.e., information on the whole range of events with which one feels concerned, because they concern acquaintances, the deaths, marriages, accidents, or scholastic successes reported in local papers, or people like oneself, whose misfortunes are experienced vicariously, e.g., the catastrophe in a popular campsite in Spain in 1978. The interest in such news, which the so-called serious papers disdainfully relegate to the back page, is perhaps no different in nature from the interest which those members of the dominant class closest to the centers of political decision-making have in so-called general news. The appointment of civil servants to ministerial cabinets or of technocrats to think tanks, elections to the Académie Française, or receptions at the Élysée Palace. The power struggles within the political parties, or the wars of succession within a major newspaper or firm, not to mention the diary of social events, or the list of admissions to the Grandes Écoles. Only in bourgeois conditions of existence, around bourgeois dinner tables, do proper names of general interest, the name of the Minister of Finance or his chief advisor, the director of Schlumberger or the chairman of a prize jury and so forth, refer to familiar individuals, known and frequented, belonging, like neighbors and cousins in the space of a village, to the world of mutual acquaintance, which goes a long way to explain why reading Le Monde is a sine qua non for entry to the beau monde. One forgets that the dominant class is defined precisely by the fact that it has a particular interest in affairs of general interest, because the particular interests of its members are particularly bound up with those affairs. But this is only one of the many reasons for questioning the semi-scientific opposition between news and views, or between the so-called sensational newspaper and the journal of reflection. Behind the reading of these two categories of papers lie, in fact, two quite different relations to politics. Reading a national newspaper, and especially one of the major, legitimate papers, such as Le Figaro or Le Monde, is one way among others, like writing in the papers, or to the papers, signing petitions or answering questionnaires published by them, of showing one's sense of belonging to the legal nation, of being a full citizen, entitled and duty-bound to participate in politics and exercise a citizen's rights. It is not surprising to find that the reading of national newspapers, especially the most legitimate of them, is closely linked to educational level, by virtue of an effective assignment by status. Educational qualifications strongly contribute to the sense of full membership in the universe of legitimate politics and culture, which includes the sense of the right and duty to read a legitimate newspaper. See tables 33, 34, and 35. While the probability of reading a national newspaper rises strongly with educational capital, with the probability of reading a regional newspaper varying in the opposite way, the variations are particularly marked in the case of Le Monde and Le Figaro, the readers of which are to a very large extent drawn from among graduates of higher education institutions. Through the link with educational capital, the probability of reading a national newspaper is linked to social class, though less closely. It is very low in the working classes, in which reading is almost exclusively limited to the sports papers and omnibus papers, François and Le Parisien Libéré, and increases steadily as one moves up the social hierarchy. There is every reason to think that, other things being equal, women are socially more inclined than men to be interested in the non-political content of newspapers, local news, anecdotal items, the diary of social events, etc. In politics, unlike cultural practices, the effect of assignment by status exerted by scholastic capital cannot make itself felt in full until the effects of the traditional division of labor between the sexes are weakened or nullified, as is the case in the dominated fractions of the dominant class. Thus we find that, except in the dominant class, the rate of readership of a national newspaper is higher among men than women. The relationship is reversed for readership of local newspapers. Whereas the probability of reading at least one daily paper rises steadily with age, the probability of reading a national paper is virtually independent of age, although slightly higher for the 25-49 age group than for older groups, as if aging were accompanied by a weakening of the sense of needing to keep up to date with politics. This tendency does not appear in the case of L'Aurore and Le Figaro, a high proportion of whose readers are industrial and commercial employers who often continue their activity to an advanced age. But the difference between the sensational press and the informative press ultimately reproduces the opposition between those who make politics and policy, in deeds, in words, or in thought, and those who undergo it, between active opinion and opinion that is acted upon. And it is no accident that the antithesis between understanding and sensibility, reflection and sensation, which is at the heart of the dominant representation of the relationship between the dominant and the dominated, evokes the opposition between two relations to the social world, between the sovereign viewpoint of those who dominate the social world in practice or in thought. General ideas, said Virginia Woolf, are always generals' ideas, and the blind, narrow, partial vision, that of the ordinary soldier lost in the battle of those who are dominated by this world. Political analysis presupposes distance, height, the overview of the observer who places himself above the hurlyburly, or the objectivity of the historian, who takes and gives the time for reflection by performing a sort of political alienation, which, like aesthetic alienation, can neutralize the immediate presence, the urgency and functions of the object. Substitute the euphemistic translations of the indirect style for the direct utterance of words, or rallying cries 50 and subsume under the unifying concepts of political analysis the immediacy, actuality, factuality of ephemeral events, of everything which satisfies the curiosity of the ordinary reader, immersed in events and short-term, facile sensation. Like difficult art as opposed to facile art, or eroticism as opposed to pornography, the so-called quality newspapers call for a relation to the object implying the affirmation of a distance from the object, which is the affirmation of a power over the object, and also of the dignity of the subject. They give the reader much more than the personal opinions he needs. They acknowledge his dignity as a political subject capable of being, if not a subject of history, then at least the subject of a discourse on history. Having thus specified the meaning of the relationship of the different social classes to their newspapers, through which we no doubt can grasp one dimension of their objective and subjective relation to politics, which is also seen in the rates of participation in the leaderships of the different parties and in electoral turnout rates, we can try to derive some indications as to political positions from the variations in readership of the politically most clearly marked national newspapers. See Table 36. First, it is possible to draw fairly precisely the simultaneously political and cultural dividing line between the working classes, who, apart from local papers, read almost exclusively omnibus papers, and the middle classes. Technicians, whose level of newspaper readership is very close to that of foremen, are opposed to clerical workers, who read more papers but also more right-wing papers, i.e., more often La Croix, Le Figaro, and Le Monde, less often El Humanité or El Equipe. One no doubt sees here the combined effects of very different work milieu, the workshop and the office, and also of types of schooling which tend to reinforce pre-existing differences, technical training, which encourages practices and interests close to those of other manual workers, and secondary schooling, which, by at least slightly initiating its pupils into legitimate culture and its values, introduces a break with the popular world view. To verify this, one only has to observe that foremen, although they have distinctly higher incomes and a geographical distribution very similar to that of the clerical workers, who are only a little more concentrated in Paris, have much lower readership rates for the national dailies and the weeklies, 18.5% and 28.4% respectively, as against the clerical workers 41.4% and 43.2%. Foremen more often read the omnibus papers and, among the weeklies, El Humanité Dimanche, whereas the clerical workers slightly more often read Le Figaro, Le Monde and La Croix, and among the weeklies, La Vie and especially Le Nouvel Observateur. There is every reason to think that those whom this dividing line separates are opposed in other respects, particularly as regards their attitudes to religion, the trade unions and the political parties, with on the clerical workers' side, a higher proportion of practicing Catholics, force ouvrière unionists and socialists, or PSU or extreme left voters, but also Gaullists, and on the manual workers' side, a higher proportion of agnostics or non-practicing Catholics. CGT unionists and communist voters, 51, these oppositions are themselves an integral part of lifestyles linked to different social trajectories and different working conditions. For example, differences according to how long the lineage has been urbanized and proletarianized, according to the size of the firm, etc. The boundary between the industrial working class and the peasantry is also marked by the probability, much higher among industrial workers, of reading a national newspaper, especially El Humanité, and by the fact that agricultural workers almost always read only Catholic weeklies Le Pèlerin, La Vie, whereas industrial workers read a greater variety of papers. as one moves up the occupational hierarchy, which is to some extent linked with seniority in the working class. The Catholic press is increasingly supplanted by the communist press, which is not surprising when one knows that the tendency to vote on the left varies in the same way. Except for El Humanité, the newspapers and weekly magazines only really fulfill their role as political markers starting at the level of the middle classes. The space mapped out by the quantity and quality of reading reproduces fairly exactly the ordinary oppositions by volume and composition of capital, both at the level of the middle classes and at the level of the dominant class. On one side we find the economically relatively rich fraction, craftsmen and small shopkeepers or industrial and commercial employers, who read little and mainly omnibus papers. On the other, the culturally relatively rich fractions, clerical workers, junior executives and primary teachers at the first level, and at the second level, professionals, engineers, senior executives, secondary and higher education teachers, who read a lot of national daily, especially the most legitimate ones and weekly magazines. In the middle classes, as in the dominant class, the proportion of readers of national papers and left-wing papers declines, and the proportion of readers of regional papers and right-wing papers increases, as one moves from the primary or secondary teachers to the small or big commercial employers. Only for the dominant class does the newspaper fully play its role as an attitude-generating principle, defined by a certain distinctive position in a field of such institutionalized principles, and the adequacy with which it expresses its readers, no doubt, depends on the degree of homology between its position in the field of the press and its readers' position in the field of the classes, or class fractions, the basis of their opinion-generating principle. Thus, at one pole we find the industrial and commercial employers, reading little, mainly omnibus papers and Le Figaro; at the other, the teachers, and still further away, the intellectuals, reading a lot, mainly Le Monde or El Humanité or Le Nouvel Observateur. The space of the weekly magazines, no doubt because they have to maintain a greater distance from the daily course of political life, because they devote more space to cultural matters, and also because, in order to achieve the high circulation needed to attract advertisers, they must avoid all principles of division and exclusion and seek the most neutral areas, objects and styles, is less clearly marked out, although Le Nouvel Observateur is still fairly clearly opposed to L'Express and Le Point. We should perhaps not read too much into the differences between the fractions defining intermediate positions, especially the most heterogeneous of them, such as the executives or engineers, since surveys in successive years produce divergences attributable to the smallness of the corresponding population in the representative sample. However, we know from the survey on press readership in the dominant class alone, CS.V., which separates them out, that private sector executives much more often read L'Aurore and Le Figaro, and the economic and financial press, Les Echos, Entreprise, much less often Le Monde and Le Nouvel Observateur, than public sector executives, and also that the members of the literary and scientific occupations read Le Nouvel Observateur more often and Le Figaro less often than the teachers. So it would seem that the mode of the distributions of the daily and weekly papers ranked by political content, omnibus papers with L'Aurore, Le Figaro, Le Monde, Le Nouvel Observateur, El Humanité, tends to shift steadily as one moves through the fractions in the following order: commercial and industrial employers, private sector executives, professions, public sector executives, teachers, intellectuals, the central categories, especially the professions and engineers, being characterized by a particularly strong dispersion of their choice of reading matter. The opposition between the fractions in terms of the composition of their capital is blurred by the effects of the opposition within each fraction between old and young, or, more precisely, predecessors and successors, the old gang and the new wave. The dominated fractions, who, because of their position in the space of the dominant class, incline towards partial, symbolic subversion, contain their own temporally dominant groups who may be pushed towards conservation, partly in response to the subversive dispositions of their own challengers. Similarly, within the dominant fractions, who have an interest in all forms of conservation, the successors, and to a lesser extent women, who are temporarily kept away from power, may, up to a point and for a certain time, share the world view put forward by the dominated fraction. Thus the opposition between Le Figaro or L'Express and Le Nouvel Observateur expresses not only the opposition between the dominant and the dominated fractions, between the private and the public, and more precisely between, on the one hand, the employers closest to the private pole of the economic field, least rich in educational capital and no doubt most threatened with decline, the oldest private sector executives, those most linked to the employers, and on the other hand, the public sector executives and the teachers, but also the opposition between the predecessors and the successors, the old and the young 52 playing unwittingly on the confusion between class struggles and class fraction struggles, or, more simply, between right and right bank or left and left bank, and also on the classificatory and conceptual fuzziness resulting from the partial overlaps between the different internal divisions of the dominant class. The Nouvel Observateur enables all dominant class members who are dominated in one or another of the possible respects, intellectuals, the young, women, to experience the sum of their necessarily partial challenges as the most radical assault on the established order. Consigning the class struggle to history, it offers its readers as a bonus the means and the gratifications of a simultaneously ethical, aesthetic, and political snobbery which can combine, in a sort of anti-bourgeois pessimism, the appearances of intellectual vanguardism, which leads to elitism, and political vanguardism, which leads to populism. If it appears that most of the judgments it delivers on the social world have no other basis than the quarrel between the old gang and the new wave, and if its contestation of the established order boils down to a contesting of forms, those of established etiquette, politics, or art, this is because the strategies of symbolic subversion which offer themselves in the competitive struggles for succession reach their limits in recognition of the game and of the stakes which they presuppose and produce. More precisely, it is because the internal order of the dominant class depends very directly on everything which regulates the structure of social time, i.e., the order of successions, whether it be the representations which assign to each age its passions and powers, its liberties and duties, or the respect for forms and forms of respect which, better than any rules, guarantee social distances by maintaining temporal distances, the gaps, pauses, delays, and expectations, which propriety imposes on the impatience of the inheritors. At this point, it is possible to represent and systematize the set of relations established in a provisional diagram of the political space, see Figure 21. This seeks to show how the different class fractions are distributed in relation to one another, relative positions clearly being easier to verify than distances, and also in relation to the set of political products or marks which function as landmarks or insignia. This space can immediately be seen to be a systematic distortion of the space of the classes and class fractions distributed by the volume and composition of their capital. The set of fractions situated on the left in the political space and in the figure are pulled downwards, and those on the right are pulled upwards, which is understandable since the effects of the opposition by overall capital volume and the opposition by capital composition and the associated trajectories are combined. The positions given to the class fractions or marks only indicate, of course, the central point around which the group or readership in question is more or less widely distributed. The social surface, corresponding to each of these points, in fact, varies considerably with the volume of the population, which is generally linked to its social scatter, although the increased volume of a readership may result as much from more intense penetration in a restricted space as from extension of the space covered. Political choices are much less independent of social class than is generally supposed, even when the latter is synchronically defined by possession of a capital of a given volume and composition. To demonstrate this, one only has to construct the categories adequately, and one could go much further in the direction opened up by Michelet and Simon by taking account of the diachronic properties of each social position, and perhaps above all, by securing the means of describing and understanding what the different political trademarks and the corresponding products mean for each class or class fraction. It is regrettable that the surveys available in France do not make it possible to identify and isolate the effects of trajectory and inculcation through the parents' occupation and political opinions. Even more so, perhaps, that they are equipped with no means of grasping directly, in the way in which they are uttered or justified, the differences which make nominally identical opinions really incommensurable. The fact that electoral logic ignores the differences between the communist vote of an artist or a university teacher and that of a primary teacher, or a forgery clerk, a factory worker or a miner is not an excuse for sociology to do the same thing. If it is to have any chance of producing a scientific explanation, it must uncover the really different ways of being or declaring oneself communist, and the different meanings of a vote for the Communist Party that are hidden under the nominal identity of votes, while at the same time allowing for the politically important fact that electoral logic treats opinions, which differ in both their intentions and their reasons, as identical. The fact remains that one cannot truly understand the sometimes immense differences between categories which are nonetheless close in social space, such as craftsmen and small farmers, or foremen and technicians, unless one takes into account not only capital volume and composition, but also the historical evolution of these properties, i.e., the trajectory of the group as a whole and of the individual in question and his lineage, which is the basis of the subjective image of the position objectively occupied. One of the most determining characteristics of political choices lies in the fact that, more than all other choices, much more than the obscure, deep-rooted choices of the habitus 53, they involve the more or less explicit and systematic representation an agent has of the social world, of his position within it, and of the position he ought to occupy. Political discourse, when it exists as such, is often no more than the more or less euphemized and universalized expression, never perceived as such by those who utter it, of that representation. In other words, between the position really occupied and the political positions adopted, there intervenes a representation of the position which, although determined by the position, so long as the position is defined completely, that is, also diachronically, may be at odds with the political positions the position seems to entail for an external observer. This is what is sometimes called false consciousness. The slope of the individual, and above all, the collective trajectory governs, through temporal dispositions, the perception of the position occupied in the social world and the enchanted or disenchanted relation to that position, which is one of the principal mediations through which the relationship between social position and political position is established. The degree to which individuals and groups are turned towards the future, novelty, movement, innovation, progress, dispositions which are particularly manifested in liberalism towards the young, the bringers and beneficiaries of the new order, and more generally inclined towards social optimism, or on the other hand oriented towards the past and inclined to social resentment and conservatism, depends on their past and potential collective trajectory, i.e., on the extent to which they have succeeded in reproducing the properties of their ascendants, and are, or feel, able to reproduce their properties in their descendants. A class or class fraction is in decline, and therefore turned towards the past, when it is no longer able to reproduce itself with all its properties of condition and position, and when a large proportion of its youngest members, in order to reproduce their overall capital and maintain their position in social space, must at the least perform a reconversion of their capital which is accompanied by a change in condition, marked by a horizontal movement in social space. In other words, when the reproduction of class position becomes impossible, déclassement, or requires a change of class fraction, reconversion. In this case, the change in the mode of social generation of the agents leads to the appearance of different generations, whose conflicts cannot be reduced to what is usually put under the heading of generation conflicts, since they arise from the opposition between values and lifestyles, associated with the predominance of either economic or cultural capital in the asset structure. the liberal conservatism of those fractions of the dominant class whose reproduction can be taken for granted, thus contrasts with the reactionary dispositions of the fractions whose collective future is threatened, and who can only maintain their value by binding themselves to the past, referring to systems of values, i.e., a logic of the determination of value, corresponding to a superseded state of the structure of the field of class relation. The repressive dispositions of the small independent craftsmen and shopkeepers, and more especially of the oldest fractions of these relatively old groups, appear in a whole set of convergent indices. Thus they manifest a suspicion verging on hostility towards modern art and artists, who, in all their practices, and especially in the liberties they take with the linguistic, sartorial, cosmetic, or ethical norms, no doubt symbolize all that these groups deplore or detest in young people. 20% of them declare that the modern artist takes his audience for a ride, as against 13% of both the senior executives and the manual workers, 9% of the junior executives, and 6% of the farm workers. 28% of them concur with the view that art is just a matter of business, compared to 20% of the junior executives, manual and farm workers, and 15% of the senior executives, CS. LI. They are the category most inclined to say that teachers do not know how to win respect, 62% of them, as against 55% of the junior executives and clerical workers, 54% of the manual workers, 48% of the farm workers, 45% of the senior executives, to attribute children's failure at school to their not working hard enough, 57%, as against 47% of junior executives and clerical workers, 46% of manual and farm workers, 40% of senior executives, or to consider that school discipline is too lax, 45%, as against 38% of manual workers, 36% of junior executives and clerical workers, 31% of farm workers, and 30% of senior executives. SOFRES, 1973. They are more often in favor of stricter film censorship than all other groups, in contrast to the manual workers and junior executives, CS. L. It is not surprising that, like the big commercial employers and the foremen, they devote a significant proportion of their generally limited reading to Minute, a magazine which specializes in all the themes and social fantasies, such as xenophobia, of petty bourgeois resentment. There is every reason to suppose that the extreme right recruits strongly in these categories. Although it is certain that individuals occupying similar positions may have different opinions according to their social origins and their trajectories, everything seems to indicate that the effects of individual trajectory, which are particularly visible in the case of groups occupying less determinate positions in social space, and therefore more dispersed in all respects, are exerted within the limits of the inherent effects of class. So that the ethico-political dispositions of the members of the same class appear as transformed forms of the disposition, which fundamentally characterizes the whole class. 54. Thus obsequium, the deep-rooted respect for the established order which sets limits to petty bourgeois revolt, is also the basis of the social virtues of the new petite bourgeoisie. When it is a matter of selling goods and services which, like cultural goods or material comfort, goods, household equipment, buildings or furniture, clothing or leisure goods, are more or less successful materializations of the dominant lifestyle, the acquisition of which implies a recognition of the dominant ethical or aesthetic values. Nothing succeeds better than the disposition to sell one's own virtues, one's own certainties, one's own values, in a word, the certainty of one's own value. In a sort of ethical snobbery, an assertion of exemplary singularity which implies condemnation of all other ways of being and doing. This disposition is particularly called for when endeavoring to convert the working classes, to bring them into the race by foisting on them the latest bourgeois must, the latest mode or the latest morality, and when applying the same indignant conviction to repressing the repressive dispositions of the working classes which others applied in the past to repressing their irrepressible laxity and intemperance. In the political arena, ethical submission to the dominant class and to the values it embodies is revealed in a limited challenging of the established order which, being based on the sense of not occupying one's proper place in that order, conforms to the proprieties of the target class even when challenging that class. Thus, in applying their favorite strategy, which consists in denouncing the established order in the name of the very principles it proclaims, the petty bourgeois bear witness to their recognition of those principles, and appeal for recognition of their tireless struggle against scandals, and above all, hypocrisy, the source of all scandal. Their desire for social recognition and their proleptic identification with the dominant class are revealed in the nature of their demands, which give priority to the symbolic aspects of existence, not only because affronts to the dignity of the person are felt more acutely by those who are freed from the most brutal forms of oppression and exploitation, but also because their very concern for dignity inclines them to demands which testify to the dignity of the demander. Thus the fear of losing all they have won, by trying to get all they have been promised, particularly through education and qualifications, does not fully explain the form taken by petty bourgeois bargaining strategies. The ordinary means of the workers' struggle, strikes or demonstrations, are for them a last resort, which they will consider only when driven to extremities by excessive injustice. If need be, will take to the streets. They prefer symbolic weapons, starting with campaigns for education, which sets up a relation of moral domination, or information, in which they have inordinate faith, and that particular form of collective action which is achieved through the association, a strictly serial grouping of individuals assembled solely by the same cause, the same desire to deliver a sort of ethical summit. Voluntary action, the conspicuous expenditure of goodwill, a pure, disinterested ethical intervention which recognizes no end outside itself, confers, among other privileges, that of righteous indignation, in the name of the impeccability of those who have done their bit, done their whole duty, and above all, created a fait accompli which calls for recognition 55 strictly disinterested, clean activity, free of all compromises with politics, is in fact the precondition for the success of the institutionalization, the most perfect form of social recognition, that is more or less secretly pursued by all associations, petty bourgeois movements par excellence, which, unlike parties, secure the profits of dignity and respectability for undertakings of general interest, while promising to satisfy particular interests. There is every reason to suppose that the petty bourgeois are particularly loath to compromise themselves with the Communist Party, an unseemly party unappreciative of their specific interests, and above all, unreceptive to the moralizing, edifying, vaguely humanistic phraseology with which they readily identify values, taking responsibility, personal development, growth, partnership, concern, etc. When their sense of personal worth and their individualistic reservations have been encouraged by more comfortable conditions of existence, and an early upbringing impregnated with religious values conducive to personalism. The higher their social origin, the more probable are these effects of conditioning or inculcation, so that they are very likely to be reinforced by the effects of a declining trajectory. One may also suppose that the petty bourgeois would move towards the PSU and its combination of protest and propriety, if it were less overtly revolutionary, or if it grew up to be responsible party of government, as has now happened with the technocratic modernist wing of the Socialist Party. But they respond equally well to a reforming, intelligent conservatism. In short, they waver, and at times of crisis they can swing abruptly. However, if the position occupied in social space at a given moment is not linked to political positions by such simple and direct relations as those observed in other areas, this is not only because individual and collective trajectory orients the perception of the social world, above all of its future, through the experiences linked to social ascent or decline 56, it is also, and especially, because the chances that political choice will be no more than a politically blind response of class ethos increase as one moves towards the highest age groups, towards the smaller towns and villages, or down the hierarchy of levels of education or of social positions, and are distinctly greater among women than men. The contamination of politics by ethos, although it is less marked among manual workers, who are more politicized, than among small farmers and small employers, does not spare the members of the working classes. For those of them who, because of their sex women, their age the old, their place of residence country dwellers, and associated with this, their occupational milieu workers in small firms, are more exposed to the threat of social decline, of falling or relapsing into the subproletariat, and at the same time are politically the least educated and organized, and therefore less inclined and equipped to grasp problems and situations through political categories of perception and appreciation. There is nothing to counterbalance the tendency to pessimism and even resentment which inclines them to a generalized rejection of politics and politicians of every sort, and so to abstention or conservatism. To understand the dispositions which may, according to the degree of politicization, be expressed in either progressive or conservative political positions, one would have to analyze the deep insecurity engendered by the experience of a whole lifetime lived under the threat of accident, illness, unemployment, and the negative career leading to the subproletariat, and the corresponding attachment to acquired advantages and to the individual or collective strategies responsible for their acquisition, which has nothing in common with attachment to the established order. One would have to examine how working conditions and, specifically, the disciplines, especially as regards time, imposed by the employer tend, in themselves, quite apart from any ideological inculcation, continuously to reinforce the dispositions inculcated by an early upbringing which, both necessarily and deliberately, reproduces the necessities, harshness, and rigidity of the existence for which it prepares. It goes without saying that political education cannot be reduced, as those who interest themselves in the subject almost always suppose, to the conscious transmission of the representations most directly linked to the sphere of the political, in the ordinary sense of the word. It would be at least as absurd to reduce the conditions of production of the dispositions which are the basis of political judgments and practices to specifically political socialization, or, worse, to its institutionalized aspect, civic instruction in schools, as it would be to reduce the social conditions of the production of taste, which is also a political disposition, to specifically artistic training. One would have to analyze more precisely the universe of practical mediations through which the attachment to an ordered world, starting with an ordered domestic world, i.e., one subordinated to the order imposed by the universe of labor, impresses itself on industrial workers, how the order of the factory, temporal, moral, and social, extends even into the sphere of so-called private life, into the schemes of thought and expression which enable it to be thought and expressed, and which are often applied outside that sphere. One would have to consider whether the island of security, autonomy, and stability which the family represents is not both the last bastion, with, for instance, the memory of past struggles and everything which constitutes the class sense of honor, including, for example, a certain cult of virility, the basis of a whole conservative vision of the division of labor between the sexes, and also the point of least resistance, symbolized in and embodied by women, who are depoliticized by their status and put in charge of consumption, through which the forces of domination penetrate to the heart of practice and the deepest level of the unconscious. One may assume that individuals are more susceptible to the screening or false context effects of locally based groups, and also fields, that is, more likely to understand their position in social space in terms of a geographically based subspace, village, neighborhood, etc. The more they lack the properties which determine the chances of access to opinion or to the means of expressing it, such as reading a national newspaper. Those who are dominant in a space that is dominated overall, the owners of 50 hectares in a region of small holdings, local notables, foremen, etc., may thus make political choices which are in harmony with the choices of those who dominate the whole society. 57. The same logic no doubt partly explains why office workers, who are at the bottom of the hierarchy of the civil service and of middle-class wage earners, more often vote on the left than foremen, who are at the top of the working class. More generally, one may assume that, other things being equal, and whatever the position of these fields in the social space, those dominant in a relatively autonomous field are more inclined to vote on the right than those dominated in the corresponding fields, and that the dominated of all fields are more inclined to vote on the left than the corresponding dominant agents. Thus, the element of discrepancy which remains unexplained so long as the question is looked at in terms of the determinants of ethical dispositions is explained by the relationship that is set up, in each opinion poll or election, between a supply of ready-made opinions and a determinate capacity to choose. The consumers of opinions may make mistakes over the object allodoxia, and indeed, the more they rely on the politically uncertain, or even indeterminate, schemes of their class ethos, for lack of specifically political principles of perception and appreciation, the more likely they are to endorse opinions that are not their own. But they may also choose one constituted opinion when, whether they know it or not, they would choose another, more or less different one if it were constituted as such, and above all, if, being professed by a determinate group of professionals, it had some claim to respectability. The political field puts forward a universe of political possibles, which, as such, thus exerts a twofold effect. First, it favors the effect of spurious identification, resulting from the fact that the same implicit sense may recognize its political expression in different forms of the already made explicit. Secondly, it tends to produce an effect of closure by tacitly presenting the universe of realized possibles as the universe of possible possibles, thus delimiting the universe of the politically thinkable. These two effects are exerted here with particular force because demand, hardly ever, at least in the dominated classes, pre-exists a supply of political discourse, unformulated or partially formulated. It only knows what it means when it sees what it recognizes, rightly or wrongly, in an offered opinion. That is why it is necessary to return to the analysis of the logocentrism of the politico-scientific survey, which, in its methodological innocence, performs a sort of in vitro replication of the most fundamental effect of the division of political labor. By offering a choice among several utterances, and asking for a position to be taken on the already uttered, the survey, like political consultations, proceeds as if it had already resolved the essential problem of politics, namely, the question of the transmutation of experience into discourse, of the unformulated ethos into a constituting logos of a class sense, which may imply a form of adaptation and resignation to the self-evidences of the social order, into a conscious, i.e., explicitly formulated, apprehension of that order. Eliminating the labor of formulation, the survey tacitly presupposes that the person questioned would have been capable of producing or even reproducing the proposition, which constitutes the statement of the question, or even of spontaneously adopting the relation to language and to politics which underlies the production of such an inquiry, although the yes or no it can always produce cannot be regarded as an index of that aptitude. At the same time, by unconsciously begging the question, it denies itself the possibility of gathering the information which governs the meaning that can be given to all the information directly gathered. Recognizing only the electoral imperative of formal equality before the questionnaire, which combines with the technical imperative of standardized information gathering, the precondition for the formal comparability of the data, and the material and mental automation of the analysis, the survey attributes the operation of constitution to the respondent, even when it is in fact a product of the questioning. The effect of questioning is all the stronger, the more completely the respondents are deprived of the means of seeing the questions as political, and of giving them an answer, and a political answer, and the further they are from fulfilling the conditions of production of a corpus of coherent, homogeneous opinions, generated from an explicitly constituted principle. Between ethos and logos, practical mastery and verbal mastery, there is a radical discontinuity. 58. There is no necessary link between the practical mastery which can guide everyday practice, including all its, objectively, political aspects, without ever being made explicit or, still less, systematically conceptualized, and the symbolic mastery of experience which is expressed in discourse socially recognized as political, and which presupposes the bracketing of all direct, exclusive reference to the concrete particularity of a situation. Because this is so, and because the relationship of experience to expression, that is, to consciousness, is relatively undetermined, the same experiences may recognize their images in very different discourses. 59. This flexibility is not unlimited, and it would be wrong to credit political language with the power of arbitrarily bringing into being what it designates. Manipulation tends to be contained within certain limits, because one may be able to resist an argument without being capable of arguing resistance, still less of explicitly formulating its principles, and also because popular language has its own resources which are not those of analysis, but which sometimes find an equivalent in a parable or metaphor, such as this one, expressing skepticism about profit-sharing. You lend me your watch and I'll give you the time. The fact remains that, even when recognizing itself in a speech or a spokesman, class habitus is not infallible. If the members of the dominated classes frequently produce a discourse that is in contradiction with itself, with the meaning of their practice, and with their objective condition, this is because they have to talk politics without possessing the instruments of production of their discourse, without having control over their political tongue. This crossing point between experience and expression is where the professional producers of discourse come in. It is here that the relations are set up between the experts and the laymen, the signifiers and the signified. The dominated, whose interests are bound up with the raising of consciousness, i.e., with language, are at the mercy of the discourses that are presented to them. Whenever they emerge from doxa, they are liable to fall into allodoxia, into all the false recognitions encouraged by the dominant discourse. At best, they are at the mercy of their own spokesman, whose role is to provide them with the means of repossessing their own experience. The essential indeterminacy of the relationship between experience and expression is compounded by the effect of legitimacy, imposition, and censorship exerted by the dominant use of language, tacitly recognized, even by the spokesman of the dominated, as the legitimate mode of expression of political opinion. The dominant language discredits and destroys the spontaneous political discourse of the dominated. It leaves them only silence or a borrowed language, whose logic departs from that of popular usage, but without becoming that of erudite usage, a deranged language in which the fine words are only there to mark the dignity of the expressive intention, and which, unable to express anything true, real, or felt, dispossesses the speaker of the very experience it is supposed to express. It forces recourse to spokesmen, who are themselves condemned to use the dominant language, which is sufficient to introduce a distance from the mandators and, worse, from their problems and their experience of their problems, or at least a routinizing language which, in addition to its functions as a mnemonic and a safety net, constitutes the only system of defense for those who can neither play the game nor spoil. A language which never engages with reality, but churns out its canonical formulae and slogans, and which dispossesses the mandators of their experience a second time. Through the language and relation to language, bound up with a whole lifestyle, which foist themselves on anyone who seeks to participate in political life, a whole relation to the world is imposed, a relation of denial which, like art, distances and neutralizes, enabling speakers to speak without thinking what they speak. This intrinsically euphemistic language, which presents itself in the guise of universality, derealizes everything it names. For example, with millions out of work, a minister speaks of a certain erosion of full employment, imposing a total but totally invisible censorship on the expression of the specific interests of the dominated, who can only choose between the sanitized words of official discourse and inarticulate grumbling. Questions which, at best, seem to demand a simple yes or no are in fact addressed, by a tacit privilege, to individuals or groups defined not so much by a particular category of political opinion, as by the capacity to sustain the neutralized, quasi-theoretical relation to language which is the precondition for the production and reception of discourse, of general interest, on questions of general interest, i.e., the capacity not only to decipher and manipulate the technical terms of political language, but also to situate themselves at the level of quasi-abstraction at which political discourse is usually pitched, both in the syntax of its utterances and in the implicit references it contains, or more precisely, to recognize in both senses. A political question, to identify it as such and feel called upon to answer it, and to answer it politically, i.e., in accordance with the norms of political politeness. In short, a politico-scientific question calls for the expatiating disposition, which enables one to manipulate language without reference to any practical situation, rather as one might with an essay topic or examination question, to grant it the conventional seriousness that is applied to scholastic exercises or parlor games. One only need look at the definition which the referee of the television program, Face a Face, gives of political debate as he understands it. It is perhaps not superfluous to remind you that this is a political debate. I think that, if you will agree, I will start by asking each of you, starting with Mr. Habib Delancle, since we have agreed that he is to speak first, to define your general position, your overall interpretation of the problem, and to give examples from two areas, first education in the broad sense, and then information, again in the broad sense. And then, of course, you may sum up. Like the televised debate, the survey is very close to the scholastic situation in the questions it asks, which are often, to within a word or two, those which furnish ENA dissertation topics, political science lecture themes, or the titles of articles in Le Monde. Above all, it is very close to the classroom by virtue of the form of the social relation in which the questioning takes place. Only scholastic neutralization and distancing can enable one to respond adequately to a situation in which a perfect stranger comes up and asks political questions, normally excluded from such encounters, without even thinking of invoking the authority of a third party. It has been established empirically that political discussions most often occur between people of identical opinions. If this is so, it is because a whole spontaneous semiology is implemented so as to avoid burning issues, the foremost of which are political issues, and to establish the provisional consensus which, in the accidental encounters of everyday life, can only be created by recourse to commonplaces and by constant vigilance. One is reminded of a remark by Pierre Bourdieu, who pointed out that the question, "Are your friends your friends?" invites answers which, even if identical, may differ radically as regards their principle, being produced either by a simple logical calculation based on a syntactic rewriting of the utterance itself, or by mental reference to the real world of friends. Like all the discourse of the doxosopher, who never teaches anything other than the difficulty of taking sides, the questioning he proposes produces distance. It distances the receiver by reminding him of the complexity and depth of the questions through the very complexity of the formulation. It distances reality by imposing the empty intentionality demanded by the obligatory subjects of scholastic discourse. The unreality of the most specifically political questions also, and especially, arises from the fact that they only take on their full meaning in relation to the semantic field, which is none other than the field of different political positions corresponding to different positions in the field of ideological production. For a complete understanding of the meaning objectively implied in the most summary response, yes or no, in a referendum, to questions such as, "Are you in favor of or opposed to a regional reform designed to create regions endowed with extensive powers?" 61 would have to be able to mobilize the entirely specific competence possessed by political commentators and analysts, which enables them to construct the system of possibles, itemize the set of relevant positions on the question, define the meaning each of these has in the internal and external strategies of the political groups concerned, and uncover what each group has at stake. In short, the most genuinely political questions, those which most imperatively demand specific political competence, are those which arise for the professionals who argue about them, such as problems of constitutional law or, in other circles, the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat, or those which, though very directly affecting the most concrete conditions of existence of their addressee, appear in the form they have to take in order to become recognized stakes in the struggles which take place in the field of ideological production. Nothing more clearly reveals the truth of this self-interested questioning than the ruling fraction's obsession with the economic information of the citizens, inspired by their dream of a dominated class possessing just enough economic competence to recognize the economic competence of the dominant class. The information which governments so readily and abundantly supply is of the sort which tends to disqualify, as a doctor does his patient's knowledge, the information the dominated derive in practical form from their ordinary experience, for example, their knowledge of the rise in the cost of living or of inequality in taxation. This leads to a political discourse which, rather than giving understanding, dictates a standpoint, and far from providing the means of relating particular, practical information to general information, is content to shunt individual experiences into the appropriate general frameworks. Opinion surveys often reproduce the logic of those surveys on the economic information of the population, which seek to measure the respondents' knowledge and acknowledgement of official economics and economic information, the simple validating statement of a political economy, and which, with a sovereign ethnocentrism, reduce the practical economics and politics of the agents to a clumsy statement of official economics and political science, in particular through a priori and a posteriori coding operations calculated to obliterate what is essential, namely, the mode of expression. Everything combines to reinforce the deep distrust, not incompatible with an equally deep form of recognition, which the dominated feel towards political language, broadly identified like everything symbolic, with the dominant, the masters of the art of packaging and of fobbing off with words. This suspicion of the political stage, a theater whose rules are not understood and which leaves ordinary taste with a sense of helplessness, is often the source of apathy and of a generalized distrust of all forms of speech and spokesman, and often the only escape from ambivalence or indeterminacy towards language is to fall back on what one can appreciate, the body rather than words, substance rather than form, an honest face rather than a smooth tongue. Taste is an acquired disposition to differentiate and appreciate one, as Kant says, in other words, to establish and mark differences by a process of distinction which is not, or not necessarily, a distinct knowledge in Leibniz's sense, since it ensures recognition in the ordinary sense of the object without implying knowledge of the distinctive features which define it to the schemes of the habitus, the primary forms of classification. Owe their specific efficacy to the fact that they function below the level of consciousness and language, beyond the reach of introspective scrutiny or control by the will. Orienting practices practically, they embed what some would mistakenly call values in the most automatic gestures or the apparently most insignificant techniques of the body, ways of walking or blowing one's nose, ways of eating or talking, and engage the most fundamental principles of construction and evaluation of the social world, those which most directly express the division of labor between the classes, the age groups and the sexes, or the division of the work of domination. In divisions between bodies and between relations to the body, which borrow more features than one, as if to give them the appearances of naturalness, from the sexual division of labor and the division of sexual labor. Taste is a practical mastery of distributions, which makes it possible to sense or intuit what is likely or unlikely to befall, and therefore to befit, an individual occupying a given position in social space. It functions as a sort of social orientation, a sense of one's place, guiding the occupants of a given place in social space towards the social positions adjusted to their properties, and towards the practices or goods which befit the occupants of that position. It implies a practical anticipation of what the social meaning and value of the chosen practice or thing will probably be, given their distribution in social space, and the practical knowledge the other agents have of the correspondence between goods and groups. Thus, the social agents whom the sociologist classifies are producers not only of classifiable acts, but also of acts of classification, which are themselves classified. Knowledge of the social world has to take into account a practical knowledge of this world which pre-exists it, and which it must not fail to include in its object. Although, as a first stage, this knowledge has to be constituted against the partial and interested representations provided by practical knowledge. To speak of habitus is to include in the object the knowledge which the agents, who are part of the object, have of the object, and the contribution this knowledge makes to the reality of the object. But it is not only a matter of putting back into the real world that one is endeavoring to know, a knowledge of the real world that contributes to its reality, and also to the force it exerts. It means conferring on this knowledge a genuinely constitutive power, the very power it is denied when, in the name of an objectivist conception of objectivity, one makes common knowledge or theoretical knowledge a mere reflection of the real world. Those who suppose they are producing a materialist theory of knowledge when they make knowledge a passive recording and abandon the active aspect of knowledge to idealism, as Marx complains in the Theses on Feuerbach, forget that all knowledge, and in particular all knowledge of the social world, is an act of construction implementing schemes of thought and expression, and that between conditions of existence and practices or representations there intervenes the structuring activity of the agents, who, far from reacting mechanically to mechanical stimulations, respond to the invitations or threats of a world whose meaning they have helped to produce. However, the principle of this structuring activity is not, as an intellectualist and antigenetic idealism would have it, a system of universal forms and categories, but a system of internalized, embodied schemes which, having been constituted in the course of collective history, are acquired in the course of individual history and function in their practical state, for practice, and not for the sake of pure knowledge. This means, in the first place, that social science, in constructing the social world, takes note of the fact that agents are, in their ordinary practice, the subjects of acts of construction of the social world, but also that it aims, among other things, to describe the social genesis of the principles of construction, and seeks the basis of these principles in the social world. 3. Breaking with the antigenetic prejudice which often accompanies recognition of the active aspect of knowledge. It seeks in the objective distributions of properties, especially material ones, brought to light by censuses and surveys which all presuppose selection and classification, the basis of the systems of classification which agents apply to every sort of thing, not least to the distributions themselves. In contrast to what is sometimes called the cognitive approach, which, both in its ethnological form, structural anthropology, ethnoscience, ethnosemantics, ethnobotany, etc., and in its sociological form, interactionism, ethnomethodology, etc., ignores the question of the genesis of mental structures and classifications. Social science inquires into the relationship between the principles of division and the social divisions, between the generations, the sexes, etc., on which they are based, and into the variations of the use made of these principles according to the position occupied in the distributions, questions which all require the use of statistics. The cognitive structures which social agents implement in their practical knowledge of the social world are internalized, embodied social structure. The practical knowledge of the social world that is presupposed by reasonable behavior within it implements classificatory schemes, or forms of classification, mental structures or symbolic forms apart from their connotations. These expressions are virtually interchangeable, historical schemes of perception and appreciation which are the product of the objective division into classes, age groups, genders, social classes, and which function below the level of consciousness and discourse. Being the product of the incorporation of the fundamental structures of a society, these principles of division are common to all the agents of the society and make possible the production of a common, meaningful world, a common-sense world. All the agents in a given social formation share a set of basic perceptual schemes, which receive the beginnings of objectification in the pairs of antagonistic adjectives, commonly used to classify and qualify persons or objects in the most varied areas of practice. The network of oppositions between high sublime, elevated pure and low vulgar, low modest, spiritual and material, fine refined, elegant and coarse, heavy, fat, crude, brutal, light, subtle, lively, sharp, adroit and heavy, slow, thick, blunt, laborious, clumsy, free and forced, broad and narrow, or in another dimension between unique, rare, different, distinguished, exclusive, exceptional, singular, novel and common, ordinary, banal, commonplace, trivial, routine, brilliant, intelligent, and dull, obscure, gray, mediocre, is the matrix of all the commonplaces which find such ready acceptance because behind them lies the whole social order. The network has its ultimate source in the opposition between the elite of the dominant and the mass of the dominated, a contingent, disorganized multiplicity, interchangeable and innumerable, existing only statistically. These mythic roots only have to be allowed to take their course in order to generate, at will, one or another of the tirelessly repeated themes of the eternal sociodyssey, such as apocalyptic denunciations of all forms of leveling, trivialization, or massification, which identify the decline of societies with the decadence of bourgeois houses, i.e., a fall into the homogeneous, the undifferentiated, and betray an obsessive fear of number, of undifferentiated hordes indifferent to difference and constantly threatening to submerge the private spaces of bourgeois exclusiveness, for the seemingly most formal oppositions within this social mythology always derive their ideological strength from the fact that they refer back, more or less discreetly, to the most fundamental oppositions within the social order, the opposition between the dominant and the dominated, which is inscribed in the division of labor, and the opposition rooted in the division of the labor of domination between two principles of domination, two powers, dominant and dominated, temporal and spiritual, material and intellectual, etc. It follows that the map of social space previously put forward can also be read as a strict table of the historically constituted and acquired categories, which organize the idea of the social world in the minds of all the subjects belonging to that world and shaped by it. The same classificatory schemes, and the oppositions in which they are expressed, can function, by being specified, in fields organized around polar positions, whether in the field of the dominant class, organized around an opposition homologous to the opposition constituting the field of the social classes, or in the field of cultural production, which is itself organized around oppositions which reproduce the structure of the dominant class and are homologous to it, e.g., the opposition between bourgeois and avant-garde theater. So the fundamental opposition constantly supports second, third, or nth-rank oppositions, those which underlie the purest ethical or aesthetic judgments, with their high or low sentiments, their facile or difficult notions of beauty, their light or heavy styles, etc., while euphemizing itself to the point of misrecognizability. Thus, the opposition between the heavy and the light, which, in a number of its uses, especially scholastic ones, serves to distinguish popular or petty bourgeois tastes from bourgeois tastes, can be used by theater criticism aimed at the dominant fraction of the dominant class to express the relationship between intellectual theater, which is condemned for its laborious pretensions and oppressive didacticism, and bourgeois theater, which is praised for its tact and its art of skimming over surfaces. By contrast, intellectual criticism, by a simple inversion of values, expresses the relationship in a scarcely modified form of the same opposition, with lightness, identified with frivolity, being opposed to profundity. Similarly, it can be shown that the opposition between right and left, which, in its basic form, concerns the relationship between the dominant and the dominated, can also, by means of a first transformation, designate the relations between dominated fractions and dominant fractions within the dominant class. The words right and left then take on a meaning close to the meaning they have in expressions like right bank theater or left bank theater. With a further degree of derealization, it can even serve to distinguish two rival tendencies within an avant-garde artistic or literary group, and so on. It follows that, when considered in each of their uses, The pairs of qualifiers, the system of which constitutes the conceptual equipment of the judgment of taste, are extremely poor, almost indefinite, but, precisely for this reason, capable of eliciting or expressing the sense of the indefinable. Each particular use of one of these pairs only takes on its full meaning in relation to a universe of discourse that is different each time and usually implicit, since it is a question of the system of self-evidences and presuppositions that are taken for granted in the field, in relation to which the speaker's strategies are defined. But each of the couples specified by usage has for undertones all the other uses it might have, because of the homologies between the fields which allow transfers from one field to another, and also all the other couples which are interchangeable with it, within a nuance or two, e.g., fine-crude for light-heavy. That is, in slightly different contexts. The fact that the semi-codified oppositions contained in ordinary language reappear, with very similar values, as the basis of the dominant vision of the social world, in all class-divided social formations. Consider the tendency to see the people as the site of totally uncontrolled appetites and sexuality, can be understood once one knows that, reduced to their formal structure, the same fundamental relationships, precisely those which express the major relations of order, high-low, strong-weak, etc., reappear in all class-divided society. And the recurrence of the triadic structure studied by Georges Dumézil, which Georges Duby shows in the case of feudal society to be rooted in the social structures it legitimates, may well be, like the invariant oppositions in which the relationship of domination is expressed, simply a necessary outcome of the intersection of the two principles of division which are at work in all class-divided societies, the division between the dominant and the dominated, and the division between the different fractions competing for dominance in the name of different principles, belletters, warriors, and orators, scholars, in feudal society, businessmen and intellectuals now 5. Thus, through the differentiated and differentiating conditionings associated with the different conditions of existence, through the exclusions and inclusions, unions, marriages, affairs, alliances, etc., and divisions, incompatibilities, separations, struggles, etc., which govern the social structure and the structuring force it exerts, through all the hierarchies and classifications inscribed in objects, especially cultural products, in institutions, for example, the educational system, or simply in language, and through all the judgments, verdicts, gradings, and warnings imposed by the institutions specially designed for this purpose, such as the family or the educational system, or constantly arising from the meetings and interactions of everyday life. The social order is progressively inscribed in people's minds. Social divisions become principles of division, organizing the image of the social world. Objective limits become a sense of limits, a practical anticipation of objective limits acquired by experience of objective limits, a sense of one's place, which leads one to exclude oneself from the goods, persons, places, and so forth from which one is excluded. The sense of limits implies forgetting the limits. One of the most important effects of the correspondence between real divisions and practical principles of division, between social structures and mental structures, is undoubtedly the fact that primary experience of the social world is that of doxa, an adherence to relations of order which, because they structure inseparably both the real world and the thought world, are accepted as self-evident. Primary perception of the social world, far from being a simple mechanical reflection, is always an act of cognition involving principles of construction that are external to the constructed object grasped in its immediacy. But at the same time, it is an act of miscognition, implying the most absolute form of recognition of the social order. Dominated agents, who assess the value of their position and their characteristics by applying a system of schemes of perception and appreciation, which is the embodiment of the objective laws whereby their value is objectively constituted, tend to attribute to themselves what the distribution attributes to them, refusing what they are refused. That's not for the likes of us. Adjusting their expectations to their chances, defining themselves as the established order defines them. Reproducing in their verdict on themselves the verdict the economy pronounces on them, in a word, condemning themselves to what is in any case their lot, ta hudu, as Plato put it, consenting to be what they have to be, modest, humble, and obscure. Thus the conservation of the social order is decisively reinforced by what Durkheim called logical conformity 6, i.e., the orchestration of categories of perception of the social world, which, being adjusted to the divisions of the established order, and thereby to the interests of those who dominate it, and common to all minds structured in accordance with those structures, present every appearance of objective necessity. 7. The system of classificatory schemes is opposed to a taxonomy based on explicit and explicitly concerted principles in the same way that the dispositions constituting taste or ethos, which are dimensions of it, are opposed to aesthetics or ethics. The sense of social realities that is acquired in the confrontation with a particular form of social necessity is what makes it possible to act as if one knew the structure of the social world, one's place within it, and the distances that need to be kept. The ideology of the utopian thinker, rootless and unattached, free-floating, without interests or profits, together with the correlative refusal of that supreme form of materialistic vulgarity, the reduction of the unique to the class, the explanation of the higher by the lower, the application to the would-be unclassifiable of explanatory models fit only for the bourgeois, the petty bourgeois, the limited and common, scarcely inclines intellectuals to conceptualize the sense of social position, still less their own position, and the perverse relation to the social world it forces on them. The perfect example is Sartre, whose whole work and whole existence revolve around this affirmation of the intellectual's subversive point of honor. This is seen particularly clearly in the passage in Being and Nothingness on the Psychology of Flaubert, which can be read as a desperate effort to save the person, in the person of the intellectual, an uncreated creator begotten by his own works, haunted by the project of being God, from every sort of reduction to the general, the type, the class, and to affirm the transcendence of the ego against what Kant called materialism, that is, explaining the higher by the lower. 8. The practical mastery of classification has nothing in common with the reflexive mastery that is required in order to construct a taxonomy that is simultaneously coherent and adequate to social reality. The practical science of positions in social space is the competence presupposed by the art of behaving comme il faut with persons and things that have and give class, smart or unsmart, finding the right distance by a sort of practical calculation, neither too close getting familiar, nor too far being distant, playing with objective distance by emphasizing it being aloof, standoffish, or symbolically denying it being approachable, hobnob. It in no way implies the capacity to situate oneself explicitly in the classification, as so many surveys on social class ask people to do, still less to describe this classification in any systematic way and state its principle. There is no better opportunity to observe the functioning of this sense of the place one occupies than in condescension strategies, which presuppose both in the author of the strategy and in the victims a practical knowledge of the gap between the place really occupied and the place fictitiously indicated by the behavior adopted, e.g., in French, use of the familiar to. When the person naturally identified with a Rolls-Royce, a top hat or golf, see Appendix 4, takes the metro, sports a flat cap, or a polo neck or plays football, his practices take on their meaning in relation to this attribution by status, which continues to color the real practices, as if by superimposition. But one could also point to the variations that Charles Bawley observed in the style of speech according to the social gap between the interlocutors, or the variations in pronunciation according to the addressee. The speaker may, as appropriate, move closer to the accent of an addressee of presumed higher status, or move away from it by accentuating his ordinary accent. 9. The practical, attributive judgment, whereby one puts someone in a class by speaking to him in a certain way, thereby putting oneself in a class at the same time, has nothing to do with an intellectual operation implying conscious reference to explicit indices and the implementation of classes produced by and for the concept. The same classificatory opposition, rich, poor, young, old, etc., can be applied at any point in the distribution, and reproduce its whole range within any of its segments. Common sense tells us that one is always richer or poorer than someone, superior or inferior to someone, more right-wing or left-wing than someone, but this does not entail an elementary relativism. In a series of interviews, N equals 30 on the social classes, based on a test which involved classifying 30 occupations, written on cards, the respondents often first asked how many classes the set should be divided into, and then several times modified the number of classes and the criteria of classification, so as to take account of the different dimensions of each occupation, and therefore the different respects in which it could be evaluated. Or they spontaneously suggested that they could carry on subdividing indefinitely. They thereby exposed the artificiality of the situation created by a theoretical inquiry, which called for the adoption of a theoretical attitude to which, as their initial uncertainty indicated, the respondents were quite unaccustomed. And yet they almost always agreed on the ranks of the different occupation when taken two by two. Lenski made similar observations in an experiment in which the respondents were asked to rank the families in a small town in New England. 10. It is not surprising that it is possible to fault the practical sense of social space, which lies behind class-attributive judgment. The sociologists who use their respondents' self-contradictions as an argument for denying the existence of classes simply reveal that they understand nothing of how this sense works, or of the artificial situation in which they are making it work. In fact, whether it is used to situate oneself in social space or to place others, the sense of social space, like every practical sense, always refers to the particular situation in which it has to orient practices. This explains, for example, the divergences between surveys of the representation of the classes in a small town, community studies, and surveys of class on a nationwide scale 11. But if, as has often been observed, respondents do not agree either on the number of divisions they make within the group in question, or on the limits of the strata, and the criteria used to define them, this is not simply due to the fuzziness inherent in all practical logics. It is also because people's image of the classification is a function of their position within it. So nothing is further removed from an act of cognition, as conceived by the intellectualist tradition, than this sense of the social structure, which, as is so well put by the word taste, simultaneously, the faculty of perceiving flavors, and the capacity to discern aesthetic values, is social necessity made second nature, turned into muscular patterns and bodily automatism. Everything takes place as if the social conditionings linked to a social condition tended to inscribe the relation to the social world in a lasting, generalized relation to one's own body, a way of bearing one's body, presenting it to others, moving it, making space for it, which gives the body its social physiognomy. Bodily hexis, a basic dimension of the sense of social orientation, is a practical way of experiencing and expressing one's own sense of social value. One's relationship to the social world and to one's proper place in it is never more clearly expressed than in the space and time one feels entitled to take from others. More precisely, in the space one claims with one's body in physical space, through a bearing and gestures that are self-assured or reserved, expansive or constricted, presence or insignificance, and with one's speech in time, through the interaction time one appropriates and the self-assured or aggressive, careless or unconscious way one appropriates it. 12. There is no better image of the logic of socialization, which treats the body as a memory jogger, than those complexes of gestures, postures, and words, simple interjections or favorite cliches, which only have to be slipped into, like a theatrical costume, to awaken, by the evocative power of bodily mimesis, a universe of ready-made feelings and experiences. The elementary actions of bodily gymnastics, especially the specifically sexual, biologically preconstructed aspect of it, charged with social meanings and values, function as the most basic of metaphors, capable of evoking a whole relationship to the world, lofty or submissive, expansive or narrow, and through it a whole world. The practical choices of the sense of social orientation no more presuppose a representation of the range of possibilities than does the choice of phonemes. These enacted choices imply no acts of choosing. The logocentrism and intellectualism of intellectuals, combined with the prejudice inherent in the science which takes as its object the psyche, the soul, the mind, consciousness, representations, not to mention the petty bourgeois pretension to the status of person, have prevented us from seeing that, as Leibniz put it, we are automatons in 3/4 of what we do, and that the ultimate values, as they are called, are never anything other than the primary, primitive dispositions of the body. Visceral tastes and distastes, in which the group's most vital interests are embedded, the things on which one is prepared to stake one's own and other people's body. The sense of distinction, the discretio discrimination which demands that certain things be brought together and others kept apart, which excludes all misalliances and all unnatural unions, i.e., all unions contrary to the common classification, to the diacrisis separation, which is the basis of collective and individual identity, responds with visceral, murderous horror, absolute disgust, metaphysical fury, to everything which lies in Plato's hybrid zone. Everything which passes understanding, that is, the embodied taxonomy, which, by challenging the principles of the incarnate social order, especially the socially constituted principles of the sexual division of labor and the division of sexual labor, violates the mental order, scandalously flouting common sense. It can be shown that socialization tends to constitute the body as an analogical operator, establishing all sorts of practical equivalences between the different divisions of the social world, divisions between the sexes, between the age groups, and between the social classes, or, more precisely, between the meanings and values associated with the individuals occupying practically equivalent positions in the spaces defined by these divisions. And it can be shown that it does so by integrating the symbolism of social domination and submission, and the symbolism of sexual domination and submission into the same body language, as is seen in etiquette, which uses the opposition between the straight and the curved, or which amounts to the same thing between raising oneself and lowering oneself, as one of the generative principles of the marks of respect, contempt, etc., used to symbolize hierarchical relations. The basis of the pertinence principle, which is implemented in perceiving the social world, and which defines all the characteristics of persons or things which can be perceived, and perceived as positively or negatively interesting, by all those who apply these schemes, another definition of common sense, is based on nothing other than the interest the individuals or groups in question have in recognizing a feature, and in identifying the individual in question as a member of the set defined by that feature. Interest in the aspect observed is never completely independent of the advantage of observing it. This can be clearly seen in all the classifications built around a stigmatized feature which, like the everyday opposition between homosexuals and heterosexuals, isolate the interesting trait from all the rest, i.e., all other forms of sexuality, which remain indifferent and undifferentiated. It is even clearer in all labeling judgments, which are in fact accusations, categoremes in the original Aristotelian sense, and which, like insults, only wish to know one of the properties constituting the social identity of an individual or group, your justa. Regarding, for example, the married homosexual or converted Jew as a closet queen or covert Jew, and thereby in a sense doubly Jewish or homosexual. The logic of the stigma reminds us that social identity is the stake in a struggle in which the stigmatized individual or group, and more generally, any individual or group insofar as he or it is a potential object of categorization, can only retaliate against the partial perception which limits it to one of its characteristics by highlighting, in its self-definition, the best of its characteristics, and more generally, by struggling to impose the taxonomy most favorable to its characteristics, or at least to give to the dominant taxonomy the content most flattering to what it has and what it is. Those who are surprised by the paradoxes that ordinary logic and language engender when they apply their divisions to continuous magnitudes, forget the paradoxes inherent in treating language as a purely logical instrument, and also forget the social situation in which such a relationship to language is possible. The contradictions or paradoxes to which ordinary language classifications lead do not derive, as all forms of positivism suppose, from some essential inadequacy of ordinary language, but from the fact that these sociological acts are not directed towards the pursuit of logical coherence, and that, unlike philological, logical, or linguistic uses of language, which ought really to be called scholastic, since they all presuppose skol, i.e., leisure, distance from urgency and necessity, the absence of vital stakes, and the scholastic institution, which in most social universes is the only institution capable of providing all these, they obey the logic of the party pris, which, as in a courtroom, juxtaposes not logical judgments, subject to the sole criterion of coherence, but charges and defenses, quite apart from all that is implied in the oppositions, which logicians and even linguists manage to forget. Between the art of convincing and the art of persuading, it is clear that scholastic usage of language is to the orators, advocates, or politician usage what the classificatory systems devised by the logician or statistician concerned with coherence and empirical adequacy are to the categorizations and categoremes of daily life. As the etymology suggests, the latter belong to the logic of the trial 13. Every real inquiry into the divisions of the social world has to analyze the interests associated with membership or non-membership, as is shown by the attention devoted to strategic, frontier groups such as the labor aristocracy, which hesitates between class struggle and class collaboration, or the cadres, a category of bureaucratic statistics, whose nominal, doubly negative unity conceals its real dispersion both from the interested parties and from their opponents and most observers. The laying down of boundaries between the classes is inspired by the strategic aim of counting in, or being counted in, cataloging, or annexing, when it is not the simple recording of a legally guaranteed state of the power relation between the classified groups. Leaving aside all cases in which the statutory imposition of an arbitrary boundary, such as a 30-kilo limit on baggage, or the rule that a vehicle over 2 tons is a van suffices to eliminate the difficulties that arise from the sophism of the heap of grain 14 boundaries, even the most formal-looking ones, such as those between age groups, do indeed freeze a particular state of social struggles, i.e., a given state of the distribution of advantages and obligations, such as the right to pensions or cheap fares, compulsory schooling or military service. And if we are amused by Alphonse Allais' story of the father who pulls the communication cord to stop the train at the very moment his child becomes 3 years old, and so needs a ticket to travel, it is because we immediately see the sociological absurdity of an imaginary variation which is as impeccably logical as those on which logicians base their beloved paradoxes. Here the limits are frontiers to be attacked or defended with all one's strength, and the classificatory systems which fix them are not so much means of knowledge as means of power, harnessed to social functions and overtly or covertly aimed at satisfying the interests of a group. A number of ethical, aesthetic, psychiatric, or forensic classifications that are produced by the institutional sciences, not to mention those produced and inculcated by the educational system, are similarly subordinated to social functions, although they derive their specific efficacy from their apparent neutrality. They are produced in accordance with the specific logic, and in the specific language, of relatively autonomous fields, and they combine a real dependence on the classificatory schemes of the dominant habitus, and ultimately on the social structures of which these are the product, with an apparent independence. The latter enables them to help to legitimate a particular state of the classification struggle and the class struggle. Perhaps the most typical example of these semi-autonomous systems of classification is the system of adjectives which underpins scholastic. Appreciations, 15 commonplaces, and classificatory systems are thus the stake of struggles between the groups they characterize and counterpose, who fight over them while striving to turn them to their own advantage. Georges Duby shows how the model of the 3 orders, which fixed a state of the social structure and aimed to make it permanent by codifying it, was able to be used simultaneously and successively by antagonistic groups, first by the bishops, who had devised it against the heretics, the monks and the knights, then by the aristocracy against the bishops and the king, and finally by the king who, by setting himself up as the absolute subject of the classifying operation, as a principle external and superior to the classes it generated, unlike the three orders, who were subjects but also objects, judges but also parties, assigned each group its place in the social order, and established himself as an unassailable vantage point. 16. In the same way it can be shown that the schemes and commonplaces which provide images of the different forms of domination, the opposition between the sexes and age groups, as well as the opposition between the generations, are similarly manipulated. The young can accept the definition that their elders offer them, take advantage of the temporary license they are allowed in many societies. Youth must have its fling, do what is assigned to them, revel in the specific virtues of youth, virtue, virility, enthusiasm, and get on with their own business. Knight-errantry for the scions of the medieval aristocracy, 17 love and violence for the youth of Renaissance Florence, and every form of regulated ludic wildness, sport, rock, etc. For contemporary adolescents, in short, allow themselves to be kept in the state of youth, that is, irresponsibility, enjoying the freedom of irresponsible behavior in return for renouncing responsibility. 18. In situations of specific crisis, when the order of successions is threatened, young people, refusing to remain consigned to youth, tend to consign the old to old age. Wanting to take the responsibilities which define adults, in the sense of socially complete persons, they must push the holders of responsibilities into that form of irresponsibility which defines old age, or rather retirement. The wisdom and prudence claimed by the elders then collapse into conservatism, archaism, or, quite simply, senile irresponsibility. The newcomers, who are likely to be also the biologically youngest, but who bring with them many other distinctive properties, stemming from changes in the social conditions of production of the producers, i.e., principally the family and the educational system, escape the more rapidly from youth, irresponsibility, the readier they are to break with the irresponsible behavior assigned to them. Freeing themselves from the internalized limits, those which may make a 50-year-old feel too young reasonably to aspire to a position or an honor, do not hesitate to push forward, leapfrog, and take the escalator to precipitate their predecessors' fall into the past, the outdated, in short, social death. But they have no chance of winning the struggles over the limits which break out between the age groups when the sense of the limits is lost, unless they manage to impose a new definition of the socially complete person, including in it characteristics normally, i.e., in terms of the prevailing classificatory principle, associated with youth, enthusiasm, energy, and so on, or characteristics that can supplant the virtues normally associated with adulthood. In short, what individuals and groups invest in the particular meaning they give to common classificatory systems by the use they make of them is infinitely more than their interest. In the usual sense of the term, it is their whole social being, everything which defines their own idea of themselves, the primordial tacit contract whereby they define us, as opposed to them, other people, and which is the basis of the exclusions, not for the likes of us, and inclusions they perform among the characteristics produced by the common classificatory system. Social psychologists have observed that any division of a population into two groups, however arbitrary, induces discriminatory behavior favorable to members of the agent's own group and hostile to members of the other group, even if it has adverse effects for the former group. 19. More generally, they describe under the term category differentiation the operations whereby agents construct their perception of reality. In particular, the process of accentuating differences vis-a-vis outsiders, dissimulation, and reinforcing similarities with insiders, assimilation. 20. Similarly, studies of racism have shown that whenever different groups are juxtaposed, a definition of the approved, valorized behavior tends to be contrasted with the despised, rejected behavior of the other group. 21. Social identity lies in difference, and difference is asserted against what is closest, which represents the greatest threat. Analysis of stereotyping, the propensity to assume a correspondence between membership of a category, e.g., Nordic or Mediterranean, Western or Oriental, and possession of a particular property, so that knowledge of a person's category strongly influences judgments of him, is in line with analysis of that sort of social stereotyping in which all the members of a social formation tend to concur in attributing certain properties to members of the different social classes. See Appendix 4. The fact that, in their relationship to the dominant classes, the dominated classes attribute to themselves strength in the sense of labor power and fighting strength, physical strength and also strength of character, courage, manliness, does not prevent the dominant groups from similarly conceiving the relationship in terms of the scheme strong-weak, but they reduce the strength which the dominated, or the young, or women, ascribe to themselves to brute strength, passion, and instinct, a blind, unpredictable force of nature, the unreasoning violence of desire, and they attribute to themselves spiritual and intellectual strength, a self-control that predisposes them to control others, a strength of soul or spirit which allows them to conceive their relationship to the dominated, the masses, women, the young, as that of the soul to the body, understanding to sensibility, culture to nature. Principles of division, inextricably logical and sociological, function within and for the purposes of the struggle between social groups. In producing concepts, they produce groups, the very groups which produce the principles and the groups against which they are produced. What is at stake in the struggles about the meaning of the social world is power over the classificatory schemes and systems which are the basis of the representations of the groups, and therefore of their mobilization and demobilization, the evocative power of an utterance which puts things in a different light, as happens, for example, when a single word, such as paternalism, changes the whole experience of a social relationship, or which modifies the schemes of perception, shows something else. Other properties, previously unnoticed or relegated to the background, such as common interests hitherto masked by ethnic or national differences, a separative power, a distinction, diacrises, discretio, drawing discrete units out of indivisible continuity, difference out of the undifferentiated. Only in and through the struggle do the internalized limits become boundaries, barriers that have to be moved. And indeed, the system of classificatory schemes is constituted as an objectified, institutionalized system of classification only when it has ceased to function as a sense of limits, so that the guardians of the established order must enunciate, systematize, and codify the principles of production of that order, both real and represented, so as to defend them against heresy. In short, they must constitute the doxa as orthodoxy. Official systems of classification, such as the theory of the three orders, do explicitly and systematically what the classificatory schemes did tacitly and practically. Attributes in the sense of predicates thereby become attributions, powers, capacities, privileges, prerogatives attributed to the holder of a post, so that war is no longer what the warrior does, but the officium, the specific function, the recendator of the bellator. Classificatory discretio, like law, freezes a certain state of the power relations which it aims to fix forever by enunciating and codifying. The classificatory system, as a principle of logical and political division, only exists and functions because it reproduces, in a transfigured form, in the symbolic logic of differential gaps, i.e., of discontinuity, the generally gradual and continuous differences which structure the established order, but it makes its own, that is, specifically symbolic, contribution to the maintenance of that order only because it has the specifically symbolic power to make people see and believe, which is given by the imposition of mental structure. Systems of classification would not be such a decisive object of struggle if they did not contribute to the existence of classes, by enhancing the efficacy of the objective mechanisms with the reinforcement supplied by representations structured in accordance with the classification. The imposition of a recognized name is an act of recognition of full social existence, which transmutes the thing named. It no longer exists merely de facto, as a tolerated illegal or illegitimate practice, but becomes a social function, i.e., a mandate, a mission beruf, a task, a role, all words which express the difference between authorized activity, which is assigned to an individual or group by tacit or explicit delegation, and mere usurpation, which creates a state of affairs awaiting institutionalization. But the specific effect of collective representations, which, contrary to what the Durkheimian connotations might suggest, may be the product of the application of the same scheme of perception, or a common system of classification, while still being subject to antagonistic social uses, is most clearly seen when the word precedes the thing, as with voluntary associations that turn into recognized professions or corporate defense groups, such as the trade union of the cadre, which progressively impose the representation of their existence and their unity, both on their own members and on other groups. A group's presence or absence in the official classification depends on its capacity to get itself recognized, to get itself noticed and admitted, and so to win a place in the social order. It thus escapes from the shadowy existence of the nameless crafts of which Émile Benveniste speaks, business in antiquity and the Middle Ages, or illegitimate activities, such as those of the modern healer, formerly called an empiric, bone setter, or prostitute. The fate of groups is bound up with the words that designate them. The power to impose recognition depends on the capacity to mobilize around a name, proletariat, working class, cadres, etc., to appropriate a common name and to commune in a proper name, and so to mobilize the union that makes them strong, around the unifying power of a word. 22. In fact, the order of words never exactly reproduces the order of things. It is the relative independence of the structure of the system of classifying classified words, within which the distinct value of each particular label is defined, in relation to the structure of the distribution of capital, and more precisely, it is the time lag, partly resulting from the inertia inherent in classification systems as quasi-legal institutions sanctioning a state of a power relation, between changes in jobs, linked to changes in the productive apparatus, and changes in title, which creates the space for symbolic strategies aimed at exploiting the discrepancies between the nominal and the real, appropriating words so as to get the things they designate, or appropriating things while waiting to get the words that sanction them, exercising responsibilities without having entitlement to do so, in order to acquire the right to claim the legitimate titles, or, conversely, declining the material advantages associated with devalued titles, so as to avoid losing the symbolic advantages bestowed by more prestigious labels, or at least vaguer and more manipulable ones, donning the most flattering of the available insignia, verging on imposture if need be, like the potters who call themselves art craftsmen, or technicians who claim to be engineers, or inventing new labels, like physiotherapists, kinesitherapeutes, who count on this new title to separate them from mere masseurs and bring them closer to doctor. All these strategies, like all processes of competition, a paper chase aimed at ensuring constant distinctive gaps, tend to produce a steady inflation of titles, restrained by the inertia of the institutionalized taxonomies, collective agreements, salary scales, etc., to which legal guarantees are attached. The negotiations between antagonistic interest groups, which arise from the establishment of collective agreements, and which concern, inseparably, the tasks entailed by a given job, the properties required of its occupants, e.g., diplomas, and the corresponding advantages, both material and symbolic, the name, are an institutionalized theatrical version of the incessant struggles over the classifications which help to produce the classes. Although these classifications are the product of the struggles between the classes and depend on the power relations between them. The classifying subjects who classify the properties and practices of others or their own are also classifiable objects which classify themselves, in the eyes of others, by appropriating practices and properties that are already classified as vulgar or distinguished, high or low, heavy or light, etc. In other words, in the last analysis, as popular or bourgeois, according to their probable distribution between groups that are themselves classified. The most classifying and best classified of these properties are, of course, those which are overtly designated to function as signs of distinction or marks of infamy, stigmata, especially the names and titles expressing class membership whose intersection defines social identity at any given time, the name of a nation, a region, an ethnic group, a family name, the name of an occupation, an educational qualification, honorific titles, and so on. Those who classify themselves or others by appropriating or classifying practices or properties that are classified and classifying cannot be unaware that, through distinctive objects or practices in which their powers are expressed, and which, being appropriated by and appropriate to classes, classify those who appropriate them, they classify themselves in the eyes of other classifying, but also classifiable subjects, endowed with classificatory schemes analogous to those which enable them more or less adequately to anticipate their own classification. Social subjects comprehend the social world which comprehends them. This means that they cannot be characterized simply in terms of material properties, starting with the body, which can be counted and measured like any other object in the physical world. In fact, each of these properties, be it the height or volume of the body or the extent of landed property, when perceived and appreciated in relation to other properties of the same class, by agents equipped with socially constituted schemes of perception and appreciation, functions as a symbolic property. It is therefore necessary to move beyond the opposition between a social physics, which uses statistics in objectivist fashion to establish distributions, in both the statistical and economic senses, quantified expressions of the differential appropriation of a finite quantity of social energy by a large number of competing individuals, identified through objective indicator, and a social semiology, which seeks to decipher meanings and bring to light the cognitive operations whereby agents produce and decipher them. We have to refuse the dichotomy between, on the one hand, the aim of arriving at an objective reality, independent of individual consciousnesses and wills, by breaking with common representations of the social world Durkheim's pronotions, and of uncovering laws, that is, significant in the sense of non-random, relationships between distributions, and on the other hand the aim of grasping not reality, but agents' representations of it, which are the whole reality of a social world conceived as will and representation. In short, social science does not have to choose between that form of social physics, represented by Durkheim, who agrees with social semiology in acknowledging that one can only know reality by applying logical instruments of classification 23, and the idealist semiology which, undertaking to construct an account of accounts, as Harold Garfinkel puts it, can do no more than record the recordings of a social world which is ultimately no more than the product of mental, i.e., linguistic structures. What we have to do is to bring into the science of scarcity and of competition for scarce goods the practical knowledge which the agents obtain for themselves by producing, on the basis of their experience of the distributions, itself dependent on their position in the distributions, divisions and classifications which are no less objective than those of the balance sheets of social physics. In other words, we have to move beyond the opposition between objectivist theories which identify the social classes, but also the sex or age classes, with discrete groups, simple countable populations separated by boundaries objectively drawn in reality, and subjectivist or marginalist theories which reduce the social order to a sort of collective classification obtained by aggregating the individual classifications, or more precisely, the individual strategies, classified and classifying, through which agents class themselves, and others 24, one only has to bear in mind that goods are converted into distinctive signs, which may be signs of distinction, but also of vulgarity, as soon as they are perceived relationally, to see that the representation which individuals and groups inevitably project through their practices and properties is an integral part of social reality. A class is defined as much by its being perceived as by its being, by its consumption, which need not be conspicuous in order to be symbolic, as much as by its position in the relations of production, even if it is true that the latter governs the former. The Berkeleian, i.e., petty bourgeois, vision which reduces social being to perceived being to seeming, and which, forgetting that there is no need to give theatrical performances, representations, in order to be the object of mental representations, reduces the social world to the sum of the mental representations which the various groups have of the theatrical performances put on by the other groups, has the virtue of insisting on the relative autonomy of the logic of symbolic representations with respect to the material determinants of socioeconomic condition. The individual or collective classification struggles aimed at transforming the categories of perception and appreciation of the social world, and through this, the social world itself, are indeed a forgotten dimension of the class struggle. But one only has to realize that the classificatory schemes which underlie agents' practical relationship to their condition, and the representation they have of it, are themselves the product of that condition, in order to see the limits of this autonomy. Position in the classification struggle depends on position in the class structure, and social subjects, including intellectuals, who are not those best placed to grasp that which defines the limits of their thought of the social world, that is, the illusion of the absence of limits, are perhaps never less likely to transcend the limits of their minds than in the representation they have and give of their position, which defines those limits. The reader may have wondered why, in a text devoted to taste and art, no appeal is made to the tradition of philosophical or literary aesthetics, and he or she will no doubt have realized that this is a deliberate refusal. It is certain that the high aesthetic, both that which is engaged in a practical form in legitimate works, and that which is expressed in writings intended to make it explicit and present it formally, is fundamentally constituted, whatever the variance against all that this research may have established, namely the indivisibility of taste, the unity of the most pure and most purified, the most sublime and most sublimated tastes, and the most impure and coarse, ordinary and primitive tastes. This means, conversely, that this project has required, above all, a sort of deliberate amnesia, a readiness to renounce the whole corpus of cultivated discourse on culture, which implies renouncing not only the profits secured by exhibiting signs of recognition, but also the more intimate profits of erudite gratification. Those Proust refers to when he indicates how much his lucid vision of the pleasures of reading has cost him. I have had to struggle here with my dearest aesthetic impression, endeavoring to push intellectual honesty to its ultimate cruelest limits, without being able to ignore that the pleasures of lucid vision may represent the purest and most refined, albeit often somewhat morose, form of enjoyment one, and if we must now allow the return of the repressed, having produced the truth of the taste against which, by an immense repression, the whole of legitimate aesthetics has been constructed. This is not only in order to subject the truths one to a final test, though it is not a question of comparing and contrasting rival theories, but also in order to prevent the absence of direct confrontation from allowing the two discourses to coexist peacefully as parallel alternatives in two carefully separated universes of thought and discourse. Pure taste and the aesthetics which provides its theory are founded on a refusal of impure taste and of aesthesis, sensation, the simple, primitive form of pleasure reduced to a pleasure of the senses, as in what Kant calls the taste of the tongue, the palate, and the throat, a surrender to immediate sensation which in another order looks like imprudence. At the risk of seeming to indulge in the facile effects which pure taste stigmatizes, it could be shown that the whole language of aesthetics is contained in a fundamental refusal of the facile, in all the meanings which bourgeois ethics and aesthetics give to the word, to that pure taste, purely negative in its essence, is based on the disgust that is often called visceral. It makes one sick or makes one vomit, for everything that is facile music, or a facile stylistic effect, but also easy virtue or an easy lay. The refusal of what is easy in the sense of simple, and therefore shallow and cheap, because it is easily decoded and culturally undemanding, naturally leads to the refusal of what is facile in the ethical or aesthetic sense, of everything which offers pleasures that are too immediately accessible and so discredited as childish or primitive, as opposed to the deferred pleasures of legitimate art. Thus people speak of facile effects to characterize the obtrusive elegance of a certain style of journalistic writing or the too insistent, too predictable charm of what is called light music, a word whose connotations virtually correspond to those of facile, Consider easy listening or certain performances of classical music. Thus, a critic denounces the vulgar sensuality, or Kasbah Orientalism, which reduces one interpretation of the Dance of the Seven Veils in Strauss's Salome to cabaret music. Vulgar works, as the words used to describe them indicate, facile or light, of course, but also frivolous, futile, shallow, superficial, showy, flashy, meretricious three, or in the register of oral satisfaction, syrupy, sugary, rosewater, schmaltzy, cloying, are not only a sort of insult to refinement, a slap in the face to a demanding, difficile audience which will not stand for facile offerings. It is a compliment to an artist, especially a conductor. To say he respects his audience. They arouse distaste and disgust by the methods of seduction, usually denounced as low, degrading, demeaning, which they try to use, giving the spectator the sense of being treated like any Tom, Dick, or Harry who can be seduced by tawdry charms which invite him to regress to the most primitive and elementary forms of pleasure. Whether they be the passive satisfactions of the infantile taste for sweet liquids, syrupy, or the quasi-animal gratifications of sexual desire, for one might evoke the Platonic prejudice, endlessly reaffirmed in favor of the noble senses, vision and hearing, or the primacy Kant gives to form, which is more pure, over color and its quasi-carnal seduction. But it will suffice to quote a quite exemplary text in which Schopenhauer establishes an opposition between the sublime and the charming, identical to the one Kant makes in the Critique of Judgment between pleasure and enjoyment, the beautiful and the agreeable, that which pleases and that which gratifies. Schopenhauer defines the charming or attractive as that which excites the will by presenting to it directly its fulfillment, its satisfaction, that which draws the beholder away from the pure contemplation which is demanded by all apprehension of the beautiful, because it necessarily excites this will, by objects which directly appeal to it. And significantly, he condemns simultaneously the two forms of satisfaction, oral and sexual, against which the satisfaction recognized as specifically aesthetic is to be constituted. The one species of the charming, a very low one, is found in Dutch paintings of still life, when they err by representing articles of food, which by their deceptive likeness necessarily excite the appetite for the things they represent. And this is just an excitement of the will, which puts an end to all aesthetic contemplation of the object. Painted fruit is yet admissible, because we may regard it as the further development of the flower, and as a beautiful product of nature in form and color, without being obliged to think of it as eatable. But unfortunately we often find, represented with deceptive naturalness, prepared and served dishes, oysters, herrings, crabs, bread and butter, beer, wine, and so forth, which is altogether to be condemned. In historical painting and in sculpture, the charming consists in naked figures, whose position, drapery, and general treatment are calculated to excite the passions of the beholder, and thus pure aesthetical contemplation is at once annihilated, and the aim of art is defeated. 5. Schopenhauer is here very close to Kant 6 and to all aesthetics in which, in a rationalized form, the ethos of the dominated fraction of the dominant class is expressed, as he so well puts it, the charming, which reduces the pure knowing subject, freed from subjectivity and its impure desires to a willing subject, subject to every desire, every servitude, exerts real violence on the beholder. Indecent and exhibitionist, it captures the body by its rhythm, which is attuned to bodily rhythms, and captivates the mind by the deceptions of its plots, suspense and surprises, forcing on it a real participation which is quite opposed to the distance and disinterestedness of pure taste, and bound to appear as out of place as Don Quixote when, carried away by real anger at a fictitious scandal. He assaults Master Pedro's Puppets 7, the most radical difference between popular entertainments, from Punch and Judy shows, wrestling or circuses, or even the old neighborhood cinema, to soccer matches, and bourgeois entertainments is found in audience participation. In one case it is constant, manifest boos, whistles, sometimes direct pitch or playing field invasions. In the other it is intermittent, distant, highly ritualized with obligatory applause, and even shouts of enthusiasm at the end, or even perfectly silent concerts in churches. Jazz, a bourgeois entertainment which mimics popular entertainment, is only an apparent exception. The signs of participation, hand clapping or foot tapping, are limited to a silent sketch of the gesture, at least in free jazz. What pure taste refuses is indeed the violence to which the popular spectator consents. One thinks of Adorno's description of popular music and its effects. It demands respect, the distance which allows it to keep its distance. It expects the work of art, a finality with no other end than itself, to treat the spectator in accordance with the Kantian imperative, that is, as an end, not a means. Thus, Kant's principle of pure taste is nothing other than a refusal a disgust for objects which impose enjoyment, and a disgust for the crude, vulgar taste which revels in this imposed enjoyment. One kind of ugliness alone is incapable of being represented conformably to nature without destroying all aesthetic delight, and consequently artistic beauty, namely, that which excites disgust. For, as in this strange sensation, which depends purely on the imagination, the object is represented as insisting, as it were, on our enjoying it, while we still set our face against it. The artificial representation of the object is no longer distinguishable from the nature of the object itself in our sensation, and so it cannot possibly be regarded as beautiful. pp. 174-175. 9. Disgust is the paradoxical experience of enjoyment extorted by violence, an enjoyment which arouses horror. This horror, unknown to those who surrender to sensation, results fundamentally from removal of the distance, in which freedom is asserted, between the representation and the thing represented, in short, from alienation, the loss of the subject in the object, immediate submission to the immediate present under the enslaving violence of the agreeable. Thus, in contrast to the inclination aroused by the agreeable, which, unlike beauty, is common to humans and animals, p. 49, is capable of seducing those who are always intent only on enjoyment, p. 45, also 47, 117, and immediately satisfies the senses, whereas it is immediately displeasing to reason, p. 47, 10, pure taste. The taste of reflection, p. 54, which is opposed to the taste of sense, as charms are opposed to form, pp. 65, 67, must exclude interest and must not be in the least prepossessed in favor of the real existence of the object, p. 43. Simple grammatical analysis bears out Hegel's complaint that Kant's third critique remains in the register of Solon. Ought. The statements on taste are written in the imperative, or rather in that sort of spurious constative which allows the author to remain silent as to the conditions of realization of what is in fact a performative utterance. Some typical examples. We say of a man who remains unaffected in the presence of what we consider sublime, that he has no feeling. We demand both taste and feeling of every man, and granted some degree of culture, we give him credit for both, p. 116. Every judgment which is to show the taste of the individual is required to be an independent judgment of the individual himself, p. 137. I take my stand on the ground that my judgment is to be one of taste, and not one of understanding or reason, p. 140. Fine art must be free art in a double sense, p. 185. The object which insists on being enjoyed, as an image and in reality, in flesh and blood, neutralizes both ethical resistance and aesthetic neutralization. It annihilates the distantiating power of representation, the essentially human power of suspending immediate, animal attachment to the sensible and refusing submission to the pure affect, to simple aesthesis. In the face of this twofold challenge to human freedom and to culture, the antinature, disgust is the ambivalent experience of the horrible seduction of the disgusting and of enjoyment, which performs a sort of reduction to animality, corporeality, the belly and sex, that is, to what is common and therefore vulgar, removing any difference between those who resist with all their might and those who wallow in pleasure, who enjoy enjoyment. Common human understanding has the doubtful honor of having the name of common sense bestowed upon it, and bestowed, too, in an acceptation of the word common, not merely in our language, where it actually has a double meaning, but also in many others, which makes it amount to what is vulgar des vulgaire, what is everywhere to be met with, a quality which by no means confers credit or distinction upon its possessor. P. 151. Nature understood as sense equalizes, but at the lowest level, an early version of the leveling down, abhorred by the Heideggerians. Aristotle taught that different things differentiate themselves by what makes them similar, i.e., a common character, in Kant's text, discovers with horror the common animality on which and against which moral distinction is constructed. We regard as coarse and low the habits of thought of those who have no feeling for beautiful nature, and who devote themselves to the mere enjoyments of sense found in eating and drinking. P. 162. Elsewhere, Kant quite directly states the social basis of the opposition between the taste of reflection and the taste of sense. In the beginning, the novice must have been guided by instinct alone, that voice of God which is obeyed by all animals. This permitted some things to be used for nourishment, while forbidding others. Here it is not necessary to assume a special instinct which is now lost. It could simply have been the sense of smell, plus its affinity with the organ of taste and the well-known relation of the latter to the organs of digestion. In short, an ability, perceivable even now, to sense, prior to the consumption of a certain foodstuff, whether or not it is fit for consumption. It is not even necessary to assume that this sensitivity was keener in the first pair than it is now, for it is a familiar enough fact that men wholly absorbed by their senses have much greater perceptive powers than those who, occupied with thoughts as well as with the senses, are to a degree turned away from the sensuous. 11. We recognize here the ideological mechanism which works by describing the terms of the opposition. 1. Establishes between the social classes as stages in an evolution. Here, the progress from nature to culture. Thus, although it consistently refuses anything resembling an empirical psychological or sociological genesis of taste, e.g., pp. 89, 116, each time invoking the magical division between the transcendental and the empirical 12, the theory of pure taste is grounded in an empirical social relation, as is shown by the opposition it makes between the agreeable which does not cultivate and is only an enjoyment, p. 165, and culture 13, or its allusions to the teaching and educability of taste. 14. The antithesis between culture and bodily pleasure, or nature, is rooted in the opposition between the cultivated bourgeoisie and the people. 15. The imaginary sight of uncultivated nature, barbarously wallowing in pure enjoyment, taste that requires an added element of charm and emotion for its delight, not to speak of adopting this as the measure of its approval, has not yet emerged from barbarism. P. 65. If one follows through all the implications of an aesthetic which, in accordance with the logic of Kant's essay on negative magnitudes, has to measure virtue by the magnitude of the vices overcome and pure taste by the intensity of the impulse denied and the vulgarity refused, then the most accomplished art has to be recognized in those works which carry the antithesis of civilized barbarism, contained impulse, sublimated coarseness, to the highest degree of tension. This criterion would point to Mahler, who went further than any other composer in the dangerous game of facility, and every form of high cultural recuperation of the popular arts, or even Schmaltz, and earlier Beethoven, whose recognized greatness is measured by the negative magnitude of the violences, extravagances, and excesses, often celebrated by hagiography, which artistic restraint, a kind of mourning, has had to overcome. The inhibition of too immediately accessible pleasure, initially the precondition for the experience of pure pleasure, can even become a source of pleasure in itself. Refinement can lead to a cultivation, for its own sake, of Freud's preliminary pleasure, an ever-increasing deferment of the resolution of tension, with, for example, a growing distance between the dissonant chord and its full or conventional resolution. Thus the purest form of the aesthete's pleasure, aesthesis purified, sublimated and denied, may, paradoxically, consist in an asceticism, ascesis, a trained, sustained tension, which is the very opposite of primary primitive aesthesis. Pure pleasure, ascetic, empty pleasure, which implies the renunciation of pleasure, pleasure purified of pleasure, is predisposed to become a symbol of moral excellence, and the work of art a test of ethical superiority, an indisputable measure of the capacity for sublimation which defines the truly human man. 16. What is at stake in aesthetic discourse, and in the attempted imposition of a definition of the genuinely human, is nothing less than the monopoly of humanity. 17. Art is called upon to mark the difference between humans and non-humans, artistic experience, a free imitation of natural creations, natura naturans, whereby the artist, and through him, the beholder, affirms his transcendence of natura naturata by producing a second nature, p. 176, subject only to the laws of creative genius, p. 171. Is the closest approach to the divine experience of intuitus originarius, the creative perception which freely engenders its own object, without recognizing any rules or constraints other than its own, p. 168. The world produced by artistic creation is not only another nature, but a counter-nature, a world produced in the manner of nature, but against the ordinary laws of nature, those of gravity in dance, those of desire and pleasure in painting and sculpture, etc., by an act of artistic sublimation which is predisposed to fulfill a function of social legitimation. The negation of enjoyment, inferior, coarse, vulgar, mercenary, venal, servile, in a word, natural, implies affirmation of the sublimity of those who can be satisfied with sublimated, refined, distinguished, disinterested, gratuitous, free pleasure. The opposition between the tastes of nature and the tastes of freedom introduces a relationship which is that of the body to the soul, between those who are only natural and those whose capacity to dominate their own biological nature affirms their legitimate claim to dominate social nature. No wonder, then, that, as Mikkel Bakhtin has pointed out apropos of Rabelais, the popular imagination can only invert the relationship which is the basis of the aesthetic sociodicy, responding to sublimation by a strategy of reduction or degradation, as in slang, parody, burlesque, or caricature, using obscenity or scatology to turn arsi-versi, head over heels, all the values in which the dominant groups project and recognize their sublimity. It rides roughshod over difference, flouts distinction, and, like the carnival games, reduces the distinctive pleasures of the soul to the common satisfactions of food and sex. 18. The theory of beauty as the absolute creation of artifex deus, enabling every man worthy of the name to mimic the divine act of creation, is no doubt the natural expression of the occupational ideology of those who like to call themselves creators, which explains why, even without any direct influence, it has constantly been reinvented by artists, from Leonardo da Vinci, who made the artist the master of all things, to Paul Klee, who aimed to create as nature does. 19. Quite apart from its clear relationship with the antithesis between the two forms of aesthetic pleasure, and through this, with the opposition between the cultured elite and the barbarous masses, the opposition Kant establishes between free art, which is agreeable on its own account and whose product is freedom, since it is agreeable on its own account and in no way constrains the beholder. 20. And mercenary art, a servile activity, only attractive by means of what it results in, e.g., the pay, which is consequently capable of being a compulsory imposition, p. 164, whose product forces itself on the beholder with the enslaving violence of its sensible charms, very directly expresses Kant's conception of the position of pure or autonomous intellectuals in the division of labor, and more precisely in the division of intellectual labor. These pure intellectuals are, according to the conflict of the faculties, none other than philosophy professors. 21, but artists and writers would no doubt be the purest of all. The critique of judgment is less remote than it seems from the idea for a universal history, which has rightly been seen as the expression of the sublimated interests of the bourgeois intelligentsia, this intellectual bourgeoisie, whose legitimation, as Norbert Elias puts it, consists primarily in its intellectual, scientific, or artistic accomplishments, occupies an uncomfortable position in social space, entirely homologous to that of the modern intelligentsia. an elite in the eyes of the people. It has a lower rank in the eyes of the courtly aristocracy. 22. A number of the oddities of Kant's text are explained once it is seen that the second term of the fundamental opposition between pleasure and enjoyment is twofold. The ethical purity of the pleasure of culture is defined not only against the barbarism of enjoyment, but also against the heteronymous enjoyment of civilization. To a high degree we are, through art and science, culture. We are civilized, perhaps too much for our own good, in all sorts of social grace and decorum. But to consider ourselves as having reached morality, for that, much is lacking. The ideal of morality belongs to culture. Its use for some simulacrum of morality in the love of honor and outward decorum constitutes mere civilization. 23. Kant casts into the darkness of the empirical the interest indirectly attached to the beautiful by the inclination towards society, that is produced by the process of civilization, although this refined inclination, giving no satisfaction of enjoyment, is as close as possible to pure pleasure. The negation of nature leads as much to the perversion of unnecessary inclinations as to the pure morality of aesthetic pleasure. Reason has this peculiarity that, aided by the imagination, it can create artificial desires which are not only unsupported by natural instinct, but actually contrary to it. These desires, in the beginning called concupiscence, gradually generate a whole host of unnecessary, and indeed unnatural inclinations called luxuriousness. 24. The counter-nature proves ambiguous. Civilization is bad, culture good. The difference between heteronymous external civilized pleasure and cultivated pleasure, which presupposes slow efforts to improve the mind. Langsame Bemühung der inneren Bildung der Denkungsart. 25 can only be resolved, for Kant, on the terrain of ethics, i.e., of the determinants of aesthetic pleasure, external and pathological on one side, purely internal on the other. This pure aesthetic is indeed the rationalization of an ethos, pure pleasure, pleasure totally purified of all sensuous or sensible interest, perfectly free of all social or fashionable interest, as remote from concupiscence as it is from conspicuous consumption, is opposed as much to the refined, altruistic enjoyment of the courtier as it is to the crude animal enjoyment of the people. 26. Nothing in the content of this typically professorial aesthetic could stand in the way of its being recognized as universal by its sole ordinary readers. The professors of philosophy, 27, who were too concerned with hunting down historicism and sociologism, to see the historical and social coincidence which, here as in so many cases, is the basis of their illusion of universality. 28, and the formalization which is required in order for social impulses and interests to be expressed within the limits of the censorship of a particular form of social propriety, can only help to encourage this illusion. So that a discourse which makes art a criterion of an ethical and aesthetic distinction, which is a misrecognized form of social difference, can be read as a universal expression of the universality of art and aesthetic experience. Totally ahistorical, like all philosophical thought that is worthy of the name, every philosophy worth its salt is Pareni's, perfectly ethnocentric, since it takes for its sole datum the lived experience of a homo aestheticus, who is none other than the subject of aesthetic discourse, constituted as the universal subject of aesthetic experience. Kant's analysis of the judgment of taste finds its real basis in a set of aesthetic principles, which are the universalization of the dispositions associated with a particular social and economic condition. But it would be a mistake to see only a formal mask in all the features which the formalized discourse owes to the effort to resolve the problems raised by the theoretical division and conceptual distinctions worked out in the other critiques, and to express the thinking of Immanuel Kant, in accordance with the discursive schemes constituting what is called Kantian thought. Since we know that the very principle of the symbolic efficacy of philosophical discourse lies in the play between two structures of discourse, which the work of formalization seeks to integrate without entirely succeeding, it would be naive to reduce the truth of this double discourse to the subterranean discourse, in which the Kantian ideology of the beautiful is expressed, and which analysis reconstitutes by reconnecting the web of notations blurred by the interferences of the structure. The social categories of aesthetic judgment can only function, for Kant himself, and for his readers, in the form of highly sublimated categories, such as the oppositions between beauty and charm, pleasure and enjoyment, or culture and civilization, euphemisms which, without any conscious intention of dissimulating, enable social oppositions to be expressed and experienced in a form conforming to the norms of expression of a specific field. What is hidden, that is, the double social relationship to the court, the site of civilization as opposed to culture, and to the people, the site of nature and sense, is both present and absent. It presents itself in the text in such a guise that one can in all good faith not see it there, and that the naively reductive reading, which would reduce Kant's text to the social relationship that is disguised and transfigured within it, would be no less false than the ordinary reading, which would reduce it to the phenomenal truth in which it appears only in disguise. There is perhaps no more decisive way of manifesting the social mechanisms which lead to the denial of the real principles of the judgment of taste, and their redenial in all faithful readings, than to see them at work in a commentary intended, apparently, at least, to manifest them, i.e., in the reading of the Critique of Judgment offered by Jacques Derrida. 30. Although this reading brings to light some of the hidden presuppositions of Kant's approach to taste by transgressing the most binding rules of orthodox commentary, it remains subject to the censorships of the pure reading. Derrida does indeed see that what is involved is the opposition between legitimate pleasure and enjoyment, or, in terms of objects, between the agreeable arts which seduce by the charm of their sensuous content, and the fine arts which offer pleasure without enjoyment. He also sees, without explicitly connecting it with the previous opposition, the antithesis between the gross tastes of those who are content to enjoy the simple sensations of the senses, at table or over a bottle, consumptive orality seen as interested taste and pure taste. He indicates that disgust is perhaps the true origin of pure taste, inasmuch as it abolishes representative distance, and driving one irresistibly towards consumption, annihilates the freedom that is asserted in suspending immediate attachment to the sensuous, and in neutralizing the affect, that is, disinterestedness, a lack of interest as to the existence or non-existence of the thing represented. And one can, no doubt, though Derrida avoids doing so explicitly, relate all the foregoing oppositions, which concern the consumer's relation to the work of art, to the last of the oppositions picked up, the one which Kant establishes at the level of production between free art, involving free will, and mercenary art, which exchanges the value of its labor for a wage. It goes without saying that such a transcription of Derrida's text, which condenses and tightens, thus making connections excluded from the original, which, by instituting an order of reasons, produces links that are only suggested, and which, above all, gives to the whole enterprise the air of a demonstration directed towards establishing a truth, constitutes a transformation or distortion. To summarize a discourse which, as is shown by the attention Derrida devotes to the writing and typography, is the product of the intention of putting content into form, and which rejects in advance any summary aiming to separate content from form, to reduce the text to its simplest expression, is in fact to deny the most fundamental intention of the work, and by a sort of transcendental reduction which no critique has any thought of carrying out, to perform the epoch of everything by which the philosophical text affirms its existence as a philosophical text, i.e., its disinterestedness, its freedom, and hence its elevation, its distinction, its distance from all vulgar discourses. But Derrida's supremely intellectual game presupposes lucidity in commitment to the game. It is a question of pleasure, of thinking pure pleasure, the being pleasure of pleasure. Starting out from pleasure, the third critique was written for it and must be read for it. A somewhat arid pleasure without concepts and without enjoyment, a somewhat strict pleasure, but we learn here once again that there is no pleasure without stricture. Letting myself be led by pleasure, I recognize and, at the same time, I pervert an injunction. I follow it, the enigma of pleasure sets the whole book in motion. I seduce it, in treating the third critique as a work of art or a beautiful object, which it was not meant simply to be. I act as if the existence of the book were indifferent to me, which, Kant explains, is required by every aesthetic experience, and could be considered with imperturbable detachment. 31 Thus, Derrida tells us the truth of his text and his reading, a particular case of the experience of pure pleasure. That is, that it implies the epoch of any thesis of existence or, more simply, indifference to the existence of the object in question, but he does so in a text which itself implies that epoch and that indifference. It is an exemplary form of denegation. You tell yourself the truth, but in such a way that you don't tell it, which defines the objective truth of the philosophical text in its social use, which confers on the philosophical text a social acceptability proportionate to its unreality, its gratuitousness, its sovereign indifference. 32 Because he never withdraws from the philosophical game, whose conventions he respects, even in the ritual transgressions at which only traditionalists could be shocked. He can only philosophically tell the truth about the philosophical text and its philosophical reading, which, apart from the silence of orthodoxy, is the best way of not telling it, and he cannot truly tell the truth about the Kantian philosophy of art and, more generally, about philosophy itself, which his own discourse has helped to produce. Just as the pictorial rhetoric which continues to foist itself on every artist produces an inevitable aestheticization, so the philosophical way of talking about philosophy derealizes everything that can be said about philosophy. The radical questionings announced by philosophy are in fact circumscribed by the interests linked to membership in the philosophical field, that is, to the very existence of this field and the corresponding censorships. The field is the historical product of the labor of the successive philosophers who have defined certain topics as philosophical by forcing them on commentary, discussion, critique, and polemic. But the problems, theories, themes, or concepts which are deposited in writings considered at a given moment as philosophical books, articles, essay topics, etc., and which constitute objectified philosophy impose themselves as a sort of autonomous world on would-be philosophers, who must not only know them as items of culture, but recognize them as objects of pre-reflexive belief, failing which they disqualify themselves as philosophers. All those who profess to be philosophers have a life-or-death interest, qua philosophers, in the existence of this repository of consecrated texts, a mastery of which constitutes the core of their specific capital. Thus, short of jeopardizing their own existence as philosophers and the symbolic powers ensuing from this title, they can never carry through the breaks which imply a practical epoch of the thesis of the existence of philosophy. That is, a denouncement of the tacit contract defining the conditions of membership in the field, a repudiation of the fundamental belief in the conventions of the game and the value of the stakes, a refusal to grant the indisputable signs of recognition, references, and reverence. Obsequium, respect for convention even in their outrages. In short, everything which secures recognition of membership. 33 Failing to be, at the same time, social breaks which truly renounce the gratifications associated with membership. The most audacious intellectual breaks of pure reading still help to preserve the stock of consecrated texts from becoming dead letters, mere archive material, fit at best for the history of ideas or the sociology of knowledge, and to perpetuate its existence and its specifically philosophical powers by using it as an emblem or as a matrix for discourses which, whatever their stated intention, are always, also, symbolic strategies deriving their power essentially from the consecrated text. Like the religious nihilism of some mystic heresies, 34 Philosophical nihilism too can find an ultimate path of salvation in the rituals of liberatory transgression. Just as, by a miraculous dialectical renewal, the countless acts of derision and desacralization which modern art has perpetrated against art have always turned, insofar as these are still artistic acts, to the glory of art and the artist, so the philosophical deconstruction of philosophy is indeed, when the very hope of radical reconstruction has evaporated, the only philosophical answer to the destruction of philosophy. The strategy of taking as one's object the very tradition one belongs to and one's own activity in order to make them undergo a quasi-objectification. A common practice among artists, since Duchamp, has the effect of turning commentary, a typically scholastic genre, both in its conditions of production, lectures, especially in aggregation classes, and in the docile yet rigorous dispositions it demands, into a personal work suitable for publication in avant-garde reviews. By a further transgression, scandalizing the orthodox, of the sacred frontier between the academic field and the literary field, i.e., between the serious and the frivolous. This entails a dramatization, mise en scène, particularly visible in parallel column production, which aims to draw attention to the philosophical gesture, making the very utterance of discourse an act, in the sense which avant-garde painters give to the word, and placing the person of the philosopher at the center of the philosophical state. Philosophical objectification of the truth of philosophical discourse encounters its limits in the objective conditions of its own existence as an activity aspiring to philosophical legitimacy. That is, in the existence of a philosophical field demanding recognition of the principles which are the very basis of its existence. By means of this semi-objectification, one can situate oneself simultaneously inside and outside, in the game and on the touchline, i.e., on the margin at the frontier, in regions which, like the frame, parergon, are so many limits, the beginning of the end of the beginning, points from which one can be as distant as possible from the interior without falling into the exterior, into outer darkness, that is, into the vulgarity of the non-philosophical, the coarseness of empirical, ontic, positivist discourse, and where one can combine the profits of transgression with the profits of membership, by producing the discourse that is simultaneously closest to an exemplary performance of philosophical discourse, and to an exposure of the objective truth of this discourse. 35, whereas the orthodox reading takes literally the overt logic of the sacred text, the order of reasons it puts forward, the plan which it announces, and through which it continues to impose its order on its own decoding. The heretical reading takes liberties with the norms and forms imposed by the guardians of the text. On one side, there is the right reading, the one which Kant has designated in advance, by manifesting the apparent architectonics and logic of his discourse, with a whole apparatus of skillfully articulated titles and subtitles, and a permanent display of the external signs of deductive rigor, by basing on his previous writings, with a neat effect of circular self-legitimation, a problematic which is, to a large extent, the artificial product of the divisions and oppositions between understanding and reason, theory and practice, etc., produced precisely by his own writings, and which have to be known and recognized by anyone, after Hegel and so many others, who seeks to be known and recognized as a philosopher. On the other side, there is a deliberately skewed approach, decentered, liberated, and even subversive, which ignores the signposts and refuses the imposed order, fastens on the details neglected by ordinary commentators, notes, examples, parentheses, and thus finds itself obliged, if only to justify the liberty it takes, to denounce the arbitrariness of the orthodox reading and even of the overt logic of the discourse analyzed, to raise difficulties and even to bring to light some of the social slips which, despite all the effort at rationalization and euphemization, betray the denied intentions which ordinary commentary, by definition, overlooks. 36. Although it marks a sharp break with the ordinary ritual of idolatrous reading, this pure reading still concedes the essential point to the philosophical work. 37, asking to be treated as it treats its object, i.e., as a work of art, making Kant's object its own objective, i.e., cultivated pleasure, cultivating cultivated pleasure, artificially exalting this artificial pleasure by a Roué's ultimate refinement, which implies a lucid view on this pleasure. It offers above all an exemplary specimen of the pleasure of art, the pleasure of the love of art, of which, like all pleasure, it is not easy to speak. It is a pure pleasure, in the sense that it is irreducible to the pursuit of the profits of distinction, and is felt as the simple pleasure of play, of playing the cultural game well, of playing on one's skill at playing, of cultivating a pleasure which cultivates and of thus producing, like a kind of endless fire, its ever-renewed sustenance of subtle allusions, deferent or irreverent references, expected or unusual association. Proust, who never ceased to cultivate and also analyze cultivated pleasure, is as lucid as ever in describing this. Endeavoring to understand and communicate the idolatrous pleasure, he takes in reading a famous page, a passage from Ruskin's Stones of Venice. He has to evoke not only the properties of the work itself, but the whole network of crisscrossing references woven around it, reference of the work to the personal experiences it has accompanied, facilitated, or produced in the reader, reference of personal experience to the works it has insidiously colored with its connotation, and references of experience of the work to a previous experience of the same work or experience of other works, each of them enriched with all the associations and resonances it carries with it. It is itself mysterious, full of images both of beauty and religion, like that same church of St. Mark, where all the figures of the Old and New Testaments appear against the background of a sort of splendid obscurity and changing brilliance. I remember having read it for the first time in St. Mark's itself, during an hour of storm and darkness when the mosaics shone only with their own material light, and with an inner gold, earthy and ancient, to which the Venetian sun, which sets ablaze even the angels on the campaniles, added nothing of itself. The emotion I felt in reading that page there, among all the angels which drew their light from the surrounding shadows, was very great and perhaps not very pure. As the joy of seeing those beautiful, mysterious figures increased, but was altered by the pleasure, so to speak, of erudition which I felt in understanding the texts inscribed in Byzantine characters beside their haloed foreheads, so the beauty of Ruskin's images was intensified and corrupted by the pride of referring to the sacred text. A sort of egoistic self-regard is inevitable in these mingled joys of art and erudition, in which aesthetic pleasure may become more acute, but not remain so pure. 38 cultivated pleasure feeds on these intertwined references, which reinforce and legitimate each other, producing, inseparably, belief in the value of works of art, the idolatry which is the very basis of cultivated pleasure, and the inimitable charm they objectively exert on all who are qualified to enter the game, possessed by their possession. Even in its purest form, when it seems most free of worldly interest, this game is always a society game, based, as Proust again says, on a freemasonry of customs and a heritage of traditions. True distinction, besides, always affects to address only distinguished persons who know the same customs, and it does not explain. A book of Anatole France implies a host of learned knowledge, includes unending allusions that the vulgar do not perceive there, and these, its other beauties apart, make up its incomparable nobility. 39 Those whom Proust calls the aristocracy of intellect know how to mark their distinction in the most peremptory fashion by addressing to the elite, made up of those who can decipher them, the discreet but irrefutable signs of their membership of the elite, like the loftiness of emblematic references, which designate not so much sources or authorities as the very exclusive, very select circle of recognized interlocutors, and of the discretion with which they are able to affirm their membership. Empirical interest enters into the composition of the most disinterested pleasures of pure taste, because the principle of the pleasure derived from these refined games for refined players lies, in the last analysis, in the denied experience of a social relationship of membership and exclusion. The sense of distinction, an acquired disposition which functions with the obscure necessity of instinct, is affirmed not so much in the manifestos and positive manifestations of self-confidence, as in the innumerable stylistic or thematic choices, which, being based on the concern to underline difference, exclude all the forms of intellectual or artistic activity regarded at a given moment as inferior, vulgar objects, unworthy references, simple didactic exposition. Naive problems, naive essentially because they lack philosophical pedigree. Trivial questions, does the critique of judgment get it right? Is the aim of a reading of the critique to give a true account of what Kant says? Positions stigmatized as empiricism or historicism, no doubt because they threaten the very existence of philosophical activity, and so on. In short, the philosophical sense of distinction is another form of the visceral disgust at vulgarity, which defines pure taste as an internalized social relationship, a social relationship made flesh. And a philosophically distinguished reading of the Critique of Judgment cannot be expected to uncover the social relationship of distinction at the heart of a work that is rightly regarded as the very symbol of philosophical distinction.